Chapter 1547, Feng's Invitation. Chapter 1547, Feng's Invitation. They're leaving. Dark Eye was dazed as he watched Underworld's members flee from the battlefield. With just a few words, Feng had sent over 100 of Underworld's experts packing with their tails between their legs. They hadn't even bothered to retrieve the equipment First Ghost had dropped. Dark Eye felt as if he were dreaming. "Thank you," Yulan said as she walked up to Feng. Unlike Dark Eye, her enemy's response hadn't particularly surprised her. "This is White River City. Naturally, I had to put a stop to this incident since I discovered it. Otherwise, no player would be willing to visit the city," Feng said, surprised by Yulan's gratitude. Although they had only met each other a few times, he could tell that Yulan was a relatively strong-willed woman. Despite the fact that Underworld hunted her, she refused to submit and delete her account. Guild leader Black Flame must be joking. Not every guild in God's domain has the courage to stand against Underworld and the Blackwater Corporation, Yulan said, shaking her head. She was honestly very thankful for Feng's intervention. Had Feng ignored the situation, she and her team would have been dead by now. They would have also lost a significant portion of their equipment. They would have had an even more difficult time dealing with Underworld's pursuit. "May I know what you and your group intends to do now, Miss Yulan?" Feng asked. He had witnessed Yulan's abilities personally in the past. Not only did she wield great combat power, but her management capabilities were also top-notch. That had been obvious when she had managed Overwhelming Trading Firm, growing it until the firm nearly rivaled the Candlelight trading firm. By the time he had rejoined God's domain, he had accumulated 10 years of experience in the game. If not for his Candlelight trading firm, Yulan's firm might have dominated Star Moon Kingdom. If he could convince Yulan to join the Candlelight trading firm, it would undoubtedly strengthen the trading firm. After all, Melancholic Smile was more suited to forging and not a particularly skilled manager. Moreover, to manage the Candlelight trading firm, Melancholic Smile had been forced to sacrifice her precious practice time. Thus, hearing Feng's words, Yulan could not help but turn to glance at Dark Eye and the others. "I had planned to complete a hidden quest I received and develop in a kingdom that lacks Underworld's influence, but I didn't expect the organization to discover us so quickly. They've even sent First Ghost after us. Since they clearly know where we are, we can't stay in White River City. How about joining Zero Wing?" Feng asked, considering this an excellent opportunity. No matter how far you run, with Underworld and Blackwater's information network, they'll have no trouble tracking you down. It is impossible to hide forever under black cloaks. God's domain has too many high-rank identification skills that can see through the black cloak's concealment effects. "Join Zero Wing." Yulan was stunned. She could not help but stare at Feng, confused about the man's intentions. The Blackwater Corporation had already labeled her and her team as threats that needed to be removed. Any guild that discovered this would do its best to distance itself from them. Accepting them into its ranks would be the equivalent of declaring war on the Blackwater Corporation. First Ghost's death at Feng's hands could be understood as his way of protecting his guild's reputation. Blackwater might let the matter slide, but it would be a different story entirely if Feng offered them shelter. However, it would be an entirely different story if Feng were to shelter them. This would be no different than slapping the Blackwater Corporation in the face. The corporation would undoubtedly mobilize its forces against Zero Wing. At this point, the Blackwater Corporation was much stronger than when Abandoned Wave had annexed Ouroboros. Not only had its experts caught up with mainstream players' levels, but the corporation had also secretly purchased several guilds and workshops. It had even partnered with a few superpowers. Now, even super guilds avoided any confrontation with the Blackwater Corporation. Feng's proposal both surprised and excited Dark Eye and Yulan's other team members. To them, joining Zero Wing would be the best way to escape pursuit. Moreover, Zero Wing was famous for its collection of experts. The guild also had astounding growth potential. Zero Wing might even become a super first-rate guild in the future. That's right. If you join Zero Wing, I can at least guarantee your safety. Your previous efforts won't have to go to waste, Feng said, nodding earnestly. You know the consequences for sheltering us, right? Yulon had to ask. We're talking about Blackwater's vengeance. This is also a crucial time for Zero Wing. If things go awry, Zero Wing might lose its chance of becoming a super first-rate guild. Relax. There are plenty of superpowers that want to destroy Zero Wing, but isn't the guild still alive and kicking? Feng said, chuckling. Moreover, if you join Zero Wing, the guild will develop far more quickly. Currently, Zero Wing developed on 3 fronts: Star Moon Kingdom, the Black Dragon Empire, and Apocalypse Empire. Hence, it was in urgent need of manpower. Now that it had Zero Wing City to deal with, Feng couldn't manage everything on his own. Hence, Yulon's addition to Zero Wing would undoubtedly help both the guild and the trading firm's management. As for Dark Eye, Yulon's ally, the youth had great potential. Based on his fight with First Ghost, Feng knew that the Berserker was considerably talented. He only lacked combat experience. If trained properly, he could become one of Zero Wing's core combatants. I understand, Yulon said, smiling bitterly when she noticed her team members' anticipatory looks. In that case, we'll have to trouble you from now on, Guild Leader Black Flame. She had never thought that she would, one day, join Zero Wing, the guild which had been her enemy. However, she had to admit that she was relieved to join the guild. She only prayed that the Blackwater Corporation's fear of Zero Wing's potential would prevent it from declaring an all-out war on Zero Wing over her. Nonsense. Since you have now joined Zero Wing, the guild wouldn't let others bully you. Feng chuckled at Yulon's formality. Wait for me here for a moment. Once I've finished with my matters here, I'll bring you back to Zero Wing's residence to register. Of course, if you still have any matters to deal with, you can take care of them first. Once you're done, you can meet me at Zero Wing's residence. We don't have anything in particular to deal with right now. We're just waiting to turn in our quest. Unfortunately, Lady Celiora is still busy, so we have to wait until she finishes her task before we can hand it in, Yulon said, sighing helplessly as she turned to the smithy behind her. She was utterly helpless against Celiora. A Grandmaster Forger would be highly respected no matter where they went. Even Star Moon Kingdom's king had to treat the woman respectfully. Meanwhile, players could not afford to endure Celiora's wrath, so she had no choice but to wait until the woman stopped working before she could meet with the Grandmaster Forger. So, you're here to turn in a quest? Realization dawned on Feng. It was no wonder why Yulon and the others had been standing outside Celiora's house like a bunch of idiots. He then said, "Follow me then." Saying so, Feng approached the smithy, which emitted constant hammering sounds. Yulon and her companions didn't understand what Feng intended to do. When Feng knocked on the wooden door, they paled. They all knew about Celiora's temper. When they had interrupted the NPC earlier, she had used magic to reduce their attributes drastically for an entire day. Moreover, the debuff's duration only decreased if they were logged in. Under Feng's incessant knocking, the hammering sounds eventually stopped. Shortly after, Celiora slammed open the door, an enraged expression on her tanned face. "We're doomed." Yulon's team began to regret their alliance with Feng. Just as Yulon thought that Celiora would dole out their punishment, something unbelievable occurred. However, the moment Celiora's gaze found Feng, her wrathful expression softened. A joyful grin took its place. "Why are you here?" Chapter 1548, Forging Secret Journal. Chapter 1584, Forging Secret Journal. When Yulon and the others saw Celiora's friendly expression, they turned to Feng in shock. Even Star Moon Kingdom's king had to treat Grandmaster Forgers respectfully. Trying to raise one's favorability with an NPC Grandmaster Forger was exceedingly difficult, yet Celiora's reaction to seeing Feng wasn't unlike seeing an old friend who hadn't visited for many years. "I found a treasure. I'm here to see if you can help me recast it," Feng replied. "A treasure?" Celiora's eyes sparkled. "Come in then. Right, these are my friends. They've completed a quest you've handed them, so they're here to hand it in," Feng said as he gestured Yulon and the others. Xianxia glanced at the players behind Feng, and Yulan's group tensed. So, it's you guys. Come in as well. I just so happen to need those materials, Xianxia said, nodding before leading everyone inside. As Feng stepped into the smithy, he was shocked by the sight before him. All sorts of exquisite weapons and pieces of equipment were on display in the relatively small house. Glass counters held various items that radiated powerful auras. Despite the magic array protecting the weapons, Feng could still feel a fraction of the energy they radiated. One could easily imagine how powerful these items were. The most inferior item in the house was dark gold rank, while most items were epic rank. Clearly, the weapons and pieces of equipment in the display cases were the creations Xianxia was proud of. They were top tier even among epic items. With a casual glance, Feng easily counted many times more epic weapons and equipment in Xianxia's small house than those Zero Wing had obtained. Even super guilds would go mad over Xianxia's collection. Feng had to admit that a Grandmaster Forger was amazing. Xianxia could craft epic items as if it were child's play. Even Master Forgers would be lucky to craft one epic item every few years. Although Master Forgers could craft epic items, their success rate was astoundingly low. Only if a Master Forger had an astronomical supply of high-ranking materials would they be able to produce epic items. Producing epic items was far more difficult than obtaining them from monsters and quests. This was because handcrafted items had higher compatibility with the players they were made for, which allowed said players to exhibit greater combat power. In God's domain, where fragmented legendary and legendary items were extremely rare, obtaining customized epic items was one of the few methods players in full epic gear could improve their combat power. The various large guilds in the past had even secured their own master forgers to craft epic weapons and equipment regardless of the cost. Lady Xianxia, here are the ebony stones and moonlight spring water you requested. After entering the smithy, Yulan proceeded to remove some materials from her bag. Feng was astonished when he saw the materials. Both the moonlight spring water and the ebony stones were super rare forging materials. The moonlight spring water could increase the mana within other materials, which in turn increased the production success rate and quality of the final product. As for the ebony stone, it was a top-tier epic material only obtainable from high-rank field bosses and the dungeon bosses in 100-man team dungeons. Unfortunately, the drop rate was abysmal, and a team would have to kill multiple bosses before one would drop. Feng wouldn't have been particularly surprised if Yulan had revealed one bottle of moonlight spring water and one ebony stone. After all, Zero Wing had collected quite a few of these items. What shocked Feng was the number of items Yulan had revealed. In total, Yulan had taken out 100 bottles of moonlight spring water and 50 ebony stones. This already exceeded Zero Wing's stockpile by multiple times. Not bad. You actually gathered everything within a short time. After taking a look at the materials on the table, Xianxia took out a thick, ancient book and gave it to Yulan. This is the forging secret journal I promised you. If one learns all of these techniques, they should have a much easier time becoming a master forger. A forging secret journal. Feng suddenly realized why the quest required so many precious materials. A forging secret journal contained plenty of forging techniques. It was a treasure that many forgers dreamed of obtaining. However, whether or not one could learn these techniques depended on the player's capabilities. Guild leader Black Flame, I still haven't thanked you for saving us. In addition, you've allowed us to join Zero Wing. As a show of gratitude, please accept this forging secret journal, Yulan sincerely said as she handed the forging secret journal to Feng. For a moment, Feng was at a loss for words. He could tell that Yulan was serious. Moreover, with Yulan's strong-willed personality, she would never accept owing others. All right, I'll accept it. Feng nodded. The forging secret journal could definitely help the Candlelight trading firm's forgers. He could also use the item as motivation for the firm's forgers. When Feng accepted her gift, Yulan breathed a sigh of relief. Her serious expression relaxed. After Yulan turned in her hidden quest, Xianxia shifted her gaze to Feng and eagerly demanded, "Well? Come on. Show me this treasure of yours." Guild leader Black Flame, since you still have some matters to attend to, we'll wait outside. Yulan knew that Feng was here for something very important. It was most definitely a secret. Hence, she took the initiative to remove herself. "No need. This won't take long," Feng said as he waved a hand. Since Yulan and the others would soon join Zero Wing, he had to treat them like the rest of his people. Moreover, the disintegration armor was not something others could easily take from him even if they knew about it. Following which, he took out the destroyed disintegration armor and set it on the table for Xianxia to inspect. The instant he revealed the disintegration armor, the space inside the room began to warp as a horrific killing intent and tyrannical aura surged out of the armor and filled the smithy. Immediately, several of Yulan's lifestyle players dropped to the ground, turning incomparably pale. "What kind of item is this?" A frightening shock tore at Yulan as she stared at the tattered armor on the table. After playing God's Domain for so long, she had seen countless top-tier weapons and pieces of equipment. She had even seen quite a few epic items. But none of those items came anywhere near to comparing to the tattered chest piece Feng had revealed. As she stared at the armor, she felt her soul tremble with fear. She felt as if she were looking at some horrifying creature rather than a piece of equipment. Even if she didn't know the item's identity, she knew that it must have an extraordinary origin. She was also certain that it was more valuable than any item she had. "What? This is disintegration power. Where did you get this?" Astonishment twisted Xianxia's beautiful face when she saw the disintegration armor. "I killed an orc warlord, and this dropped," Feng honestly explained. There was no need to hide information from an NPC. In fact, if he lied to Xianxia, she wouldn't be able to determine the disintegration armor's specifics and wouldn't be able to help him. Moreover, his victory over an orc warlord was no longer a secret in Starmoon Kingdom. The various large guilds had long since learned about the incident. So, that's the case. No wonder this broken armor radiates disintegration power. It must be a piece of the Orc Empire's legendary disintegration set. After a glance at the armor and Feng's explanation, Xianxia realized the disintegration armor's identity. "You really are something. The disintegration power radiating from this chest piece is incredibly dense. The disintegration power will taint anyone who carries it, yet despite being only a Tier 2 Swordmaster, you haven't gone mad, only suffering some loss to your attributes." "Are you really just a Tier 2 Swordmaster?" In response to Xianxia's question, Feng merely revealed an awkward smile. He currently carried 3 fragmented legendary items. He also wielded one of the 10 great saint legacies. He couldn't be considered a mere Tier 2 player. A Tier 2 Sword Master? He's a Tier 2 player? Hearing Xianxia's question, Yulan and her companions could not help but turn to Feng, stunned. NPCs were not players. They generally didn't lie for no good reason. Moreover, they had much keener perception than players, not to mention an apex existence like a Grandmaster Forger. Chapter 1549, God's Power. Chapter 1549, God's Power. He's already been promoted to Tier 2? Realization dawned on Yulan when she heard Xianxia's comment. It was no wonder Feng killed an expert like First Ghost with one hit. He had even dared to chastise and threaten Underworld's members. If Feng had truly reached Tier 2, he earned his arrogance. Tier 2 was the various large guilds' major goal right now. Only after players completed their Tier 2 promotions would they qualify to challenge level 50 super large-scale team dungeons, and Tier 2 players would significantly help a team when raiding level 50, 100-man team dungeons. Not only would Tier 2 players receive a massive boost to their basic attributes, but their skills would also undergo a qualitative transformation. One Tier 2 player could easily do the work of several Tier 1 players. As she watched Feng, Yulan found it hard to believe that he was already a Tier 2 Swordmaster. As far as she knew, even Underworld was still preparing for the Tier 2 promotion quests due to the high difficulty of these quests. Unless players made ample preparations, their chances of failure would be quite high. It was something to be avoided at all costs, as players would have to wait a considerable amount of time before challenging their quests again. The main god system intended Tier 1 to be an introductory phase for players, allowing them to adapt to God's domain's combat styles. Hence, every player would be capable of completing their Tier 1 promotions. However, it was a different story for Tier 2. Only after players had achieved a certain standard in both combat standards and basic attributes could they complete their Tier 2 promotions. Unfortunately, reaching level 50 required a lot of time and resources for current guilds, not to mention completing the Tier 2 promotion quests. In fact, even Super Guild's peak experts were still desperately grinding. These experts were lucky if they were already level 49, yet not only had Feng crossed the level 50 threshold, but he had also completed his promotion quest. So, this is the 31st ranked expert on the God's Domain experts list? Dark Eye was inwardly astonished as he examined at Feng. He had been considered a top-tier expert in Underworld. Although he was no match for experts like First Ghost, he was stronger than most of the organization's other experts. Even Warwolf had praised him for his potential. Yet, when he looked at Feng, he felt his horizons expand. In the past, he thought that experts like First Ghost were close to reaching the level of God's Domain's peak experts, but looking at it now, it seemed that that gap was far wider than he had imagined. When Dark Eye thought about how he could possibly receive guidance from an expert like Feng, he could not help his growing excitement. While these players digested their surprise over Feng's tier, Xianxia used an identification skill, inspecting the disintegration armor on the table. It is no longer possible to repair this disintegration armor. The core magic circuits have been destroyed. The materials used to construct the armor have also been tainted and crippled by some mysterious power, Xianxia said as she shook her head in pity. Then, can it be recast? Feng asked. Recast it? Xianxia fell silent for a moment. It's not entirely impossible, but it is incredibly difficult. Only the disintegration armor's core is still usable. Everything else is useless. I'll need new materials to recast it, but obtaining those materials is beyond even a Grandmaster Forger like myself. Only by mobilizing an empire's power would you be able to gather all of the necessary materials. Are you really confident in doing something that would require the strength of an entire empire? Yulan and her companions gasped when they heard Xianxia's explanation. The materials to reconstruct the disintegration armor were even out of reach for a Grandmaster Forger. Now, they were even more curious about the disintegration armor's rank. Is there no other way? Feng felt his head begin to ache. Feng could easily guess that the materials Xianxia had mentioned were likely rarer than legendary ranked materials. Otherwise, there would be no need to mobilize an entire empire's power. Although Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's overlord, it was insignificant compared to the kingdom as a whole, much less an empire. Not exactly. Taking another look at the disintegration armor, Xianxia slowly said, there is the option of removing the mysterious power inside the disintegration armor. In reality, there isn't much of a problem with the disintegration armor itself. It's just that its magic circuits have been destroyed. However, a mysterious power is preventing the base materials from exhibiting their original strength. Now, only the core remains untainted. If you can remove this mysterious power, the disintegration armor will be much easier to recast. What must be done to remove this mysterious power? Feng asked, breathing a sigh of relief. If the system really tasked him with collecting the necessary materials, it would take him longer than 1 or 2 dedicated years to do so. After all, even a Grandmaster Forger would struggle to collect all of these materials. If you wish to remove this mysterious power, you just have to use a stronger power to do so. Unfortunately, I'm helpless against this mysterious power. It's likely that only the legendary god's power will do the trick, Xianxia said after giving the matter some thought. When she mentioned God's power, her expression became one of longing. Only Tai 6 gods could control God's power. Meanwhile, she was still far from becoming a Tier 6 god. In God's domain, countless emperors and peerless overlords had tried to reach that realm, including the disintegration armor's creator, the Orc Empire's founding emperor. God's power? Feng suddenly smiled. As long as I have God's power, I can remove this mysterious power. In the past, he had been ignorant about God's power. Now, however, not only did he know about it, but he also knew how to obtain it. To put it simply, the system wanted him to collect God crystals to cleanse the mysterious power inside the disintegration armor. Normally, it was very difficult to obtain God crystals, but after making a trip to the moon god's abode, he had a source. If he wished to obtain a large number of God crystals, he simply needed to visit places where gods had once lived. Although it was impossible to return to the moon god's abode in the dark canyon, he had a sealed tool, which could teleport him to a god's old residence. That item was Moloch's ring. Moloch's ring allowed him to open a gate of darkness that led to the Dark Den's central area, which happened to house the World Summit, a location the gods had created. Charlene had warned him not to use the Moloch's ring in fear of the power of darkness's taint, but after repairing the Bible of Darkness, he could reduce the power of darkness's erosion. If he only used Moloch's ring once, it should not cause too much of a problem. I've never tried this method before, so I can't guarantee that it will work, but it should be possible. If not even God's power does the trick, I'm afraid that nothing can cleanse this mysterious power, Xianxia warned. Although Xianxia was unsure, Feng could tell that he had a 90% chance of removing the mysterious power with the god's power inside God crystals. Otherwise, he'd have to collect the materials Xianxia had previously mentioned, and that was impossible for current players. It was a far more reasonable task if he only needed to collect God crystals. Following which, Feng stored the disintegration armor and bid farewell to Xianxia. He then led Yulan and the others towards Zero Wing's residence to complete the registration procedures. Due to God's domain evolution, the process of joining a guild had become far more troublesome. This was especially true for guilds with guild residences. Players who wanted to join such guilds needed to register at the Residence or the Adventurers Association. It was no longer possible to accept an invitation from a person in power. As Feng made his way towards Zero Wing's residence, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations! Zero Wing City's basic facilities have been constructed, and its name is spreading throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Do you wish to allow NPCs to garrison in Zero Wing City? Chapter 1550, City Opens. Chapter 1550, City Opens. They're done already? Feng was a little surprised to hear the system notification. Normally, even after a guild city's construction finished, it would take a considerable amount of time before the city could be open to NPCs. Only after NPCs could enter the city would it officially open to the public. NPCs were of utmost importance to a guild city's development. The sooner a guild could lure NPC residents, the sooner a city could unlock its various functions. He had expected to need a few more days before NPCs could conduct business in Zero Wing City. Immediately, Feng clicked Agree, allowing the NPCs, who had been attracted to Zero Wing City's scenery, to enter the city. Shortly after Feng had done so, he received a call from Aqua. Guild leader, for some reason, NPCs have begun to serve into the city. Many NPC merchants have even visited the city lord's mansion, requesting to purchase the city's shops. All of these requests have time limits. Should we approve of them all? Aqua, who currently resided in the city lord's mansion, asked anxiously. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. This had never occurred when she had managed Stone Forest Town, since all of the NPCs had long since secured their own shops. Her job had only been the player-owned shops management back at Stone Forest Town. Now that Zero Wing City was complete, every plot of land would become incredibly valuable. If they sold these lands to NPCs, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of them in the future. NPC merchants? Joyfully, Feng answered, of course. Sell them the shops. The more, the merrier. But before you do, inspect the NPC merchants' reliability ranks and products and compile a list for me. NPC merchants were essential to God's Domain's players. This was because NPC merchants sold many of players' daily necessities. Some even sold rare items that could not be found anywhere else. NPC merchants would also purchase miscellaneous items that players did not need. Once a guild city was complete, NPC merchants would come to the city to set up their own shops. However, the NPC merchants in guild cities weren't like those in NPC cities. Not only would they sell items similar to the latter, but they also offered certain special items. Unfortunately, there was a chance that these items would be counterfeits. Hence, when purchasing these special items, players had to rely on luck and foresight. The NPC merchants that worked with guild cities were also differentiated based on their star ranks. The higher a merchant's star rank was, the faster their shops could be promoted. Meanwhile, the higher a shop's rank was, the shop would have a greater variety and quality of items to offer. As these NPC shops improved, they would help stir a city's development and attract even more players and NPCs to the city. Hence, the various large guilds in the past had tried all sorts of methods to lure NPCs to conduct business in their cities. Feng had never thought that NPC merchants would seek cooperation the moment he allowed them to enter Zero Wing City. He had never encountered such a situation in his previous life. Even after Shadow had upgraded one of its advanced towns to a basic city, it had gone through a lot of effort to attract NPC merchants. Now, however, NPC merchants had already sought him out despite the lack of any promotional work. Is this a benefit given to the first guild city? Feng could not help but wonder. By the time Shadow had secured its first basic city in the past, many first-rate guilds had already secured intermediate cities. The super guilds had even been in the midst of upgrading their cities to advanced rank. Hence, Shadow City had had many powerful competitors. On the other hand, Zero Wing City was the first player-constructed city in Star Moon Kingdom. It had no competition to speak of yet. Without any better options, it was natural that NPC merchants had flocked to Zero Wing City. After speaking with Aqua Rose, Feng hailed an advanced carriage and made his way to Zero Wing's residence with Yolan's group. There are so many people. When they alighted from the carriage and saw the long line of players outside the residence's entrance, Yulan was surprised. Thousands of players had lined up outside of Zero Wing's residence, and most of their standards were quite high. On average, these players were above level 40. There were even quite a few players in level 40 fine gold weapons and equipment in the queue. However, these players paled in comparison to the 100 Zero Wing members standing guard by the residence's main entrance. Every player in the 100-man team was level 43 or above. The team leader was even level 46. The most inferior piece of equipment these players wore was level 40 secret silver rank. As for the leader of the team, he wore a level 45 fine gold set equipment and carried a level 45 dark gold longbow. Surprisingly, despite being so well equipped, these players only wore Zero Wing's silver guild emblem, which denoted that they were elite members. They didn't wear the purple guild emblem for core members. These are merely Zero Wing's elite members? Dark Eye couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the level 46 ranger guarding the entrance. Even he was jealous of the ranger's equipment. Wearing a full set of level 45 fine gold set equipment was no different than having a full set of level 45 dark gold equipment. Dark Eye only had 4 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment on him, while the rest was level 40 dark gold equipment. Unfortunately, level 45, 100-man team dungeons weren't easy to raid, and they dropped a limited amount of weapons and equipment. It had taken a lot of effort to collect the pieces he wore. The ranger had also reached level 46. In a first-rate guild, the ranger would definitely be an expert and given the position of a core member, yet in Zero Wing, the ranger only qualified to become an elite member. Yulan couldn't help her rueful sigh when she saw the elite team guarding the entrance either. Zero Wing was no longer the guild she had known in the past. With such foundations, it was no wonder why Feng dared to provoke the Blackwater Corporation. Ha! Another group of people who are dumbfounded by Zero Wing's equipment have arrived? How many is that now? Why wouldn't they be shocked? We're talking about level 45 fine gold set equipment. Even experts would be lucky to obtain level 45 fine gold equipment, much less level 45 fine gold set equipment. Level 45 fine gold set equipment would definitely be top-notch in other guilds and adventurer teams, but it's nothing in Zero Wing. I've heard that Zero Wing's core members can even purchase Tier 1 set equipment. Do you even know what a Tier 1 set equipment is? It's even better than level 45 dark gold set equipment. The Tier 1 set equipment is old news already. Based on what I've heard from Zero Wing's internal members, the core members are even allowed to purchase epic items. Quite a few are already sitting in Zero Wing's warehouse waiting for players to trade in their GCPs. What? Zero Wing is even offering epic equipment. Don't guilds usually assign such items to specific players? When the players in line before the entrance saw Dark Eye and his companions, they launched into a discussion about Zero Wing. Moreover, as they spoke, they become more passionate. Their conversations even caused the players behind them and passers-by to drool. Dark Eye's team, who overheard the conversations, were at a loss for words. They had assumed that they could easily become core members after joining the guild. After all, they had been considerably high-ranked experts in Underworld. But after seeing the level 46 ranger guarding the entrance, their confidence faded to nothing. "Let's head inside," Feng said, paying no attention to the players' conversations outside. As he approached the entrance, he revealed the black guild emblem reserved for Zero Wing's upper echelons. After a few hushed words with the level 46 ranger, he led Dark Eye and the others into the residence. When the crowd saw the cloaked Feng reveal a black guild emblem, they went into an uproar. A black guild emblem? That is one of Zero Wing's upper echelons. A guild emblem cannot be faked. That player is definitely a big shot in Zero Wing. I wonder who those people following him are? Could they be Zero Wing's core members? That's impossible. If they're core members, why don't they have guild emblems? They should be here to join Zero Wing. They seem pretty high-leveled and are fairly well-equipped. Those people sure are lucky. They actually know one of Zero Wing's upper echelons. They'll be able to join the guild without taking any tests. The waiting players couldn't help but envy Yulan and her companions. Shortly after Yulan and the others entered Zero Wing's residence, a stealthed assassin at the street corner revealed himself. This was none other than Third Ghost, one of the 7 ghosts Feng had clashed with in the past. Zero Wing actually dares to shelter Yulan's group? They aren't taking Blackwater seriously. Third Ghost sneered as he watched Yulan's group enter Zero Wing's residence. It seems that it's time to report to the higher-ups. Chapter 1551, God's Blood. Chapter 1551, God's Blood. Inside Zero Wing's resplendent guild hall. As soon as Yulan and the others entered the building, they were captivated by the scene before them. From the outside, Zero Wing's guild hall was no larger than the guild halls in Superpower's headquarters. Upon entering the building, however, it felt as if they had stepped into an entirely different world. No matter how they looked at it, Zero Wing's guild hall was bigger on the inside. The first-floor lobby was already the size of a football field. Quite a few guild members rested in the lobby and conversed, while several players queued up at the front desk to rent private rooms. A quest hall, which was even larger than the central room, was located beside the lobby. Many guild members occupied the quest hall as they searched for suitable quests to pick up. Specifications for high-rank individual quests and high-rank team quests were displayed in rotation on the large screens hanging from the ceiling, with a stupefying number of available quests. This is a 3-star guild residence? Yulan smiled bitterly when she saw the quest hall's large screens. Underworld had desperately tried to increase its guild popularity, yet despite its effort, its best guild residence only provided 500 to 600 high-ranked individual quests and 100 or so high-ranked team quests per day. With such small numbers, not even Underworld's core members were guaranteed to receive a high-rank quest every day. In contrast, Zero Wing was flooded with high-rank quests. Currently, There were over 2,200 individual quests and 400 team quests available. With so many, even the guild's elite members had an opportunity to pick up a high-rank quest. Unlike ordinary guild quests, which usually awarded coins, EXP, and GCPs, players had a chance of obtaining rare items from high-ranking quests. Moreover, these quests offered a much higher monetary reward. Players could also help increase the guild's popularity. If Zero Wing had such a large supply of high-rank quests, it could develop more guild members. In the long run, the gap between Zero Wing's members and players in other guilds would grow. This is where you'll complete the registration procedures. You just need to register here, and you'll become Zero Wing members, Feng explained as he led Yolan's group to the guild's registration counter. As for your rank, you'll all start out as normal members. You will then have to accumulate a certain amount of GCPs and pass the appropriate tests to rise through the guild's ranks. However, since I invited you personally, we can forego the required number of GCPs. We'll determine your ranks based solely on your performances in the test. To become an elite member in Zero Wing, you'll have to reach the early stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. As for becoming a core member, you'll have to reach the 6th floor's middle stage. Yulan and her companions gasped after listening to Feng's requirements. To ordinary players, a player would be an expert if they could reach the Trial Tower's 4th floor. If a player could reach the 5th floor, they'd be publicly acknowledged as an expert, yet Zero Wing required players to reach the 5th floor to become elite members. The requirement to become a core member was even more terrifying, actually requiring players to reach the 6th floor's middle stage. Even first-rate guilds' main force members would barely qualify to become Zero Wing's core members. Guilds handpicked these experts from their core members, yet this was the minimum requirement to become a core member in Zero Wing. Yulan and the others felt beads of sweat slide down their skin from the embarrassment. Among the dozen or so experts in their group, only Yulan and Dark Eye met the requirements. The rest of their group was slightly weaker, with the best among them having only reached the 5th floor's late stage. Guild leader Black Flame, what about lifestyle players? The dozen or so lifestyle player behind Yulan asked nervously. They were lifestyle players. Although some lifestyle players were acceptable fighters, these players weren't. Relax. There's a separate test for lifestyle players that join the guild. But that test is conducted at the Candlelight trading firm, Feng explained. The dozen or so lifestyle players breathed a sigh of relief. They were advanced lifestyle players that Yulan had nurtured. While they weren't good in combat, they were top-notch when it came to subclass standards. However, they nearly choked when they heard Feng's next words. For subclasses, those who have reached the advanced rank will become Candlelight's official members. To become a core member, you have to achieve a practical success rate of 30% with advanced items. In God's domain, advanced subclasses only had around a 35% theoretical success rate with advanced items. The practical percentage, however, was much lower. The majority of Yolan's advanced lifestyle players only had a practical success rate of 25%. Raising their success rates by even 1% would require refining their technique standards quite a bit, much less a 5% increase. Even Yulan was surprised. She felt that this requirement was a little too excessive. She was no stranger to subclasses. After all, she had been supervising the underworld's trading firms for some time. She had a relatively clear understanding of the present state of God's domain subclasses. The dozen or so lifestyle players who had followed her could rank among the top lifestyle players in Underworld in terms of production standards. They were only slightly weaker than the organization's top-ranked lifestyle players, yet in Zero Wing, they didn't even meet the requirement to become core members. Right, we just so happen to be running a performance assessment for alchemists today. If there are any alchemists among you that wish to participate, I'll take you there in a bit. If you rank among the top 10, you'll be promoted to a core member. If you rank high enough, you might even get to use a set of dark gold alchemy tools for a certain period. The chief alchemist will also have the authority to use a basic meditation room long-term. These benefits will definitely help you reach master rank. You'll also be able to visit Titan City, Feng said. When the group's lifestyle players heard this, a fiery passion ignited in their eyes. Unfortunately, few of them were alchemists. Otherwise, they would definitely compete in this assessment. In response, a white-haired elder stepped away from the group. He smiled at Feng and said, "This is interesting. May this old man participate as well?" "Master Aspiration is going to participate." Yulan gave the old man a confused look. Silent Aspiration was very famous in the virtual gaming world. While he had resided in Starmoon Kingdom, he had created the Fire Dragon Potion despite being an intermediate alchemist. The Fire Dragon Potion had allowed Overwhelming Smile to compete with the Candlelight trading firm. Silent Aspiration had long since become an advanced alchemist and was only a step away from master rank. Silent Aspiration wasn't normally interested in competing against others, yet this old man had actually asked to participate in this competition. His initiative had truly surprised Yulan. "Mitchum, although Zero Wing has offered us shelter, we can't let them look down on us," Silent Aspiration whispered to Yulan as he nodded. "Of course. Once we've completed the test here, we'll head over to the Candlelight trading firm," Feng said as he looked at Silent Aspiration. He knew a little about this man, but although the man hadn't been particularly famous during God's Domain's early stages, practically everyone had known his name after 10 years. He had been a master alchemist and only a step away from becoming a grandmaster. More importantly, he had created the master-ranked potion that even grandmaster alchemists admired, God's Blood. God's Blood was why Silent Aspiration had become famous throughout God's Domain. It had been an incredibly powerful master-ranked berserk potion. In addition, God's Blood could stack with a berserk skill without side effects. Even super guilds had offered astronomical prices to purchase the God's Blood recipe. Unfortunately, due to Silent Aspiration's strange nature, he had only sold one recipe in the past. Moreover, he only accepted alchemy tools and materials as payment. The various super guilds had competed over the recipe like madmen. After Yulan and the others revealed their system results for the trial tower, Feng led Yulan, Silent Aspiration, and the other lifestyle players to the Candlelight trading firm. As for Dark Eye and the other experts, Feng sent them to join the 100-man expert team under Shadow Sword and Turtledove's leadership to grind for equipment in level 45, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. 10 minutes later, Feng's group arrived before the Candlelight trading firm. The Candlelight trading firm was housed in a much taller building than Zero Wing's Guild Hall. One could say that it was the tallest player-owned shop in White River City. Since the teleportation fees between countries had fallen, an unprecedented number of lifestyle players visited the Candlelight trading firm. The establishment's prosperity could now rival Starmoon City's auction house. After reaching the trading firm, Yulan and her companions discovered a large number of lifestyle players seeking to join Candlelight. Dozens of advanced lifestyle players had lined up to register for the trading firm's test. This had never happened in Underworld's trading firms. Chapter 1552, Candlelight's Foundations. Chapter 1552, Candlelight's Foundations. After arriving at the Candlelight trading firm, Feng led Yulan and the others into the building. Entering the trading firm's first-floor hall was like entering a supermarket. All kinds of products had been set up for sale in the hall. When players from other cities and kingdoms saw the trading firm's interior, they felt as if they had just set foot in another world. Unlike the other guilds, Feng had placed heavy importance on lifestyle classes since the beginning of the game. As a result, the Candlelight trading firm had plenty of lifestyle players. This, in turn, allowed the Candlelight trading firm to produce a variety of items in large quantities. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm sold over 100 different kinds of crafted items. Although most of these items weren't particularly high quality and they didn't have much practical use, they still attracted customers to visit the firm. Unlike other trading firms, Candlelight also sold high-ranked weapons and equipment. Aside from the level 45 dark gold equipment, which was clearly a display and had astronomical price tags, there was plenty of pieces of level 5 to 40 crafted equipment up for sale. The quality of these pieces ranged from bronze to fine gold rank. This even allowed the trading firm to satisfy players that had only joined God's domain recently. Meanwhile, players constantly crowded the counters selling crafted level 40 weapons and equipment. Although there was quite a bit of level 40 weapons and equipment on the market, items of secret silver and fine gold rank were still fairly rare. Guilds and teams usually kept these items for their own use. Even when they chose to sell these items, they usually set the price far above market value. However, the Candlelight trading firm was different. It consistently produced level 40 equipment ranging from bronze to fine gold rank, most of which was secret silver and fine gold rank. Moreover, the trading firm sold the equipment it produced at fair prices. Although the prices were slightly higher than market value, they weren't ridiculous. As a result, players usually bought out any level 40 secret silver and fine gold equipment very quickly. As expected of the publicly acknowledged, #1 trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom. Its foundations are really something. Silent Aspiration nodded in satisfaction as he looked through the various products on display. Yolan's other lifestyle players were shocked. Feng's group quickly reached one of the special alchemy rooms on the Candlelight trading firm's top floor. A large crowd had already gathered in the room, and when Feng's group entered, everyone turned towards them. The guild leader is here to watch the ranking competition? The guild leader is visiting us personally? Could he have some good news? There should be. Didn't you hear that Zero Wing City's construction has completed? He might be looking for people to manage the Candlelight trading firm there. After all, Manager Melancholic can't handle so many locations by herself. Upon seeing Feng enter the room, the crowd launched into a quiet discussion about his visit. Their excitement about the competition also grew. Guild leader, you're here? I've arranged everything to your specifications. There are a total of 323 alchemists participating in the test this time. Among them, 244 are intermediate alchemists, and 79 are advanced alchemists. We can start the competition once you're ready, Melancholic Smile reported after approaching Feng. Yulan and her companions, who stood behind Feng, gasped. The Candlelight trading firm has so many advanced alchemists? Yulan was astonished as she surveyed the crowd before her. When she had first entered the room and saw this crowd, she had assumed that every one of Candlelight's alchemists was present, the firm housing roughly the same number of alchemists as Underworld. However, the difference was far larger than she had thought. This firm already had over 300 intermediate alchemists. If they included basic alchemists and apprentice alchemists, shouldn't Candlelight have nearly 1,000 alchemists under its command? The number of advanced alchemists Candlelight possessed was simply horrifying. Underworld currently had nearly 20 advanced alchemists, yet the Candlelight trading firm had over 4 times that. Hearing this, Silent Aspiration's fighting spirit welled within him. Alright, I have another alchemist here who wishes to participate in the ranking competition. With this, we'll have 80 advanced alchemists form a group, while the intermediate alchemists will form their own. Feng nodded. He wasn't surprised in the least by the number of advanced alchemists current in the Candlelight trading firm. With Zero Wing's current popularity and the benefits Candlelight offered, it was natural that the trading firm attracted so many advanced alchemists. In reality, the trading firm could have had even more advanced alchemists, but due to God's domain's evolution changing the subclasses, it had become significantly harder for players to upgrade their subclasses. In the past, lifestyle players had simply needed to fulfill the proficiency requirement to be promoted. Now, however, not only did lifestyle players had to have enough proficiency, but they also had to pass a test at their respective lifestyle associations. Once they could create a specified item with a certain success rate would their rank rise. Otherwise, with how many alchemists the Candlelight trading firm nurtured, they would have had far more advanced alchemists. Following which, Silent Aspiration joined the competition group for advanced alchemists. Right, for this ranking competition, aside from the aforementioned benefits, the top 3 players will have the opportunity to learn this mana-enhancing potion recipe, Feng said as he took a large booklet from his bag and placed it on the stone table before him. He then shared the details of the mana-enhancing potion to everyone in the room. When the crowd finished reading the potion's effects, they went into an uproar. What? This is a berserk potion? An advanced berserk potion? And there's a special alchemy technique included with the recipe. If I could learn that technique, I might have an easier time trying for master rank. I have to fight for one of the top 3 positions this time, no matter what. Every alchemist's eyes shone with excitement. Even Silent Aspiration, who didn't seem overly excited about the competition, showed great interest after seeing the mana-enhancing potion. Advanced alchemy recipes weren't like ordinary alchemy recipes. Advanced alchemy recipes required the application of unique alchemy techniques. If one could learn these techniques, they'd have better luck when creating their own unique potions in the future. For alchemists who dedicated themselves to researching berserk potions, learning the alchemy technique for the mana-enhancing potion was necessary. Wonder, this is your chance. Haven't you been trying to create an advanced berserk potion for your master rank promotion for a while? If you can get your hands on this recipe, you'll definitely get promoted, a female alchemist beside Silent Wonder said. Michim, this recipe will be of great help. If I secure first place and get the green jade set as well, I'm confident that it won't be long before I become a master alchemist. Silent Wonder nodded. When she looked at the mana-enhancing potion recipe on the table, she knew that she had to obtain it. Moreover, she had the confidence and qualifications to do so. After all, she had constantly improved her techniques for a while now. Seeing fighting spirit fill both Silent Aspiration and Silent Wonder, Feng chuckled. Now that I've said everything that needs to be said, you may head to your designated alchemy rooms. The results will be determined based on overall success rate and production speed, Feng said. No outside items may be used during this competition. You may only use the materials and tools provided by the guild. None of the alchemists were surprised by Feng's requirements. A few of the intermediate alchemists might have better technical skills than the advanced alchemists, but due to their late start in the game, they might not have reached the necessary proficiency to become advanced alchemists yet. Hence, by having intermediate alchemists produce intermediate items and advanced alchemists produce advanced items, calculating the results based on overall success rate and production speed, the firm could assess the player's technical skills, creating a fair competition between the 2 ranks. Following which, Melancholic directed everyone to their designated alchemy rooms. Guild leader, is this really all right? Melancholic's smile worriedly asked after watching the alchemists enter their assigned rooms. To attract alchemists to join the Candlelight trading firm, they had advertised that even the firm's official members would have the right to compete for the dark gold alchemy tools. Although their advertisement had succeeded, letting these non-internal members use such valuable tools was a huge waste. If they only gave internal members access to these tools, they might nurture master alchemists far more quickly. Instead of answering Melancholic Smile's question, Feng asked, "How are the internal members doing? What's their progress on learning the basic secret alchemy technique?" 1/3 of them have learned the designated basic alchemy technique. According to the rules you've set, each technique they learn will grant them 1 chance to read the Moon God's secret record. So far, the best alchemist has read the Moon God's secret record 4 times, while everyone else has read it twice on average, Melancholic Smile answered, unsure as to why Feng had asked such a question. Although the basic alchemy techniques were beneficial, they were only basic techniques at the end of the day. Meanwhile, there was no lack of experts among the alchemists participating in this competition. This was especially true for Silent Wonder. Had the woman chosen to become one of Candlelight's internal members, she might have become a master alchemist by now. That's enough then. Feng chuckled without explaining further. Now, all we need to do is examine their performance. The benefits he had offered were astounding, but that didn't mean that outsiders could easily gain access to them. Chapter 1553, Alchemy Battle. Chapter 1553, Alchemy Battle. Despite the confident look Feng gave her, Melancholic Smile couldn't help her concern. However, since Feng had decided, She could only watch this competition play out and hope that the non-internal members wouldn't occupy too many of the top 10 positions. Letting internal members learn basic alchemy techniques? When Yulan overheard the conversation between Feng and Melancholic Smile, she could not help her smile. She had worried for Silent Aspiration since he'd be competing against so many advanced alchemists. Now, however, she breathed a sigh of relief. If it were only a matter of basic alchemy techniques, Silent Aspiration had already learned a few. Although basic alchemy techniques were indeed precious, with her position in Underworld and the resources she had collected, she had managed to help Silent Aspiration learn 3 such techniques. Moreover, basic alchemy techniques could only help alchemists solidify their foundation. It wouldn't help them much when improving their actual technique standards past a certain point. When comparing technical standards, there was little difference between an alchemist who had learned 3 basic alchemy techniques and one that had learned 4. The difference would only show itself when players attempted to create their own unique potions. With the basic alchemy techniques Silent Aspiration had learned and the wealth of experience he had gained while dabbling in the alchemical arts, he should have a high chance of securing first place in this competition. With this, she could, more or less, prove to Zero Wing that her group could be useful. Otherwise, in the event that the Blackwater Corporation targeted Zero Wing because of her people, Zero Wing's members would look down on her group. Meanwhile, in the alchemy rooms on the top floor, both the advanced alchemists and the intermediate alchemists had begun to refine the materials on their respective workstations. For the competition, every alchemist had been given 100 sets of materials. Moreover, rather than some extremely valuable potion, they only had to create commonly used potions. The intermediate alchemists had been asked to create fire potions. As for advanced alchemists, they had to create frozen soul potions. Although the fire potion and the frozen soul potion were common items, their production was more difficult than other portions of the same rank. They were quite suited for testing alchemists' production techniques. Feng had also chosen these 2 potions for the assessment due to the Eclipse Gate. Any player that visited the Eclipse Gate would need them. The frozen soul potion, in particular, could grant a small amount of ice resistance and waken freezing. These effects were particularly useful when fighting the Eclipse Gate's ice-type monsters. It seems there is some level of difficulty to this assessment. Taking a look at the materials before him, Silent Aspiration realized that he had to craft an advanced potion. Once the alchemists were in position, Melancholic Smile announced the competition's start through the team chat. The alchemists took action immediately. They are all quite skillful. Feng nodded in satisfaction while he watched the display showing the advanced alchemists' competition venue. Every advanced alchemist had clearly come prepared. As soon as the competition had begun, they had entered a state of total concentration, ignoring everything around them as they focused on concocting their potions. Their actions were fast and precise, without any excess movement to waste their time. Not only were these alchemists required to maintain a high success rate in this competition, but they also had to maintain a high production speed. With only 1 hour, it was impossible for the alchemists to go through all 100 sets of prepared materials. The main goal was to see how many potions the alchemists could produce within a fixed time and at what success rate. This way, the outcome would be obvious for all to see when the competition ended. Master Aspiration is really impressive. He refined the materials so quickly, an advanced alchemist behind Yulan exclaimed as he watched Silent Aspiration's performance. Although he, too, was an advanced alchemist, his rank had been average among Underworld's advanced alchemists. In a competition between 80 advanced alchemists, he had little confidence of ranking among the top 10. However, Silent Aspiration was different. Even in Underworld, only one other advanced alchemist had been capable of competing against Silent Aspiration. That alchemist had also been an elder with decades of alchemical experience. Meanwhile, Silent Aspiration's refining process was meticulous and natural. The frozen soul potions production had very high requirements. If the refined materials weren't sufficiently pure, the system would determine the potion's failure, Yet Silent Aspiration refined the materials nearly twice as fast as the other advanced alchemists in the competition and still fulfilled the system's requirements. Just where did the guild leader find this alchemy expert? His production speed is actually on par with Silent Wonder's. Silent Aspiration's performance even surprised Melancholic Smile. Silent Wonder was one of the Candlelight trading firm's top advanced alchemists. She'd even rank near the very top of all of God's Domain's alchemists. Melancholic Smile envied the woman's talent. Fortunately, she was a forger, but an alchemist. Yet, Feng had actually found another advanced alchemist that could rival Silent Wonder. When Melancholic Smile thought about how the Candlelight trading firm had two such impressive individuals, she became even more confident of competing in the Apocalypse Empire and the Black Dragon Empire. Even the Candlelight trading firm's alchemy is so strong. Meanwhile, Yulan couldn't help but be astonished by Silent Wonder's performance. The Candlelight trading firm had risen to fame due to its forging standards. It was likely that no power in Starmoon Kingdom could surpass Candlelight in forging. Even throughout God's domain, Candlelight's forging standards would rank at the very top. After all, based on the information she had collected in Underworld, she knew that the firm had at least one master forger, Black Flame. Master Lifestyle players stood at the apex of God's domain's current subclasses. Based on the reports she had received, there were only 3 players that had been confirmed as master forgers in God's domain, including Black Flame. Moreover, among these 3 people, one had only been promoted recently. She had never expected the Candlelight trading firm to be so impressive in alchemy as well. Furthermore, Silent Wonder was still so young. Although Yulan herself was not an alchemist, she could still tell that, aside from Silent Wonder, the other advanced alchemist standards were very high. If the Candlelight trading firm continued to grow at this pace, it would definitely become a powerful force not to be reckoned with in the future. Time passed quickly. The intermediate and advanced alchemists in the alchemy rooms entered their own worlds as they focused on creating their respective potions. Before they knew it, the 1-hour time limit ended. As an ear-piercing alarm rang in the alchemy rooms, every alchemist stopped what they were doing. Time's up. Please let me get into the top 10 this time. Some alchemists in the competition venues worried as they reluctantly parted with the partially concocted potions in their hands. Some players confidently set their tools down and waited for the supervisors to tally their scores. All right, everyone enter the venues and tally up the crafted potions and used materials. Once you're done, send the results to me directly. Melancholic Smile instructed the NPCs outside the alchemy room's entrances. In God's domain, as a shop's star rank rose, the intellect of the shop's NPCs would increase as well. These NPCs could then help players with a larger variety of tasks. However, this improvement came with a price as the shop would have to pay higher salaries. Fortunately, the increased expenditure was no problem for the Candlelight trading firm. Following which, the NPCs entered their assigned alchemy rooms and collected every alchemist's results. They then transmitted the information to Melancholic Smile. A short moment later, Melancholic Smile had the results for the 244 intermediate alchemists and 80 advanced alchemists. Immediately, Melancholic Smile had the system filter the information, and she quickly obtained the competition's final ranks. At the same time, the various alchemists left their respective alchemy rooms and regrouped in the special alchemy room Feng occupied. After entering the room, they watched Feng and Melancholic Smile with hopeful expressions. I wonder who will rank among the top 10 this time. I'll definitely be one of them. My performance was exceptional this time. I wonder who will get number 1. It should be Silent Wonder. She's been improving like there's no tomorrow. I've heard that she has already invented a new advanced berserk potion. Only, she hasn't successfully crafted the potion thus far. Everyone was curious and confident about the competition this time, and they couldn't help but chat quietly as they waited. Alright, quiet down. I'll announce the results now, Melancholic Smile declared. Chapter 1554, Hierarchical Gap. Chapter 1554, Hierarchical Gap. In the crowded special alchemy room, every player turned towards Melancholic Smile as soon as she spoke, eager to learn the competition's results. Any alchemist would even envy the benefits for the 10th place, let alone the benefits the top 3 would enjoy. With the help of the awarded alchemy tools, these alchemists would have a smoother path to becoming master alchemists. Once they became master alchemists, they'd reach the apex of the alchemy industry, becoming a target for superpowers recruitment. A total of 324 people have participated in the competition this time. Among them, 244 are intermediate alchemists, and 80 are advanced alchemists. Overall, I would say that everyone has scored fairly well. However, the final results are clear, Melancholic Smile said, smiling as she glanced at the alchemists present. I'll now announce the top 10 rankings. 10th place, Floating Cloud, Intermediate Alchemist. Materials used, 59 sets. Produced 19 fire potions. Practical success rate is 32.2%. 9th place, Smiling Heaven, Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 49 sets. Produced 16 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 32.65%. 8th place, Tainted Maple, Intermediate Alchemist. Materials used, 58 sets. Produced 19 fire potions. Practical success rate is 32.75%. As Melancholic Smile reported the results, the crowd gasped in shock. What? Even intermediate alchemists have ranked among the top 10. Crap, what kind of speed and success rate is that? I went all out for the whole hour, yet I only used 52 sets of materials and made 16 fire potions. Are they even human? All of these alchemists were very familiar with the fire potion and frozen soul potions production specifications. If an alchemist of the same rank tried to craft them without the aid of any external items, the system would set their base success rate at 35%. However, it was extremely difficult for an alchemist's practical success rate to reach this theoretical success rate. If an alchemist only crafted a small number of potions, they might be lucky enough to achieve a practical success rate that was higher than the theoretical success rate, but that was nearly impossible when mass-producing potions. Moreover, the likelihood of such a situation would only decrease as players crafted more potions. Hence, when competing in a competition that required 50 to 100 sets of materials, one had to rely on their actual capabilities. Luck had very little impact in such competitions. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to maintain a high production speed if one wanted to maintain a high success rate. After all, the hastier one was, the more likely they were to make mistakes. This, in turn, resulted in a lower success rate. In this competition, players were first judged based on the number of potions they crafted. Their success rate was secondary. If 2 players produced the same number of potions, their ranks would then be determined by their success rate. This made it impossible for players to gain an advantage with trickery. Of course, this judging method was only effective among alchemists of the same rank. At the end of the day, the fire potion was much easier to produce compared to the frozen soul potion. It didn't require as much time to craft either. As a result, it was natural that the players crafting fire potions would produce more than those crafting frozen soul potions. Hence, when comparing alchemists of different ranks, for fairness's sake, advanced alchemists would have a modifier of +3 potions added to their tallies. Just who are these people? Yulan was astounded as she watched the alchemists walk up to the stage. Melancholic Smile occupied. When Feng had stated that the practical success rate of Candlelight's core members was around 30%, she had assumed the man had exaggerated. Looking at it now, however, it would seem that Feng had told her the truth. In fact, he had understated the firm's alchemists. There were likely only 2 alchemists in Underworld who could achieve such a high production speed and success rate. Ordinary advanced alchemists would be fortunate to achieve 2/3 of the production speed of Zero Wing's advanced alchemists. They'd thank the heavens if they could reach even 20% of these alchemists' practical success rate. As Melancholic Smile continued to announce the top 10 ranks, Silent Aspiration and Silent Wonder, who stood below the stage, were flabbergasted. They had never thought that the other alchemists in the trading firm would achieve such excellent results, only slightly inferior to theirs. Zero Wing sure has a lot of alchemy experts. But this old man will still take first place. Silent Aspiration hadn't lost any of his confidence. He had nearly achieved perfection with his performance. While he was surprised that so many of Candlelight's advanced alchemists had produced 16 frozen soul potions in 1 hour, they still couldn't compare to him. After all, he had crafted a total of 18 frozen soul potions. Though part of the reason for his result had been his luck with his final attempt, luck was also a component of an alchemist's strength. Alright, next up is 5th place, Silent Aspiration Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 53 sets. Produced 18 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 96%. Everyone gasped when they heard Silent Aspiration's results. The advanced alchemist that scored 6th place had only produced 16 frozen soul potions, yet his score had increased by 2. The result was frightening. 5th. How is this possible? Silent Aspiration turned to look at Melancholic Smile, suspicious. Even Yulan, who stood beside Feng, could not believe this. Silent Aspiration had successfully crafted 18 frozen soul potions in 1 hour, yet he only ranked 5th. However, before Silent Aspiration and Yulan could question the results, Melancholic Smile announced the 4th place winner. 4th place, Silent Wonder Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 52 sets. Produced 18 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 61%. Hearing this result, Silent Aspiration, who had intended to question the results, was at a loss for words. Someone was actually capable of producing 18 frozen soul potions with a near-perfect success rate. Next, in 3rd place, Rainwalker Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 59 sets. Produced 20 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 89%. 2nd place, Gentle Stab Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 61 sets. Produced 21 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 42%. 1st place, Dormant Twilight Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 62 sets. Produced 22 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 48%. When Melancholic Smile finished announcing the competition's results, silence descended on the venue. Everyone turned towards the top 3 alchemists on the stage, skepticism filling their eyes. Were the results manipulated? Silent Wonder was confused as she read the results. Her production speed in this competition had been the best she had ever achieved, completing 52 attempts in 1 hour. That was basically 1 attempt every minute or so. Her success rate was even close to perfection. Yet, of the 3 alchemists who ranked above her, 2 had spent less than a minute on each attempt. One had even achieved a success rate that exceeded the system's theoretical success rate. She found it hard to imagine how these people could have possibly achieved such results. The only possibility she could think of was that they had cheated and used alchemy tools that increased their production speed and success rate. Silent Wonder wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Silent Aspiration and Yulan had reached the same conclusion. The report had even surprised Melancholic Smile. I know that some of you will refuse to believe these results and suspect that the top 3 alchemists have cheated in some way. However, I guarantee you that that is not the case. This is their own strength. Do not think that the top 3 positions of the Candlelight trading firm are so easy to obtain. If you do not work hard, the gap between you will only grow, Feng stated as he glanced at everyone present. To maintain fairness, I'll show you these top 3 alchemists' refining process. After Feng said so, Melancholic Smile displayed the recording of the top 3 alchemists' refining process on the magic water ball in the center of the room. As this was a competition, everyone's work had been recorded to avoid any cheating. Others would also be able to use the recordings of the high achievers as reference. As the videos played, the crowd noticed that the top 3 alchemists' production speeds weren't particularly fast. In fact, they were slower than most of the participating advanced alchemists. However, while these 3 were refining their potions, they'd occasionally give up halfway through and concoct a new potion as if they knew that their attempt wouldn't succeed. By giving up halfway, these 3 alchemists saved a lot of time. As a result, they went through far more materials during the limited amount of time. When the videos ended, every alchemist in the room turned as one towards the top 3 alchemists, realizing where the difference lay. How is that possible? Silent wonder and silent aspiration were dumbfounded. It was impossible to know how a potion would turn out before it was refined. They couldn't fathom why these 3 had decided to give up on certain attempts midway, yet it was precisely the reason they had achieved far better results. Could this be some kind of alchemy technique? Silent wonder and silent aspiration considered the thought at practically the same time. This was especially true for Silent Wonder. She was no stranger to the top 3 alchemists, but when it came to alchemy standards, she had no doubt that she was superior. The only way the trio could surpass her was with alchemy techniques. The trio must have learned a technique that she didn't know, which was why there was such a massive difference between them. Based on the fact that all 3 alchemists had learned the same technique at the same time, she guessed that it must have something to do with the Candlelight's internal member training program. Alright, now that you've seen their refining processes, I'm sure you've realized where the difference lies. The promised benefits for the top 10 winners will be delivered to your respective alchemy rooms. I want you 3 to stay behind. Everyone else, you may leave if you have nothing else to say, Feng announced, chuckling as he noticed Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration, who appeared to be deep in thought. Chapter 1555. Internal Benefits. Chapter 1555. Internal Benefits. After Feng gave the command, everyone began orderly shuffling out of the special alchemy room. Even now, though, everyone still felt a little shocked by the outcome of this competition. Originally, they all thought that Silent Wonder would be the champion this time. They had never imagined that she would actually end up failing to get within even the top 3. Moreover, there was a huge difference between her results and the results of the 3rd-place winner. This was simply incredible. However, just like Feng had said, they had indeed underestimated the Candlelight trading firm's foundations. The difference between the support received by internal members and official members was much greater than they had expected. Only now did everyone understand why Feng had declared that even official members could take part in this competition. Most likely, from the very beginning, Feng had never once thought that the official members of Candlelight had the capabilities to compete for the top few positions. Hence, he had boldly allowed official members to take part in the competition without any restrictions. Although the benefits for the top 10 positions were quite good, there was a qualitative difference between them and what the top 3 winners received. In God's domain, secret silver alchemy tools were indeed very rare, but the various large guilds generally had a few pieces. However, in the case of the fine gold ranked Ocean's Glow set and the dark gold ranked Green Jade set, they were not things that just any guild would have. Even super guilds would not necessarily be able to obtain these precious treasures. With the aid of these top-tier alchemy tools, one would definitely have a much higher chance of creating a new potion. Meanwhile, as everyone was leaving, Silent Wonder suddenly walked up to Feng. What's going on? Could Silent Wonder be trying to complain about the competition results? That shouldn't be the case. She must have seen the videos as well. There are indeed no problems with the results. Dormant Twilight and the others did indeed win the competition fair and square. Moreover, the results will most likely remain the same for the next few competitions. It really makes you wonder how they managed to improve so quickly. I recall that Dormant Twilight and the other 2 were quite inferior to Silent Wonder some time ago. How should I know? However, it should have something to do with the trading firm's internal member training program. It's a pity that I lack the strength to join it. Everyone could not help but start a quiet discussion among themselves as they looked at Silent Wonder. Guild leader, May I ask you a question? Silent Wonder asked as she looked at Feng seriously. A question? Upon seeing the serious expression on Silent Wonder's face, Feng chuckled and replied, Sure, ask away. After taking in a deep breath, Silent Wonder said, I wish to ask about the alchemy technique Dormant and the others have learned. Can the technique be learned by becoming an internal member of the guild? To some extent, yes, Feng replied after giving the matter some thought. Truthfully, Feng was rather surprised himself by the trio's performance. He had never thought that they would gain such a significant harvest from reading the Moon God's secret journal. The Moon God's secret journal was indeed an alchemy treasure. However, it was a set of 3 volumes, and he had obtained only the first volume of the set, which contained only information on the various materials available in God's domain. It was just like an encyclopedia for materials. There were no alchemy techniques recorded inside the volume. Meanwhile, among the basic alchemy techniques he obtained from the Moon God's secret room, none of them contained the technique Dormant Twilight and the others had used. Feng's answer rendered everyone speechless. What did he mean by, to a certain extent? Could they, or could they not learn the alchemy technique? Then, as long as I become an internal member of Candlelight, will I be able to learn the techniques Dormant and the others are learning as well? Silent Wonder simply could not wrap her mind around the technique Dormant Twilight and the others had displayed during the competition. Their every action during the competition had been very normal, so much so that they did not even apply any basic alchemy techniques and had just concocted the potions normally. In the end, however, the results they achieved were still leaps and bounds ahead of hers. At this moment, it was as if she had seen a new world in Dormant Twilight and the others. To an alchemy fanatic like herself, it would be akin to torture for her not to study such a mysterious and amazing technique. Guild leader Black Flame, if this old man also becomes an internal member of Candlelight, will I be able to study such alchemy techniques too? Silent Aspiration, who had kept his own counsel all this time, suddenly stepped forward and asked Feng. Master Aspiration? Yulan could not help being stunned by this scene. Even back when Silent Aspiration was in Underworld, he had not yielded even once to its temptations. Nothing that Underworld tried succeeded in binding Silent Aspiration to the organization, as the old man despised being bound by restrictions. Yet now, Silent Aspiration was actually thinking of accepting such restrictive conditions just for some alchemy techniques. Yulan truly could not help but wonder just what kind of alchemy techniques could actually inspire an obsession in a master like Silent Aspiration. I cannot guarantee that you all will learn the alchemy technique you speak of. I can only say that how much you learn after becoming Candlelight's internal members will depend on yourselves. Feng could see the yearning these two people had for alchemy techniques. However, he truly could not guarantee that they would learn the technique they mentioned. It depended entirely on how much they could learn from the Moon God's secret journal and how well they would be able to put that knowledge to use. Upon hearing Feng's reply, Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration could not help but hesitate. Since that is the case, I'll join. After giving the matter some more thought, Silent Wonder still chose to become an internal member of Candlelight in the end. Although she did not know what kind of treatment internal members received, when she saw how much Dormant Twilight and the others had improved, she could not help growing anxious. After all, despite so little time having passed since the trio had become internal members, their alchemy standards had already gone from being inferior to hers to surpassing hers by a large margin. She also had to admit that the Candlelight trading firm was truly powerful. It possessed advantages that even super guilds did not. Although she was confident in herself, she was not blind. If things continued at this rate, the gap between herself and Dormant Twilight and the others would most likely continue to widen. This was not an outcome she wished to see. Moreover, she was also very curious to find out just what kind of item could help the internal members improve by so much in so little time. Interesting. This old man will join as well. Silent Aspiration chuckled as he sent glance at Silent Wonder and Dormant Twilight's group. Although being able to conduct experiments without restrictions was good, The competition with a bunch of alchemy experts had rekindled his long-lost fighting spirit and edge. Now, his goal had already changed. Instead of aiming to become the #1 alchemist in God's domain, he decided he would first secure the position of chief alchemist in the Candlelight trading firm. Only afterwards would he contend for the title of #1 alchemist in God's domain, as expected of the guild leader. With this, we won't have to worry about lacking potions to sell in Candlelight. Melancholic Smile could not help but inwardly worship Feng's capabilities. After all, he had actually managed to lure alchemy experts like Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration into becoming internal members of Candlelight while barely doing anything. With the standards of these two alchemy experts, the Candlelight trading firm would have no trouble producing extremely complex potions. Meanwhile, Yulan was dumbfounded by this scene. Despite all the methods Underworld had tried, it had failed to rope Silent Aspiration into the organization. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had merely allowed Silent Aspiration to take part in a competition, and already the Master was taking the initiative to join the guild. If Underworld's upper echelon were to find out about this matter, just what kind of reactions would this elicit? After Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration declared their intention to become internal members, the other advanced alchemists that were still on the fence about binding themselves further to Candlelight decide to join as well. The Candlelight trading firm's capabilities in the alchemy industry soared once again. Following which, Feng had Melancholic Smile redo the contracts of Silent Wonder and the others as well as give them a rundown on the benefits internal members enjoyed. Compared to official members, internal members not only enjoyed better benefits but also received more GCPs for the same amount of work. At the same time, they also got to learn rare alchemy recipes. Meanwhile, what surprised Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration was that internal members could learn not only basic secret alchemy techniques but also advanced secret alchemy techniques. However, both types required one to spend a certain amount of GCPs to learn. They were not things that could be learned freely. Aside from these basic benefits, there is still this item serving as the main benefit for internal members, Melancholic Smile said as she took out a thick book from her bag and placed it on the stone table before her. As long as you all manage to grasp a basic secret alchemy technique, you'll gain one opportunity to read this book. If you learn an advanced secret alchemy technique, you'll gain 5 chances to read it. The new internal members present stirred slightly when they saw the thick book on the stone table. However, Melancholic Smile's words shocked them. Basic secret alchemy techniques were not easy to learn, yet fully grasping one such technique granted them only one opportunity to read the thick book. This requirement was absurdly high. However, the alchemists that had already become internal members gave longing looks at the thick book, wishing they could read it for the rest of their lives. This book is The Moon God's Secret Journal. At this moment, Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration both gaped in shock involuntarily when they read the words written on the cover of the thick book, their breathing becoming much heavier. Chapter 1556, 3-Star NPC Merchant. Chapter 1556, 3-Star NPC Merchant. The Moon God's Secret Journal. Everyone present was stunned momentarily when they heard Silent Wonder's words, their eyes staring dazedly at the thick book on the stone table. As long as one was an alchemist in God's domain, they would generally have visited a library and read up on matters regarding the alchemy world. Most of the many introductory books on alchemy would mention the alchemy treasure known as the Moon God's Secret Journal. Among the numerous epic wars that the continent of God's domain experienced before, quite a few of them were over the Moon God's Secret Journal. Meanwhile, such a precious alchemy treasure was actually being offered as a benefit for the internal members of the Candlelight trading firm. No wonder the three of them could improve so quickly. Realization dawned upon Silent Wonder as she turned to look at Dormant Twilight and the others. At the same time, the benefits offered to Candlelight's internal members also rendered her utterly speechless. Feng's confidence in allowing even official members to compete for the top 10 positions was understandable. Meanwhile, silent aspiration's eyes were practically glowing as he looked at the moon god's secret journal. He wished he could take a read through the book right this instant. I'm sure you all know how valuable this moon god's secret journal is. If you wish to read it, you'll have to rely on your own abilities to do so. Any internal member can look for Melancholic Smile to learn basic secret alchemy techniques. Also, only after learning one technique completely will you be allowed to learn another. Each time you finish learning a technique, you'll be given one opportunity to read through the moon god's secret journal. How many times you'll be able to read through the journal will depend on yourselves. Feng could not help but chuckle when he saw the longing in everyone's eyes. He then left the remaining matters for Melancholic Smile to deal with. Upon hearing Feng's words, the advanced alchemists that had become internal members just now immediately ran up to Melancholic Smile, fighting over the chance to start learning a basic secret alchemy technique as soon as possible. Had Feng taken out the moon god's secret journal and shown it to them before the competition, they would have treated the journal as merely an alchemy treasure. They would not have had a clear understanding of its value. However, after watching Dormant Twilight and the others' performance, they came to fully appreciate the power of the moon god's secret journal. Now, they hoped to grasp the knowledge stored inside the journal as soon as possible. Just as Feng was letting Dormant Twilight and the other two top 3 winners learn the mana-enhancing potion recipe, Aqua Rose suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, I just received a report stating that Heaven's Burial has begun raiding the Orc Empire's ancient rock city. Moreover, they've mobilized a considerable force. At this point in time, we estimate that Heaven's Burial has mobilized over 100,000 elite members and 5,000 NPCs. By the looks of it, they are almost certain to capture ancient rock city, Aqua Rose reported. They dare raid an orc city with just 100,000 elite players and 5,000 mercenaries? Hearing Aqua Rose's words, Feng could not help but fall into deep thought. Could Heaven's Burial have some other insurance? He might not have a clear idea of how powerful the cities in the Orc Empire were, but one thing he did know was that the cities located in neutral maps were not that easy to raid. For example, even though the secret pavilion had obtained 15,000 NPC mercenaries from him, its chances of securing an orc city were minimal. After all, a city possessed a defensive magic array. Meanwhile, attacks at Tier 3 and below would do very little to deplete the energy of a city's defensive magic array. In addition, the orcs defending the city would definitely outnumber players by a lot. There were also mythic monsters garrisoning the city. Unlike the mythic monsters found in dungeons and out in the fields, a mythic monster defending a city would receive a significant buff from the city's defensive magic array. An army of 100,000 elite players was no different from a bunch of ants in the face of such a mythic monster. The latter could annihilate the former with little to no effort. In fact, even if the mythic monsters defending the city did not make a move, the orc army stationed inside the city would most likely be able to annihilate Heaven's Burial's army of 100,000 elite players easily. Hence, by attempting to capture ancient rock city, either Heaven's Burial's upper echelon consisted of utter fools or the guild had some other power they were relying on. Guild leader, I heard that many first-rate guilds are sending their own forces to take advantage of the situation. Should we poke our hands into the matter as well? Aqua Rose did not have any positive feelings about Heaven's Burial. In other words, their two guilds were basically enemies. Now that Heaven's Burial was trying to capture ancient rock city, Zero Wing naturally could not just sit out and do nothing. Forget it. Since Heaven's Burial dares to take such an action, I'm sure they've considered this problem as well. For all we know, we might end up stepping into a trap they set up. Let the other guilds have their fun. However, make sure to keep an eye on the situation there as well, Feng said, shaking his head. Right, are you done sorting through the information on the NPC merchants yet? Beast Emperor's shadow loomed behind Heaven's Burial. In a field battle without the aid of defensive structures like the Magic Tower, dealing with a swarm of evil beasts and evil demons would be very difficult. At the very least, Zero Wing currently still lacked the means to contend against an army of monsters in a frontal confrontation. In fact, Heaven's Burial's goal in attacking Ancient Rock City might not be the conquest of the city at all. It might very well be an attempt to lure the various large guilds into a trap and turn their members into resources for Beast Emperor to create even more evil demons. After all, the Black Dragon Empire's Evil Gods Temple had already been activated. If Beast Emperor wished to nurture powerful evil demons, he would need a large number of sacrifices to do so. Meanwhile, hunting for players the normal way would take a very long time. If he could gather a large number of players in a single location at the same time, with the said location even being in a neutral map, just the thought of it horrified Feng. Now, the only thing Feng could do was improve Zero Wing's power as quickly as possible. He was confident that so long as he developed Zero Wing City properly, be it Heaven's Burial, Beast Emperor, or the Blackwater Corporation, none of them should even dream of shaking Zero Wing's foundations by even the slightest. I understand. I'll have Flying Shadow and the others head over to take a look. Aqua Rose nodded. As for the NPC merchants, I've already compiled a report on their details. I'll send it over to you now. Following which, Aqua Rose disconnected the call and sent the statistics report on the NPC merchants to Feng. Why are there so many of them? Feng was stunned as he looked through the information Aqua Rose sent to him. During the short amount of time Zero Wing City had been open, over 1,000 NPC merchants had actually come seeking to do business in the city. This number exceeded even that of the NPC merchants Shadow had managed to lure in with its main city. Although the majority of the merchants had low potential and were only 1-star NPC merchants, there were still over 200 2-star NPC merchants seeking to do business in Zero Wing City. With this amount of 2-star NPC merchants, Zero Wing City could already rival the main cities operated by first-rate guilds in the past. These are 3-star NPC merchants. As Feng reached the end of the list, he noticed that the symbol representing the NPC merchants had transitioned from 2 stars to 3 stars. How is this possible? Zero Wing City was just constructed recently, yet 3-star NPC merchants are visiting it already. If the guilds in the past were to find out that 3-star NPC merchants visited Zero Wing City almost immediately after the city's opening, they would definitely die of envy. In God's domain, there was a qualitative difference between 2-star and 3-star NPC merchants. Although there was not much of a difference when it came to the kinds of products both types of NPC merchants sold, when it came to potential, a 3-star NPC merchant surpassed their 2-star counterparts by leaps and bounds. An NPC merchant's star ranking determined not only the quality of the items they sold but also the development speed of the shop purchased by the said NPC merchant. Shops operated by NPC merchants were different from those operated by players. Players had to either complete extremely difficult team quests or obtain the corresponding promotion orders. In contrast, NPC merchants did not have to go through such troublesome procedures. Instead, the promotion of their shops relied entirely on their sales volume. After a shop achieved a certain sales volume, the shop would get promoted automatically. Meanwhile, the higher ranked an NPC merchant was, the greater the sales volume they were able to achieve, allowing them to get their shops promoted much more quickly. When an NPC-operated shop got promoted, it would start selling much more valuable items, which, in turn, would help attract more players to the city the shop was located in. Meanwhile, on average, the promotion speed of a shop operated by a 3-star NPC merchant was double that of a 2-star NPC merchant. If a city possessed a sufficiently large player population, the promotion speed could even be 2 or 3 times faster. Hence, the various large guilds in the past would do everything they could to attract a 3-star NPC merchant to their cities. In the past, Feng had only ever heard of 3-star NPC merchants taking the initiative to visit the main cities operated by super guilds, and never for cities of lower standards. As a result, the large guilds had to compete over the 3-star NPC merchants found in the various major NPC cities or wandering out in the fields. Meanwhile, not just one 3-star NPC merchant was seeking to do business in Zero Wing City right now, but 2 instead. Thinking up to this point, Feng immediately contacted Aqua Rose. Aqua, Think of a way to have these 2 NPC merchants stay in the city. I'll head over immediately. In God's domain, NPC merchants would stay for only a certain period of time when visiting a city. They would not remain in the city permanently unless given a positive response to their request to do business. If he were to let these 2 3-star NPC merchants get away now, the next one would be long in coming. After saying so, Feng called upon Yulan and had her teleport to Zero Wing City's guild residence with him. Chapter 1557, Empire Changes. Chapter 1557, Empire Changes. Orc Empire, Ancient Rock City. Although Ancient Rock City had once been an abandoned city, the city had recovered to its former glory after the orcs returned to manage it. Towering 20-meter-high walls surrounded the city. Magic runes also strengthened the walls. Not even players with extremely high agility would be able to climb them. A large number of orcs also patrolled the walls, and a defensive magic array encased the city and its stone barrier. With such tight defenses, not even a fly should think of sneaking into the city. However, over 100,000 elite players had gathered a short distance away from Ancient Rock City. These players stood at attention in orderly formations, ready to move out at a single command. Every one of these players wore Heaven's Burial's guild emblem, and even the lowest among them was level 40. A legion of several thousand players atop warhorses stood near the head of this elite army. Even from afar, one would feel an intense pressure weigh down on them. Aside from Heaven's Burial's members, rows of NPC mercenaries stood among the army's frontline. The weakest of these NPCs was level 60, Tier 1, while the strongest were level 70, Tier 2 NPCs. Just what are Heaven's Burial's people trying to do? Do they really think they can get past Ancient Rock City's defenses with so little strength? The various large guilds' upper echelons watching from the sidelines were confused as Heaven's Burial geared up to attack the Orc City. Although the orcs in Ancient Rock City were not particularly high-leveled, with the majority averaging around level 65, and the highest at level 72, players would still have a disadvantage with the level difference. Furthermore, the city's orcs greatly outnumbered Heaven's Burial's forces. Ancient Rock City should be home to over 700,000 orcs at least. Among them, there was no lack of Great Lords and Grand Lords. Heaven's Burial's 100,000-strong elite army and 5,000 NPC mercenaries would barely serve as a warm-up for the orcs. Guild Leader Singular, it seems our siege has attracted quite a few flies, Lei Jingyang commented, smiling as he surveyed the spectating large guilds. Over 10 guilds had gathered to watch Heaven's Burial siege Ancient Rock City. Together, these guilds had dispatched over 200,000 players. The combined force already surpassed Heaven's Burial's numbers. If these large guilds ambushed their army at a crucial moment during the siege, they would deal a fatal blow. Isn't this just as we expected? Singular Burial asked, laughing. That's right. Though, it's a pity that Zero Wing isn't here. Otherwise, we could band together and take the guild out, Lei Jingyang said, sighing. All right, it's almost time to take action. It's about time we teach these guilds who rules over this neutral map. Singular Burial coldly announced after glancing at the system clock. Guild leader, leave it to me. With these sacrifices, we'll have a guarantee of capturing Ancient Rock City. Flame Blood said as he took a black crystal ball from his bag. He then began to chant an incantation. Suddenly, violent roaring filled the surrounding forest. Even the various large guilds watching from outside the forest clearly heard the monsters. Suddenly, ferocious monsters with sharp fangs and claws surged out of the forest and charged for the various guilds' armies. Evil beasts! The upper echelons paled when they saw the monster tide sweep towards them. They were no strangers to evil beasts. After all, they had all watched as evil beasts had assaulted Stone Forest Town twice. During the 2 sieges, they had learned just how powerful evil beasts were. The evil beasts charging towards them were all level 45 and above. Although they were not as strong as those that had attacked Stone Forest Town, they were powerful nonetheless. Furthermore, 3 level 60 mythic-ranked evil earth dragons led the evil beast army. Crap. Everyone, use your return scrolls. The various guilds' upper echelons gave the command to retreat the moment they saw the evil beasts. However, when they tried using their return scrolls, they found them ineffective. In the end, they could only watch as the evil beasts stormed closer. Damn it. We've been tricked. Everyone, get ready to fight and pull back. How dare Heaven's Burial do this? Aren't they afraid that our guilds will band together to exact our revenge? Only now did the various large guilds realize that this had been a trap, but all they could do was give the command to retreat from the battlefield. If they fought the evil beasts, they would only suffer even greater losses. Although these guilds had a total of 200,000 members with them, the evil beast army, which was not suppressed by any magic arrays, had an overwhelming advantage. Even as the various large guilds bombarded the evil beast army with large-scale destruction spells, all they accomplished was clearing out the elite and special elite-ranked evil beasts. The chieftain rank and above evil beasts took barely any damage. In contrast, the evil beasts wiped out these players. The Grand Lord-ranked evil beasts easily massacred groups of players as they moved through their enemies' lines. Even when top-tier experts tried to pin these Grand Lords down, their efforts accomplished very little. As for the mythic-ranked evil earth dragons, they were no different than walking disasters. A single hit could take the lives of hundreds of players. When the 3 evil earth dragons working together, they were practically unstoppable as they mowed through the player armies. In the end, these guilds' upper echelons could only watch as their guild members were exterminated. Heaven's Burial, our guilds will not let you get away with this. The upper echelons realized that there was no escape. They glared and shouted at Singular Burial's group. Let us get away with this? Singular Burial could not help but laugh. It seems like you still don't understand your situation. Haven't you realized that the moment you arrived here, you became a stepping stone for Heaven's Burial? From now on, the Orc Empire will become Heaven's Burial's domain. Whatever we say goes. Previously, they hadn't dared to massacre players openly because they had been afraid of the various large guilds targeting them. However, they had since solidified their foundations. With over 200,000 elite players as sacrifices, they could grow their evil beast army to new heights. Once Ancient Rock City became Heaven's Burial's base of operations, not even God's Domain's superpowers would be a threat to their guild. As the large guild's members continued to die, Flame Blood used the dead players to create evil beasts and demons. Moreover, as the evil beasts killed the enemy players, their levels rapidly rose. By the time the various large guilds were annihilated, 5 more Grand Lord-ranked evil beasts had evolved into mythic-ranked evil earth dragons. The army had also doubled its number of Grand Lords on the battlefield. Amazing! As expected of the large guild's elite players. With these evil beasts, we'll have no problems taking down Ancient Rock City. Flame Blood laughed madly as he gazed at the army under his command. Without a moment to rest, Flame Blood commanded his evil beast army to charge for Ancient Rock City. At the same time, the 8 evil earth dragons roared as they launched 8 Tier 4 spells at the city's defensive magic array. When the spells collided with the barrier shook violently. It was clear that the attacks had depleted a significant portion of the magic barrier's energy. Meanwhile, back in Starmoon Kingdom, Feng and Yulan arrived in Zero Wing City's guild residence. So, this is the rumored Zero Wing City? As Yulan observed the city below her from the guild hall's roof, the scenery captivated her. Not only was Zero Wing City's environment impressive, but a vitality that couldn't be found in any town filled the streets. She spotted plenty of high-level NPCs wandering about the city. There were even plenty of wandering merchants hawking their wares from the sidewalks. Horse carriages, which towns lacked, drove down the streets as they worked. There was barely any difference between Zero Wing City and an NPC city. If she really had to point out a difference, though, it would definitely be Zero Wing City's mana density. Despite the lack of magic towers inside the city, the mana density here was only slightly weaker than in Stone Forest Town. When considering how spacious Zero Wing City was, Yolan's eyes could not help but light up as she imagined the difference several magic towers would make. With Zero Wing's incredible potential, it was no wonder why Feng even dared to provoke the Blackwater Corporation. However, Yulan was curious about why Feng had led her here. Let's visit the City Lord's mansion. Chapter 1558, 3-Star Merchant. The City Lord's mansion in Zero Wing City was located in the heart of the city. Though, the building resembled more of a mountain rather than a mansion. Tall walls surrounded the mansion. The structure was also further protected by a powerful magic array, which only allowed entry through the front entrance. Level 50, Tier 2 NPC guards were stationed at the City Lord's mansion's entrance. The mansion's magic array also reinforced these NPC guards' strength. At this stage of the game, it wouldn't matter how many players tried to break into the City Lord's mansion, these NPC guards would slaughter every one of them without fail. When Feng and Yulan reached the City Lord's mansion's first-floor hall, they were greeted by the sight of hundreds of loitering NPC merchants. Yulan was stunned by the scene. Although she did not have a very clear understanding of NPC merchants, she knew that these NPCs were similar to wandering merchants who visited guild towns. Only, these NPC merchants were more stable and wouldn't abruptly appear one day and disappear the next. They allowed players to obtain a steady supply of rare items. Normally, a town was considered impressive if 20 or 30 wandering merchants visited it at a single time. Meanwhile, the important town's underworld developed only had around 40 wandering merchants present in them at any one time. Yet, Zero Wing City had hundreds of these NPCs. However, what Yulan did not know was that the NPC merchants present were only a small portion of those who had come to discuss business with Zero Wing City. Before this, Aqua Rose had rejected all 1-star NPC merchants and sent them on their way. Now, the merchants in the City Lord's mansion were only 2- and 3-star NPC merchants. Guild leader, you're finally here. Aqua Rose could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Feng enter the hall. If you came any later, the 2 3-star NPC merchants would have left already. What are their conditions to conduct business in the city? Feng asked. Every NPC merchant planning to do business in a guild city had their own conditions. They would not set up their businesses in the city for nothing. Whether a guild could keep these NPC merchants or not would depend on a guild's capabilities to fulfill these NPCs' demands. One of them wants full tax exemption and their shop to be located on the same street as the City Lord's mansion. The other one has requested a large warehouse. This NPC has also asked for his shop to be located on the same street as the City Lord's mansion, Aqua Rose reported. Their asking price sure is ruthless. Feng could not help his frown. The City Lord's mansion was in the heart of the city. The amount of land available in the area was extremely limited. Meanwhile, NPC merchants' shops took up a lot of space, and the lands sold to these merchants couldn't be reclaimed. This meant that he would have to give away 2 valuable plots of land for free, permanently. As for taxes, they were an important source of income for the city. NPC merchants needed to pay these fees to the guild every month, and the amount was based on the shop's rank. It was simply absurd to ask for full tax exemption. There was even less need to mention the warehouse. Constructing a small warehouse would already cost 3,000 gold. A large warehouse would cost at least 10,000 gold. However, the cost of construction was not the main issue. The crucial point was the amount of land the warehouse would take up. Moreover, the warehouse couldn't be constructed too far from the shop, which meant that the warehouse would also have to occupy the same area as the City Lord's mansion. He had to admit that the 2 3-star NPC merchants' asking prices were fraudulent. Is there no room for negotiation? Feng asked. In God's domain, NPCs with higher statuses would have higher intellects. Fortunately, it wasn't entirely impossible to convince NPC merchants to change their conditions. I've tried talking to them multiple times, but both NPCs are dead set on their requirements. Aqua Rose felt helpless about this situation. She had tried her best to negotiate for better conditions, but the NPC merchants were quite determined and had remained unfazed. Suddenly, Yulan asked, "Can you let me give it a try?" Phew. Aqua Rose glanced at the cloaked woman beside Feng. The woman had felt familiar, and upon closer inspection, she recognized Yulan. Curiously, she asked, "Aren't you the manager for Underworld's trading firms? Why are you here?" As far as she could remember, Yulan had always been a very capable woman. Not only had she managed Overwhelming Smiles trading firm until it nearly rivaled the Candlelight trading firm, but she also wielded considerable combat power. "I invited her here. Yulan is now a member of our guild," Feng explained. The corners of Aqua Rose's mouth twitched slightly as she turned to Feng with an incredulous gaze. Yulan had been close to becoming one of Underworld's upper echelons. Underworld, which was an extraordinary organization that had more strength and growth potential than most first-rate guilds. The organization also had ample funding. As long as the organization nurtured enough experts, it could definitely rival super first-rate guilds in the future. Yet, rather than remain as an upper echelon in a future super first-rate guild, Yulan had actually joined Zero Wing, which was currently besieged by numerous powerful enemies. Aqua Rose had no idea what method Feng had used to lure Yulan to Zero Wing. Following which, Feng approved Yulan's suggestion. "All right, I'll leave this matter to you." In any case, there was no harm in trying. Currently, Zero Wing City's background was minimal. Attracting 2 3-star NPC merchants had been enough of a surprise already. It was only natural that these NPC merchants would have significant demands. "Mitchum, I'll try my best." Yulan nodded. She then turned to Aqua Rose and asked, "May I borrow the information you have on Zero Wing City?" Aqua Rose hesitated at Yulan's request. Zero Wing City's information was top secret in the guild. Others shouldn't so easily be given access. "It's fine, let her see it. In any case, she is already a core member of the guild. Also, this information can't be kept a secret forever," Feng said. Now that Zero Wing City was complete, it was only a matter of time before information leaked to the public. It wouldn't really matter if Yulan knew the city's details. Since Feng had agreed, Aqua Rose then sent Yulan the information she had on Zero Wing City. After reading the information for some time, Yulan closed the display, took a deep breath, and entered the reception room where the 2 3-star NPC merchants sat to negotiate. Meanwhile, Feng began to select the 2-star NPC merchants that the city needed. NPC merchants sold a large variety of items, and some NPCs were bound to sell similar items. In that case, he had to choose the NPC merchant with the lower conditions and disregard the NPC merchants with higher conditions that sold the same items. After all, Zero Wing City had limited space. A large amount of land was still needed to build other advanced constructions. He could not waste too much land on these NPC merchants. After 10 minutes of reading through the list, Feng selected 63 2-star NPC merchants. Not only did these NPC merchants sell unique items with very few similarities, but their demands were also fairly reasonable. They were also willing to set their shops up in various parts of the city, which helped to alleviate the issue of too many crowds in a single area. After Feng and Aqua Rose decided the shop locations for every 2-star NPC merchant, Yulan emerged from the reception room. "Guild leader, here are the 2 NPCs' conditions," Yulan said. She then handed Feng 2 contracts. "What?" They actually. When Aqua Rose saw the new conditions on the contracts, she was astonished. She could not believe that the 2 stubborn NPCs, who had refused to budge no matter how she had tried to persuade them, had actually given in. Moreover, their conditions had loosened quite a bit. Although their demands regarding the location of their shops hadn't changed, the NPC that had demanded full tax exemption now only wanted a 50% tax break, whereas the NPC that originally wanted a large warehouse had now settled for a small warehouse. I've tried to convince them to lower their conditions as much as possible, but both of these merchants think that Zero Wing City lacks a competitive edge, so they refuse to relent fully, Yulan said in embarrassment. "Yulan, Do you have the merchant subclass? Aqua Rose suddenly realized a possibility. If Yulan were a merchant, she might have the ability to obtain these results. In that case, though, Yulan would have to be a relatively high-ranked merchant, as the one-star merchant players she had asked for help previously had failed. Michim, I just got promoted to a 3-star merchant. Yulan nodded. A 3-star merchant? Yulan's reply astounded Aqua Rose. Now, she was even more confused as to how Feng had roped Yulan into Zero Wing. Even the strongest merchant in Zero Wing was still some ways away from becoming a 2-star merchant. Only super guilds likely had 2-star merchants at this stage of the game. Meanwhile, the higher a merchant player's star rank was, the stronger their negotiation ability would be with NPCs. With a high-rank merchant player, a guild could reduce prices when paying the system management fees for shops. Whether it was the development of a guild or a trading firm, a high-rank merchant would be a powerful asset. Guild leader, you really are amazing. You actually poached a 3-star merchant from Underworld. If Underworld finds out about this, they would definitely fight us for her, Aqua Rose whispered to Feng. But what Aqua Rose didn't know was that Underworld wouldn't be the only ones looking for trouble. Even the Blackwater Corporation, which currently backed Underworld, would be enraged. Just as Feng was about to sign the contract for the 2 3-star NPC merchants, the sound of a system announcement reached his ears. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Heaven's Burial for successfully capturing the Orc Empire's ancient rock city. Rewarding 50,000 guild popularity, 100,000 guild honor points, and 150 guild influence in Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 1559. 4 Towers of Elements Arise. Chapter 1559. 4 Towers of Elements Arise. Ancient Rock City has been captured. How is that possible? Aqua Rose was dazed when she saw the system announcement. Hundreds of thousands of orcs defended the Orc Empire's cities. Each city was also protected by a powerful, defensive magic array. It would take a lot of time and manpower just to break through the array. However, this wasn't what surprised her most. After all, God's domain had many powerful tools. What shocked her most was the timing. Less than 2 hours had passed since she had received the report about Heaven's Burial's assault on Ancient Rock City. With how many orcs Ancient Rock City housed, it was impossible for an army of 100,000 elite players to clear the city in just 2 hours. There were also various large guilds watching from the sidelines and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Immediately, Aqua Rose began to contact her subordinates and had them look into the situation in Ancient Rock City. Capturing one of the Orc Empire's cities was no trivial matter. Nowadays, many players from the neighboring kingdoms and empires gathered in the Orc Empire to grind and level. Unlike the 3 towns in the Orc Empire that had been captured thus far, Ancient Rock City was located in the Empire's inner region, rather than the outer area. If players wanted to earn contribution points, it was much easier to do so in the inner region due to the stronger monsters. Now that Ancient Rock City had been captured, a large number of players would swarm to the city, using it as a rest area. The money and resources one could make with the city would be frightening. With so much income in Heaven's Burial's background, the guild would develop rapidly. While Aqua Rose investigated the situation, Star Moon Kingdom's forums were in an uproar. Heaven's Burial trapped and killed over 200,000 guild elite players. The various large guilds declare their intent to wipe Heaven's Burial from the face of God's domain. Heaven's Burial controlled an evil beast army to siege Ancient Rock City. As these posts published on the forums, they quickly received a lot of attention and made it to the top of the list. What? Even something like this is possible? Crap. This is cheating. Heaven's Burial can actually control so many evil beasts. Who could possibly be a match for the guild now? It is impressive. But at the end of the day, evil beasts stand against the human race. If NPCs discover these evil beasts, they will mobilize to wipe them out. Moreover, the evil beast army Heaven's Burial controls has suffered significant damages. Didn't you guys see that over 80% of the evil beast army was wiped out in this battle? However, Heaven's Burial now controls ancient Rock City and a town in the Orc Empire. Even without the threat of the evil beast army, which guild could possibly be a match for Heaven's Burial? I'm afraid that it won't be long before Heaven's Burial becomes the #1 guild in the several neighboring kingdoms. I wonder if Heaven's Burial is recruiting? For a time, various conversations about Heaven's Burial filled Star Moon Kingdom's forums. Nobody could have imagined that Heaven's Burial, a guild which Zero Wing constantly suppressed, would rise as a dark horse. Now that the Orc Empire effectively belonged to Heaven's Burial, everyone believed that it wouldn't be long before the guild stole the position of Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. As for the various large guilds working together to take Heaven's Burial down, everyone thought it was nothing more than a joke. Now that Heaven's Burial had captured ancient Rock City, even without the evil beasts, the guild could turn the city into an iron fortress during its protection period, establishing an unshakable foundation in the Orc Empire. There were no teleportation arrays in the Orc Empire. Players had to rely on their own 2 feet to get there. If the various large guilds engaged in a war of attrition against Heaven's Burial inside the Empire, they'd be at an overwhelming disadvantage. After all, Heaven's Burial's members could resurrect in ancient Rock City. At the same time, they could teleport to the city with guild transfer scrolls, providing swift reinforcements. The various large guilds could not afford to go to war with Heaven's Burial for some time. Meanwhile, inside ancient Rock City, Heaven's Burial's members had already begun to reconstruct the city. They were prepared to turn the city into Heaven's Burial's main headquarters. Wonderful. This is just wonderful. It won't be long before we can open ancient Rock City to the public. Guild Leader Singular, you and your guild have done magnificently. With this city as our base, we won't have to worry about a lack of funds or resources when developing elsewhere. We might even attract a few more major corporations to work with us. Lei Jingyang said. He could not help but laugh as he watched over ancient Rock City from the city walls. Our success is all thanks to you, young Master Lei. If not for your Tier 4 domain scroll, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the Guardian boss so smoothly. Had we been any slower in the fight, the evil beast army might have been annihilated. Singular Burial sighed ruefully. Although he had been confident about capturing ancient Rock City, now that the city was actually in his hands, he felt as if he were dreaming. The orcs defending ancient Rock City weren't like those in the fields. The city's magic array had buffed these defending orcs, and although they had a large number of evil beasts and evil demons, they had only held back the orcs temporarily, failing to annihilate them completely. While most of the orcs in the city had been distracted, they had used the 8 mythic-ranked evil earth dragons and mercenary NPCs to open a path towards the city's guardian boss. Only after using a Tier 4 domain scroll had they managed to kill the level 72 orc general. In the end, they had sacrificed 6 evil earth dragons, over 80% of the evil beast and evil demon army, and over 40,000 elite players to capture ancient Rock City. Although the sacrifices had been great, they were insignificant compared to the potential profits they could gain through ancient Rock City. Guild Leader Singular, now that we've captured ancient Rock City, we'll have to expand the guild. Are you really planning to go along with the original plan to deal with Star Moon Kingdom's Zero Wing? Lei Jingyang asked curiously. Now that Heaven's Burial could use ancient Rock City as its foundation, truthfully, it was a huge waste of time to focus the guild's development in Star Moon Kingdom. In Lei Jingyang's opinion, the correct decision would be to focus the guild's development in the 2 neighboring empires. After all, the empires had far more players and resources compared to Star Moon Kingdom. Of course, it is about time we show Star Moon Kingdom who its true overlord is. Singular Burial snapped, a cold glint flashing in his eyes when he heard the name Zero Wing. Heaven's Burial had been forced to abandon its development in Star Moon Kingdom precisely because of Zero Wing. As a result, Heaven's Burial had become a laughingstock in the public eye and had been forced to shift its focus to neutral maps. Now that Heaven's Burial had ancient Rock City as assurance, It had to recover its previous glory. Moreover, Singular Burial still held a grudge against Feng for killing him with a single attack back in the Frozen Scar. How could he possibly shift his guild's development to other kingdoms and empires before getting his revenge? Meanwhile, back in Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing City. Guild leader, this is bad. Aqua Rose frowned slightly when she read the latest situation report from her subordinates. Now that Heaven's Burial has secured a gold mine like Ancient Rock City, although they still lack the military prowess to do anything to us, they have begun to intervene in Starmoon Kingdom's market. Not only have they lowered prices of the items they sold in the kingdom by 20%, but they've also placed a bounty on our entire guild. They'll pay 20 silver for each normal member killed, 1 gold for elite members, 10 gold for core members, 1,000 gold for the guild's upper echelons, and 20,000 gold for you, guild leader. They're clearly trying to defeat us using money. Defeat us using money? Feng could not help his smile when he heard Aqua Rose's report. This is interesting. Guild leader, you're still in the mood to smile? So far, many players on the forums have expressed interest in the bounty and have begun to plot against us, Aqua Rose said, flabbergasted by Feng's light-hearted response. How's the 4 Towers of Elements construction going? Feng asked as he stopped messing with Aqua Rose. The base structures have been completed. However, we can't do anything about the core sections, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. That's fast. Only the cores are left? Feng was a little surprised. He had never expected to complete the tower's construction so quickly. Alright then, let's head over to the towers. He had waited for this moment for a long time now. In the past, he had only ever visited guild cities that possessed the 4 Towers of Elements. He had never thought that he would get to construct the towers personally in this life. Chapter 1560, Competition of Wealth. Chapter 1560, Competition of Wealth. Take a look at the 4 Towers of Elements. Aqua Rose gave Feng a confused look. Although Heaven's Burial had just placed a bounty on Zero Wing and wouldn't be able to affect the guild's development for some time, the consequences would be incredibly severe if they didn't prepare properly. In the best-case scenario, the enemy would only weaken the guild slightly. In the worst-case scenario, the guild would crumble. Players' main goal in joining a guild was to level quickly and obtain better equipment. Nobody wanted to become prey, spending all of their time avoiding other players. However, Aqua Rose had no choice but to follow Feng's orders and trail behind him towards the 4 Towers of Elements. Meanwhile, Starmoon Kingdom's official forums were in an uproar. Sure enough, Heaven's Burial really took action. What a generous bounty! Heaven's Burial is actually paying 20 silver for each normal member. I don't even earn that much in a single day. I know, right? Although it won't be easy to kill Zero Wing's core members, it's a different story for the guild's normal and elite members. If I can take advantage of this opportunity, I might earn enough money to get myself a mount. Forming a hunting party. Whoever's interested in making some money, contact me quickly. It seems that Heaven's Burial is serious this time. I wonder which guild will rule over Starmoon Kingdom in the end? It is definitely going to be Heaven's Burial. Didn't you see Heaven's Burial's background? Now that it has a treasured land like Ancient Rock City, it won't have any lack of funds. As expected of the guild that took down an orc city, Zero Wing is doomed. Even if Heaven's Burial does not directly attack, it can easily whittle Zero Wing down until it crumbles. Everyone engaged in heated discussions about the bounty Heaven's Burial placed on Zero Wing's head. The bounty tempted many powerful players. Meanwhile, the kingdom's dark players immediately set their sights on Zero Wing. Not only could they secure better equipment by killing Zero Wing's members, but they'd also earn a significant income by doing so. Moreover, with so many players targeting Zero Wing's members, the guild couldn't direct its anger at a specific group. Hence, they could kill Zero Wing's members without worry. Meanwhile, in the Star Alliance's guild residence in White River City, Heaven's Burial has sure moved quickly, guild leader. I wonder how Zero Wing will respond to this. With Ancient Rock City's income, Heaven's Burial can definitely overwhelm Zero Wing in a battle of attrition, Purple Eye said as she read the latest report she had received. The method Heaven's Burial employed was one of the most troublesome tactics the various large guilds had to deal with. It was also the method that the various large guilds avoided using. Using such a method would require a massive expenditure. Regardless of whether one won or lost the war, they'd still incur massive losses. However, Heaven's Burial did not have to worry about such a problem now. Once Ancient Rock City opened to the public, Heaven's Burial would rake in an astronomical number of coins each day. It wouldn't worry about not outlasting Zero Wing. That's right. Had Zero Wing agreed to the Secret Pavilion's acquisition, it would have likely avoided such a perilous situation, Galaxy Pass said, lamenting. Since the Star Alliance was now one of the Secret Pavilion's subordinate guilds, as the guild leader, Galaxy Past had learned many of the Secret Pavilion's internal dealings. The Secret Pavilion's offer to Zero Wing even tempted Galaxy Past, yet Zero Wing had rejected the offer without hesitation. Had Zero Wing accepted the Secret Pavilion's offer, Heaven's Burial wouldn't have dared to pull such a stunt. With the pavilion's support, Heaven's Burial would likely burn out long before Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Singular Burial read the message he had just received in Ancient Rock City, he sneered. Daybreak did a magnificent job. I can't wait to see how Zero Wing intends to survive in Star Moon Kingdom. Singular Burial was delighted as he read the report Daybreak Fog had sent him. When Zero Wing had declared that Stone Forest Town would no longer allow entry to merchant players and adventurer teams that visited Red Iron Town, it had caused Heaven's Burial tremendous losses. Now, he would ensure that Zero Wing would experience the same feeling. Guild Leader Singular, you are ruthless. Zero Wing will definitely lose its position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. In the end, it might be forced to leave Star Moon Kingdom entirely, Lei Jingyang said, laughing. Zero Wing only has itself to blame for making an enemy of Heaven's Burial. Singular Burial growled. It won't be long before I can eliminate Zero Wing from Star Moon Kingdom entirely. Although it was very costly to place a bounty on every player in Zero Wing, it would be devastating to the guild. If Zero Wing's members had to deal with constant ambushes out in the fields, it would only be a matter of time before they withdrew from the guild. After all, repeated deaths would impede their progress in God's domain. Similarly, no one would be willing to join the guild in fear of becoming a target. Not only would Zero Wing's development stagnate, but it would also have to spend a significant amount of its funding to compensate its guild members' losses. With a constant drain on Zero Wing's numbers and funds, Zero Wing would either crumble or be forced out of Star Moon Kingdom even if Heaven's Burial didn't take any direct action. While the various large guilds wondered about how Zero Wing intended to pull itself out of this mess, Feng arrived before one of the 4 Towers of Elements. The 4 Towers of Elements occupied the city's 4 corners. Each tower was 100 meters tall, looming like giants as they protected Zero Wing City. Guild Leader, a report just came in. Players have begun to ambush many of our members. Based on our initial estimates, we've already suffered over 4,000 casualties. Aqua Rose frowned as she looked at the report a subordinate had sent. The guild would have to play a lot of coins as compensation with so many casualties. If this situation continued for a long time, not even the profits they earned from the Candlelight trading firm would be enough to compensate the guild members. Moreover, this was still not the most crucial issue. The guild's prestige was their bigger concern. There sure are a lot of players prioritizing money over their own lives. Even Feng was a little astonished. Zero Wing's recruitment standards were very high. Unless there was an overwhelming difference between the two sides' combat power, players would have a very difficult time killing Zero Wing members and would doubtlessly sustain serious damage. And yet after such a short time since Heaven's Burial announced its bounty, Zero Wing had lost over 4,000 lives. This situation somewhat exceeded Feng's expectations. Guild Leader, what should we do? Aqua Rose asked. Since Heaven's Burial wants to play, then we'll play, Feng said, chuckling. First, have our guild members move in teams from now on. Anyone who refuses will not receive any compensation should they die. Also, announce to the public that anyone who dares to kill Zero Wings members will be permanently blacklisted and barred from all of Zero Wings towns and cities. In addition, place a bounty on every player in Heaven's Burial. Not only will this bounty be effective in Star Moon Kingdom, but it will also be effective in the Orc Empire. When the two women heard Feng's decision, Aqua rose and Yulan fell silent. Feng basically wanted to compete with Heaven's Burial with wealth. Not only would their guilds suffer tremendous losses by doing so, but if they handled this badly, they could even self-destruct. Guild leader, with our guild's current funds, I'm afraid that Aqua Rose could not help but try to dissuade Feng. To construct Zero Wing City, develop the branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire, and supply their guild members with mounts, they spent a massive amount of money each day. Adding yet another significant expenditure would only hamper the guild's development. Don't worry about our funds. You can only reap the benefits once you've paid the price. In 3 hours we'll open Zero Wing City to the public. Go and make the announcement, Feng ordered with a shrug. He then walked towards the tower before him. Aqua Rose felt a headache brew when she heard Feng's commands. Zero Wing City still lacked much of its infrastructure. To put it simply, the city had very little to attract players right now. Moreover, inviting players into the city now would complicate construction in Zero Wing City. As far as she was concerned, opening the city to the public now wasn't wise. Unfortunately, since Feng had made his decision, she had no choice but to follow his orders. Immediately, Aqua Rose made the necessary arrangements and posted Feng's declaration on the official forums in Zero Wing's name. Chapter 1561, Mana Rain. Chapter 1561, Mana Rain. After Aqua Rose quoted Feng on Star Moon Kingdom's forums, the players had originally focused on Heaven's Burial's declaration shifted their attention to her post. The title of the post was eye-catching. If you want to fight, we'll give you a fight. This is insane. Zero Wing must have lost its mind. Is this for real? Zero Wing actually dares to pull something like this? Isn't Zero Wing afraid of Heaven's Burial whittling them down to nothing? Amazing! As expected of Zero Wing. Zero Wing is just trying to save its reputation by doing something like this. Even if Zero Wing blacklists the players that target its members, what can it do if those people use black cloaks? That's right. This also gives us more opportunities to earn money. The bounties on both sides are the same. Heaven's Burial also has more members than Zero Wing, and they're weaker. If you really want to earn money, killing Heaven's Burial's members is the way to go. Zero Wing's response to Heaven's Burial's provocations shocked the players on the forums. They were also delighted. After all, they just gained another source of income. Now they could target more than just Zero Wing's members. They could even head to the Orc Empire to level up and earn for contribution points while grinding for Heaven's Burial members. When the various major powers saw Zero Wing's reply, they laughed at Zero Wing's foolishness. Of all the things Zero Wing could have chosen to compete with Heaven's Burial in, the guild had chosen wealth. Zero Wing was overestimating itself and seeking self-destruction. Just what is Zero Wing trying to do? Is it really intent on duking it out with Heaven's Burial? Galaxy Past felt confused when he saw this message. In his opinion, Zero Wing should still have methods of dealing with Heaven's Burial's bounty. Although the result wouldn't change regardless of what Zero Wing did, they could buy some time, using it as an opportunity to look for other methods, such as seeking collaborators. Although Zero Wing's situation was perilous, with the guild's current foundations, there should be plenty of major corporations and superpowers willing to acquire the guild. After all, Zero Wing's Stone Forest town still held the battle arena and advanced auction house, which could rake in plenty of resources for a considerable time. the guild still had great potential for growth. Moreover, Zero Wing and Phoenix Rain, who now had control over a portion of Thunder Island, were connected. When Singular Burial received news of Zero Wing's declaration, his expression darkened. Guild leader Singular, it seems that Zero Wing is aiming for mutual destruction. Do you need my Thunder Legion to pay Zero Wing a visit? Lei Jingyang said, smiling when he read Aqua Rose's forum post. He had commanded the Thunder Legion, a collection of experts, for many years. The Legion was particularly fond of ambushes and assassinations in the field. Ordinary players might not be able to deal with Zero Wing's 100-man teams, but they would be child's play to the Thunder Legion. No need. Since Zero Wing dares to make such a move, I want to see how long they can last against. Singular Burial said, sneering. If Zero Wing had turtled, he might have needed Lei Jingyang's help. Although Zero Wing's bounty on Heaven's Burial would cause him a lot of trouble, he'd also be able to remove Zero Wing from Star Moon Kingdom much sooner than he had hoped. He also refused to believe that Zero Wing's financial strength could surpass his. At this moment, a slightly chubby, middle-aged man approached Singular Burial and reported, Guild leader, the city's basic infrastructure has been repaired. The NPC guards we hired have arrived as well. We can open Ancient Rock City to the public at any time now. Many adventurer teams and merchant players have requested to garrison and set up stalls in the city. Good. Open the city to the public. Let the players waiting outside the city come in, Singular Burial commanded hurriedly. He was joyful when he heard that they finished the city's infrastructure. Gather the adventurer teams and merchant players, and I'll go meet them. The so-called basic infrastructure referred to smithies and hotels. These buildings provided essential services to the adventurer teams grinding in the Orc Empire. With these businesses, Heaven's Burial could collect a lot of repair fees and accommodation fees. Moreover, his people were constantly perfecting Ancient Rock City. In the future, Heaven's Burial could sell various consumable items as well, earning a fortune. The Orc Empire was a neutral map. Players had great difficulty traveling to and from the Empire. If players wished to stay in the Empire for long periods, basic consumable items were a must. As long as Heaven's Burial sold these consumable items, a large number of players would come to purchase them. They wouldn't have to worry about a lack of customers. Zero Wing's Stone Forest town simply couldn't compare to the wealth Heaven's Burial could collect from Ancient Rock City. Understood. I'll have them gather in Ancient Rock City immediately. The middle-aged man then turned and left to notify the various adventurer teams and merchant players. When Ancient Rock City opened to the public, news of this spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of the neighboring kingdoms and empires in a matter of minutes. The Orc Empire had only had 3 guild towns in the past. Moreover, all 3 had been in the Orc Empire's outer region, making it troublesome to grind for contribution points. Players had still needed to travel to the Empire's inner region due to the low number of monsters in the outer area. As a result, many players dismissed the idea of traveling to the Orc Empire entirely. However, now that a guild city occupied the Empire's inner region, not only would players save on travel time, but they could also accept quests more easily. After all, cities offered far more quests than towns. Moreover, the rewards of these quests were more abundant. Meanwhile, in the distant Zero Wing City, Aqua Rose frowned as she read through the reports her subordinates had sent. Ancient Rock City's popularity had far exceeded her expectations. Based on the latest reports, over 2 million players were moving into the Orc Empire. Needless to say, these players would visit Ancient Rock City when they needed to recuperate. Many more players from the neighboring countries were also preparing for their trip to the Orc Empire. With so many players, one could just imagine the wealth Ancient Rock City would generate. As Aqua Rose racked her brain for a solution, she felt the space around her suddenly tremble. Moreover, these tremors steadily intensified. It felt as if the space around her would shatter at any moment. This is... Aqua Rose lifted her head to look towards the 4 towers of elements. The 4 towers seemed to be the epicenters of these tremors. Suddenly, a fourfold magic array appeared above each of the 4 towers of elements, radiating an aura so powerful that even an expert like Aqua Rose couldn't help but shudder in fear. A short moment later, a link formed between the 4 fourfold magic arrays hovering above Zero Wing City's 4 corners. A towering pillar of light then emerged from each of the arrays, rising endlessly into the sky. These 4 light pillars represented the 4 main elements: earth, water, wind, and fire. As the light pillars rose, a frightening amount of mana began to gather above Zero Wing City. The pillars gathered mana from tens of thousands of yards around the city, and very quickly, the mana around the city became so dense that it transformed into a white mist. As the mist gathered above the city, it began to condense into droplets and rained down, washing Zero Wing City in liquid mana. Everyone in Zero Wing City was dumbfounded. None of them had ever felt such dense mana before. Their minds were clearer than ever. However, this mana rain did not last long. The sky above the city soon returned to its normal state, and the mana density in the city began to decrease. Even after the city's mana density stabilized, Zero Wing City's mana was far denser than in Stone Forest Town. At the very least, Zero Wing City's mana density was 30% higher than in the Guild Town. Chapter 1562, The Power of the 4 Towers of Elements. Chapter 1562, The Power of the 4 Towers of Elements. What's going on with the city's mana? When the players in Zero Wing City felt the change in the mana density around them, they felt an indescribably pleasant sensation. However, this pleasant sensation didn't originate from bathing in high amounts of mana, but from a power that nourished their souls. While everyone lost themselves in the sensation, a few guild members noticed a change to their experience bars. The double EXP buff indicator, which usually only appeared after they rested in a private room, had actually popped up near their experience bars. This can't be real, right? We can actually accumulate the double EXP buff just by staying in the city? That's not all. My stamina and concentration recovery rates are as high as when I recover in a hotel. Very quickly, more players inside the city discovered the peculiarities from bathing in the city's mana. So, this is the power of the 4 Towers of Elements? Aqua Rose could not help but grow ecstatic as she stared at one of the 4 Towers of Elements erected before her. She had been curious about Feng focusing on an advanced construction like the 4 Towers of Elements rather than setting up the city's basic infrastructure. He had even decided to open Zero Wing City to the public soon. Now, she finally understood his decisions. Although Zero Wing City still lacked many basic features a city ought to have, this special mana density was enough to secure Zero Wing's position in Star Moon Kingdom. No guild town could ever rival Zero Wing City with its advantages, whether it was in terms of guild development or the ability to attract players. Not only would Zero Wing City's incredibly high mana density be helpful to combat players, but it would also benefit lifestyle players. The city's mana also allowed players to accumulate the double EXP buff and improved their stamina and concentration recovery rates. These benefits might not attract players seeking to adventure in the Orc Empire, but to players who wanted to develop in Star Moon Kingdom, Zero Wing City would be a holy land. Moreover, it was considerably easy for players to travel to Zero Wing City. Zero Wing had already garrisoned in Evernight City, and they could open a teleportation channel between Evernight City and Zero Wing City at any time. Aqua, make a trip to Evernight City and set up the teleportation array linking Zero Wing City and Evernight City. Once you're done, announce the link to the public. Feng, who had just emerged from the tower after drawing the final magic array, ordered. All right, I'll head out immediately. Aqua Rose nodded, clearly excited. She then took out a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. Meanwhile, Yulan, who stood beside Aqua Rose, was still immersed in the city's ambient mana, unable to calm her pounding heart. Is this Zero Wing's true power? Yulan could not help but raise her head and look at Feng, indescribable shock filling her heart. She had to admit that Zero Wing was truly awe-inspiring. She finally understood why Feng didn't fear the Blackwater Corporation. In response to the surprised expression on Yolan's face, Feng merely chuckled. After all, this was only the beginning. Next, we'll need to build even more hotels and mana towers. Feng smiled at Zero Wing City's numerous empty plots of land. In reality, the 4 towers of elements effects weren't as simple as everyone assumed. It was an advanced construction that required 7 luminaries crystals, after all. Not only would players enjoy double the recovery rates when resting in hotels under the tower's influence, but the double EXP buff's accumulation rate would also double. With this, Zero Wing City's normal hotels were even more effective than 1-star private rooms in guild residences. Naturally, this improved the effect of guild residences' private rooms in Zero Wing City as well. This perk would make it far easier for players who strove to level up. Although players could only accumulate up to 1 level of the double EXP buff, that was extremely valuable. Just being able to accumulate the double EXP buff while resting was amazing. This was especially true for independent players. But this was only the tip of the iceberg. The 4 towers of elements' truly impressive aspect was their ability to increase the distance of teleportation. Although the teleportation distance to and from a city was determined on the city's scale and mana density, the tower's minimum teleportation range was 3 million yards. At such a distance, one could easily cross 3 or more leveling maps. It covered even more distance than the 7 luminaries' rings space movement. The only downside was its significant cost. Teleporting every player required a significant amount of mana, the supply of which had to be in the form of magic crystals. The 4 towers of elements cost was nearly as much as a teleportation magic arrays. However, unlike the 4 towers of elements, the latter allowed players to teleport across extremely large distances. Even so, the various large guilds in the past had tried everything they could to obtain this function. Naturally, this function made it extremely convenient to travel to nearby leveling maps. As long as a map was within the tower's teleportation range, players could teleport after registering the proper coordinates, saving countless hours of travel time. Not only would players be able to level up far more quickly, but they could also explore further locations without hampering their development. According to Feng's estimates, the 4 towers of elements should be able to teleport players up to 4 million yards away with Zero Wing City's current standards. This meant that players could travel even further away than bewildering Forest Town in an instant. Players could teleport to the border between Starmoon Kingdom and the Orc Empire. If he constructed a mana tower, the symbol of guild cities, in Zero Wing City, the 4 towers of elements might even be able to teleport players into the Orc Empire. If teleporting directly into the Orc Empire were possible, players seeking to travel to the Empire to level could do so via Zero Wing City. It would save players a lot of time, and they could avoid the Orc patrol squads guarding the Empire's borders. Zero Wing City's value to the public would soar. However, constructing the Mana Tower also wasn't easy. Unlike the Magic Tower, which was a defensive structure, the Mana Tower was a support building unique to cities. Unfortunately, despite the fact that guild cities could construct mana towers without the design, the construction required extremely rare and valuable materials. The mana ore, in particular, was incredibly difficult to obtain. Normally, obtaining mana ore wouldn't be a problem for Feng. It was entirely possible to purchase large quantities from the market. However, due to the Orc Empire, collecting 5,000 pieces of mana ore had become challenging. It seems that I'll have to deal with the disintegration armor as soon as possible. Feng could not help but glance at the disintegration debuff in his status window. As long as this debuff remained, he'd have a lot of trouble dealing with many issues. Following which, he turned to Yulan and said, "Yulan, from now on, I'd like you to manage Zero Wing City and Stone Forest Town's Candlelight trading firm. If you need any help from the guild, you can look for Aqua Rose. I've already told her." "You want me to take on such an important role?" Yulan was stunned. She had never dreamed that Feng considered her so important, allowing her to manage the trading firms in 2 integral locations. Stone Forest Town's trading firm was one of Zero Wing's main sources of income. As for the trading firm in Zero Wing City, there was no doubt that it would rake in even more income than Stone Forest Town. Michim, I trust in your abilities. Feng nodded. He had seen Yulan's management skills long ago. Moreover, Yulan was a 3-star merchant. Yulan fell silent as she evaluated the man before her. She simply could not understand what was going through Feng's mind. Normally, no guild would allow an outsider, who had recently joined the guild, to take on such an important management role, yet Feng had done so without hesitation. All right, but I won't be responsible if things go south, Yulan said, smiling. Feng couldn't help but laugh at Yulan's reply. He then notified Aqua Rose and had the two women work out the finer details amongst themselves. He then returned to Zero Wing's residence and collected some consumables and magic scrolls from the guild warehouse. He then used Moloch's ring to teleport to the Dark Den Central region. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose began to spread the news of Zero Wing City opening to the public throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 1563, Zero Wing City's Grand Opening. Chapter 1563, Zero Wing City's Grand Opening. The resulting response to the announcement of Zero Wing's opening paled in comparison to the announcement regarding Ancient Rock City. Due to small information leaks, players had already discovered Zero Wing City's location in Witch's Hill. The resource maps near Witch's Hill were ordinary and held little attraction for the majority of Star Moon Kingdom's players. Zero Wing City has already opened? This is good news. Zero Wing must be trying to earn money to stand against Heaven's Burial. It's a pity that there's nothing valuable about the city's location. At most, the city has more space to accommodate players. It likely won't hold up to Stone Forest Town's performance. I'd rather go to Stone Forest Town instead. I've heard that you even have to pay a 30 copper entrance fee to get into Zero Wing City. That's insane. Not even Ancient Rock City charges an entrance fee. What's so special about Zero Wing City that warrants an entrance fee? That's right. If I were an expert, I wouldn't visit Zero Wing City either. Besides, there's a ton of experts in Stone Forest Town. If I want to improve via duels, Stone Forest Town is undoubtedly the better choice. Although news of Zero Wing City's opening had spread across Star Moon Kingdom, very few players were interested in the city. Instead, the majority of the kingdom's players focused on a way to travel to the Orc Empire so they could earn contribution points to purchase set equipment and mounts. Zero Wing City would likely only be useful after they reached level 50 or 60. Does Zero Wing really think it can contend with Heaven's Burial just by having a city in Star Moon Kingdom? Galaxy Past was confused as he read the latest report on Zero Wing. Do they really plan to fight to the bitter end? While a guild city could generate more income than a guild town, the necessary investments were much higher. Zero Wing had only recently completed Zero Wing City, and the city's infrastructure wasn't yet perfected. The city still lacked the benefits of Stone Forest Town, not to mention Ancient Rock City. Ancient Rock City was an orc city. It already had all of the essential facilities. The city only lacked a teleportation array. However, Ancient Rock City's location was absolutely perfect. Countless players in multiple kingdoms and 2 empires had already set their sights on the Orc Empire's inner region. Heaven's Burial could make a fortune just from the repair and accommodation fees, not to mention the daily consumable items it sold. Galaxy Past wasn't the only one with such thoughts. When Star Moon Kingdom's upper echelons heard the news, they, too, thought that Zero Wing was trying to buy time. Otherwise, the guild wouldn't push out a half-completed guild city. Big Sis Aqua, although we've already spread the news, everyone still seems more interested in Ancient Rock City. Thus far, only a few merchant players and adventurer teams have contacted us about garrisoning in Zero Wing City, a level 29 female summoner reported to Aqua Rose helplessly. The female summoner wore a light purple dress with a 1-star merchant's insignia pinned above her left breast. Before the announcement of Ancient Rock City's opening, Plenty of merchant players had contacted them about conducting business in Zero Wing City. Various well-known adventurer teams had also expressed their interest in purchasing private houses. Unfortunately, before they had prepared the necessary contracts, Heaven's Burial had opened Ancient Rock City to the public. In the end, these merchant players and adventurer teams had abandoned Zero Wing City, making their way toward the competing Ancient Rock City. It's fine. Catching everyone's attention is enough for now. We just need to wait. Aqua Rose had expected this situation, so she wasn't surprised in the least by the public's reactions. If the merchant players and adventurer teams contact us again, tell them that these are our conditions. The female summoner was momentarily speechless as she read the list of conditions Aqua Rose had given her. They'd be lucky enough if they found any merchant players interested in renting Zero Wing City's shops. The new conditions Aqua Rose proposed were simply absurd. Initially, they had only planned to charge 120 gold per week for the shops in Zero Wing City's outer areas. This was already expensive compared to the rental prices in guild towns. The high-potential shops rental had been set at 200 gold per week, and those in the city's core would have cost 300 gold per week. Very few merchant players could afford such a high price. Normally, only guilds trading firms could afford these shops' rent. Without sufficient sales, merchants might not even earn back the cost of their items after taking into account the weekly rent. Yet, Aqua Rose had raised the fees. If the merchant players were to find out about this, they would most likely choke from anger. Now, each shop in the outer areas would cost 240 gold per week, while shops with high potential had risen to 400 to 500 gold per week. Shops in the city's core would cost 700 to 1,000 gold to rent per week. These prices were insane. They'd be seeking fools to rent Zero Wing City shops, rather than merchant players. With 1,000 gold, one could purchase a relatively valuable shop in another guild's town, yet in Zero Wing City, one could only rent a shop for a week. Only a fool would accept such a deal. We're sticking with these conditions. Whether they want to rent the shops or not is up to them, Aqua Rose informed the hesitating female summoner seriously. I understand. The female summoner had no choice but to nod. Aqua Rose was the boss, not her. As news of Zero Wing City's grand opening spread, some curious players made their way towards the city. Once players had reached their levels, the 30 copper entrance fee wouldn't hamper their development too much. At worst, they'd only pay the city one visit. Evernight City, Teleportation Hall. As always, Evernight City's Teleportation Hall was crowded with players. Boss, are we really going to Zero Wing City? A level 42 male assassin asked the mighty-looking swordsman before him. Barely anyone is visiting the city right now. Didn't we come to Star Moon Kingdom to improve our techniques? What's the point of visiting an empty city? Are you dumb? Don't you know how popular Stone Forest Town is right now? If we go to Stone Forest Town, we'll have to wait for a long time before we can rent a combat room. Moreover, our aim is to spar with members of our team, not other experts. Zero Wing City's environment might not be as good as Stone Forest Town's, but no one's there right now. We can rent the combat rooms there for special training. Once we've trained, we can visit Stone Forest Town, the level 44 swordsman said, laughing. Their adventurer team would have no trouble covering the 30 copper entrance fee for each of their members. Time was far more precious than the small expenditure. Hearing the swordsman's reasoning, the other team members agreed with their commander. Right now, their goal was to train in a high-mana environment. Following which, the adventurer team's members followed the swordsman as they teleported to Zero Wing City. What a bunch of fools. They're actually going to Zero Wing City to train. Do they not know that Zero Wing City was only recently built? How could the mana density there possibly compare to Stone Forest Towns? Even if they have to waste some time while they wait in Stone Forest Town, it's better than going to Zero Wing City. When some of the players in the teleportation hall saw the adventurer team teleport to Zero Wing City, they could not help but laugh. However, in Zero Wing City, even after non-Zero Wing players arrived, The spacious teleportation hall was eerily silent despite the 100+ players within. Only after some time did sound echo throughout the building. What's going on? Why is the mana density so high? It is quite high. I've been to Stone Forest Town before, so I know how the mana density is there, but Zero Wing City's mana density is at least 30% higher. Wait. It isn't just the mana density that's higher. My stamina and concentration recovery rates have increased significantly as well. Huh. Guys, look at your experience bars. Mine actually shows the double EXP buff. This is amazing. I had only expected to rest and train here, but I can even accumulate the double EXP buff. The 30 copper coins were definitely well spent. The players that had just arrived in Zero Wing City quickly noticed the city's mana and its benefits, and they were ecstatic. 30 copper coins wasn't even a fraction of the cost of a hotel room in Stone Forest Town, yet after spending the few coins, they could constantly accumulate the double EXP buff regardless of where they were in Zero Wing City. They could also recover their stamina and concentration far faster. And these effects would last throughout their stay. They didn't even have to rent a room in a hotel. Chapter 1564, Popular Zero Wing City. Chapter 1564, Popular Zero Wing City. Following a brief moment of shock, the players visiting Zero Wing City for the first time left the teleportation hall. When these players left the building, they were shocked by what they saw. None of them had expected anything like this. The guild had only recently constructed Zero Wing City. Logically, it should still be relatively empty, but although there weren't many players on the street, there were plenty of NPCs. Several wandering merchant NPCs had already set up their stalls and were busy hawking their wares as well. These wandering merchants sold a lot more items than those in Stone Forest Town. Normally, wandering merchants had no lack of rare items for sale. Adventurer teams and independent players were often willing to wait an entire day to purchase these rare items. However, these items were usually beyond the reach of ordinary players unless they were incredibly lucky. Yet, not a single player stood before Zero Wing City's wandering merchants. The players, fresh out of the teleportation hall, turned to look at each other and gulped. They then dashed toward the nearest wandering merchant NPC without hesitation, terrified that other players would snatch up the rare items first. Even if they couldn't use these items themselves, they could resell them and make a profit. The 30 copper coins they had spent to teleport to Zero Wing City was worthwhile. By reselling one of the wandering merchant's rare items, they could make far more than 30 copper in profit. The players that had just arrived in Zero Wing City burnt through all of their money. Even so, plenty of wandering merchants still had rare items in stock. Scorpion, notify the commander immediately. Tell him to bring every coin we have. This is our chance to make a fortune. When faced with the large number of rare items before them, everyone forgot their original goal in visiting Zero Wing City. They contacted their friends or adventurer teams to borrow enough money to take advantage of this valuable opportunity. As more players entered Zero Wing City, more people found out about Zero Wing City's benefits. More and more players were also coming to purchase rare items. Although players had tried suppressing the news regarding Zero Wing City's benefits, some players that couldn't afford to purchase any of these items decided to publish information on Starmoon Kingdom's forums out of spite. Large numbers of wandering merchants present in Zero Wing City. Zero Wing City's mana density is even higher Stone Forest Towns. Players can accumulate the double EXP buff just by staying in the city. Pictures and videos available. There are so many wandering merchants. How is this possible? You can accumulate the double EXP buff just by staying in the city. As players continued to post videos and pictures of Zero Wing City on the forums, many of the players who had been interested in visiting Ancient Rock City shifted their sights to Zero Wing City. Nothing was more important than gaining levels and equipment to current players. This was especially true for independent players, who didn't get to enjoy guild benefits. It was difficult for independent players to achieve a leveling speed similar to guild players because they didn't have opportunities to accumulate the double EXP buff. Independent players could also enjoy a similar benefit just by paying 30 copper. They would get more than their money's worth. There were also plenty of wandering merchants in Zero Wing City. Zero Wing City, which was receiving very little attention from players, became the target location for many independent players and adventurer teams. The players that hadn't had any intentions of traveling to the Orc Empire quickly made their way to Zero Wing City when they heard the news, hoping to get a good look at the city. As a result, Zero Wing City's player population skyrocketed. Many players in Stone Forest Town rushed over to Zero Wing City. They had only remained in Stone Forest Town because they had assumed that the town's mana density was higher. Now that they knew that Zero Wing City was superior to Stone Forest Town in this aspect, they would train in Zero Wing City instead. Shortly after Zero Wing City's grand opening, the player population rose from hundreds to tens of thousands. Moreover, this number continued to increase as time passed. Big Sis Aqua, good news. Based on Zero Wing City's current statistics, there are already over 300,000 players in the city. The female summoner named Yaya said joyfully. We've already grown past 300,000? Aqua Rose was also ecstatic to hear the news. A player population of 300,000 might not seem like much compared to Stone Forest Town's player population, which exceeded 1 million, but the value of Zero Wing City's player population was significantly superior. Any player that entered Zero Wing City would have to pay a 30 copper entrance fee. Since Zero Wing City's player population had exceeded 300,000, that meant the city had already collected over 900 gold in entrance fees. This was net profit. As more players visited Zero Wing City, the city's income would continue to rise. It was only a matter of time before the city's population exceeded 1 million. If Zero Wing City had a floating population of 1 million, the guild would make 3,000 gold in net profit every day. Even the Candlelight trading firm wasn't capable of making that much net profit in a single day. There was also the income from Zero Wing City's hotels and battle arena. The income from these two establishments would likely be on par with the entrance fees. They also had the rental fees from shops. Big Sis Aqua, several merchant players and adventurer teams have contacted us again. They've stated that they wish to rent the city's shops. Are we really going to give them the new conditions? Yaya asked as she looked at Aqua Rose. The conditions Aqua Rose had proposed were simply ruthless. She worried that the merchant players would flee once they informed them of the changes. Of course, once Zero Wing City's player population hits 1 million, we're going to increase this price further. Aqua Rose said with determination. Yaya didn't know that Zero Wing City was still an empty shelf. The many 2-star and 3-star NPC merchants Zero Wing City had contracted hadn't built their shops yet. Once their shops were complete, not only would they sell items at a more reliable rate than the wandering merchant NPCs, but they would sell even higher valued items. Even more players would be attracted to Zero Wing City then. Even a population of 2 or 3 million might not be impossible, much less 1 million. I understand. When Yaya heard Aqua Rose, she could not help but pity those merchant players. Had they agreed to lease Zero Wing City's shops earlier, they would have been able to take advantage of the sudden development and made a huge profit. Now Aqua Rose would fleece them of every coin they had. Following which, Yaya relayed Aqua Rose's conditions to the merchant players trying to conduct business in Zero Wing City. This is fraudulent. Is Zero Wing that desperate for money? Crap. A shop on a plot of land with good potential costs 400 gold a week. I might as well just buy a shop in a guild town. The merchant players that received Yaya's message paled and cursed Zero Wing. If they tried to rent a shop on a plot of land with good potential, they would have to add over 57 gold to their daily expenditures. How many items would they have to sell to earn that back? Only large-scale merchant guilds would possibly dare to rent such an expensive shop. These large-scale merchant guilds were made up of merchant players spread across multiple countries. With their wide range of connections, they would be able to obtain many items that would be of great interest to players. 400 gold for a plot of land with good potential? It seems Zero Wing is confident in its city's development. Susie, whom Feng had met in Stone Forest Town's advanced auction house, smiled when she received Yaya's reply. This is a good opportunity. I might not be able to rent a shop on a plot of land with good potential, but I should be able to rent a shop in the city's outer area. Although a large number of merchant players chose to give up on doing business in Zero Wing City, there were still a few of them that decided to bite the bullet and rent a shop in the city's outer area. Although the rental fee of 240 gold per week was still expensive, at least they could save on some of their cost. As Zero Wing City became increasingly popular, Feng had arrived at the Dark Den's central area using Moloch's ring. The World Summit. This was a place created by numerous gods. Chapter 1565, Land of Gods. Chapter 1565, Land of Gods. When Feng returned to the World Summit's outer area once again, he felt that the place had changed since his last visit. More precisely, it wasn't the World Summit that had changed, but himself. When he visited the World Summit previously, he had merely been a Tier 1 player. He had been weaker in both perception and physique. He also hadn't had a clear understanding of what kind of place the World Summit was. This time, however, he noticed far more details. He could feel a strange power filling the area. This power gave off a cloud-like feeling. Although it felt vague, it had even suppressed the disintegration power's effects in his body. The disintegrated debuff had weakened his basic attributes by 50%. Now, his basic attributes were only 30% less than normal. This strange power's effect was striking. Moreover, the closer he got to the World Summit, the stronger the strange power became. Sure enough, the World Summit is extraordinary. It should be quite possible to obtain God crystals here. Feng took a look at the distant mountain that pierced the clouds. He had been in a rush during his first visit. He had wanted to secure the Bible of Darkness and leave as quickly as possible. He hadn't bothered to explore the World Summit and the surrounding areas properly. Now that he had returned, he had to research the area. After all, gods had created this place. If he had obtained so much from the moon god's old residence, the harvest he could obtain from a gathering place for many gods would be extraordinary. His goal was to obtain god crystals. The more god crystals he obtained, the better, since he had so many uses for them. Aside from the disintegration armor, he needed god crystals to repair his equipment, such as the Nightwalker's cape and soul orb. He had to search for any possible locations to obtain god crystals. Following which, Feng began to explore the World Summit. Time passed quickly. Before he realized it, he had already spent over 10 hours exploring. The World Summit's map was very large. It was like a large-scale leveling map. There were deserts, forests, and canyons around the World Summit. The map itself was like a miniature world. However, aside from the Golden Avenue, the other locations didn't house a single living creature. Don't tell me that I can only obtain treasures by entering the World Summit itself? Feng was speechless. While there were many treasures in the World Summit, there were quite a few problems he would have while inside. The amount of time a player could remain in the World Summit was based on the strength they displayed. Previously, he had fought desperately to gain barely enough time to secure the Bible of Darkness. Although he had grown a lot stronger since his previous visit, and he should be able to secure more time, he didn't think that he could gather enough god crystals to repair the disintegration armor. After entering the World Summit, although countless shrines dotted the mountain, activating each shrine would cost a corresponding amount of time. It was obvious that obtaining 1 or 2 god crystals wouldn't be sufficient to remove the mysterious power suppressing the disintegration armor, and no matter how he looked at it, he should only be able to find god crystals in the epic ranked and above shrines. In that case, according to his estimates, he'd be quite fortunate if he could activate 2 or 3 epic shrines. Just as Feng was about to give up on exploring the area and reach the Golden Avenue, he discovered something unbelievable. What's going on? Feng was dumbfounded as he looked at the Golden Avenue. Players. Other players had actually arrived in this special space. The most unbelievable part was the number of players. There were more than 20 players just within his vision range right now. These players didn't seem to belong to a single, large team. They moved in parties of 3 to 5 people, and they were clearly on high alert despite the fact that attacks weren't permitted on the Golden Avenue. Feng also sensed the power of darkness radiating from these players. To be more precise, it was the power of demons. These 20-plus players were all demon players. When the demon players noticed Feng, they weren't particularly surprised. They simply glanced at Feng before continuing to make their way toward the World Summit. Could there be another method of entering this place aside from Moloch's ring? After watching the group of players walk away, Feng quickly noticed several more demon players approach from behind them. It was obvious that there were quite a lot of demon players that had arrived in the World Summit. It was also clear that the demon players didn't arrive at this place using Moloch's ring instead. 2 players wearing black cloaks, one male and one female, approached Feng as he pondered. The man looked like a savage with his unkempt hair, while the woman was a beauty with an extraordinary body. A broken sword also hung from the woman's waist. Feng had met both these players before. One of them was Brute Spear, whom he had met on Demon Island, and the other one was Hidden Soul, the holder of Pride in the Flower of 7 Sins. He never thought that he would meet these 2 in the World Summit. Fellow friend, are you alone? How about partying up with us? Brute Spear asked Feng, who fully hid his appearance behind a black cloak. Smiling, he continued, I believe you should know that you'll need to have a lot of time if you want to take advantage of the World Summit. The amount of time allotted if you clear the entrance test by yourself is too limited. You won't be able to explore much with so little time. If you challenge the test as parties of 3 or 5, you'll be able to obtain much more time. How much time each person will get in the end will depend on your own abilities. Among the members of the Sin of Pride, only Hidden Soul and himself had arrived at the World Summit. Most of the other players that had arrived at the World Summit had formed their own parties. Even players that had arrived alone would opt to join 5-man parties rather than a 3-man party like theirs. The difficulty of the entrance test at the World Summit greatly differed depending on if you were challenging the test as an individual or as a party. In the case of parties, the difficulty was no different if you were in a party of 3 or 5. The total amount of time allotted to a party would also remain the same. Each player in a party of 5 would get less than a party of 3. However, a party of 5 would undoubtedly have greater survivability and overall strength, which would allow the party to challenge a test of greater difficulty and gain more total time. Now that they had encountered Feng, who looked to be alone, he naturally had to ask and see if he were interested. Otherwise, the 2 of them wouldn't be able to take the party test and would have to resort to the individual test. Challenging the test as a party gives more time? When Feng heard Brute Spear's words, he more or less understood the gist of the situation. He then nodded and said, All right, I'll join your party. Based on Brute Spear's words, he could tell that the man was relatively familiar with the World Summit. Previously, Feng had come as an individual, so he didn't notice that there was a party mode for the test. Judging by how experts like Brute Spear and Hidden Soul were willing to accept a stranger like himself into their party before even confirming his strength, he could tell that the party test was much more rewarding than the individual test. Otherwise, Brute Spear wouldn't bother inviting him at all. Experts on Brute Spear and Hidden Soul's caliber were relatively prideful. If they were capable of achieving their goal on their own, they wouldn't ask for help, especially not from a stranger. Ha! Wonderful. Brother, it seems you're quite a sensible person as well. If something can be done in a party of 3, there's naturally no need to do it in a party of 5. Let's hurry up and head for the test then. Brute Spear laughed when Feng agreed to his invite. Hidden Soul merely glanced at Feng before continuing on her way toward the World Summit silently. It was clear that she held no interest in knowing a hanger-on like Feng. "Brother, don't mind it. Our commander is always like this," Brute Spear explained awkwardly. "That's understandable." Feng didn't say much about Hidden Soul's response. After all, his thoughts were exactly the same as Hidden Soul's. They were merely using each other for their own benefits and were far from being friends. There was naturally no need to act chummy with each other. Feng, Hidden Soul, and Brute Spear walked along the Golden Avenue and made their way towards the World Summit. Chapter 1566, Epic Party Test. Chapter 1566, Epic Party Test. After reaching the altar at the World Summit's foot, Feng discovered that there were easily over 100 players. The majority of these players wore black cloaks, but there were some that didn't hide their identities and levels. There sure are a lot of experts. Feng looked at everyone. Has the development of demon players reached such an extent already? Even the weakest player present was level 48, while some had already reached level 49. These players could easily rank at the top of an empire's ranking list. These players also had the capability to transform into demons, which would further enhance their strength. The players that hid their names and levels were likely also powerful. There were many non-human races in God's domain. The demon race ranked near the top in terms of strength. However, these races generally developed slowly during the early stages of the game. On their way here, Feng had learned from Brute Spear that every demon player capable of entering this place was a demon noble. This was a benefit available only to demon players who had become demon nobles. However, it was not easy to come to the World Summit either. They not only had to pay 1,000 magic crystals, but they also had to complete many quests from a demon king. They would only gain one chance to enter the World Summit after they had accumulated sufficient contribution points. There was only one opportunity to enter the World Summit every 3 days. In God's domain, it was extremely difficult for demon players to obtain a noble rank. There were over 100 demon nobles here now. One could already imagine how many ordinary demon players there were in God's domain. Meanwhile, even at the lowest demon noble rank, Tier 1 demon players would have their physique and basic attributes improved enough to rival ordinary Tier 2 players when they transformed into demons. The 100-plus demon players present could already be considered Tier 2 players. A party of 5 was just finishing their battle at the altar when Feng's group approached it. As the 5 players sat on the floor panting, expressions of excitement surfaced on their faces. What a powerful party! Although just barely, they actually cleared the Dark Gold test. They'll have a good time inside the World Summit. Not only would they gain the key to open Dark Gold shrines, but they can also visit a few Fine Gold shrines. It's a pity that they're a 5-man party. If they were a 3-man party instead, they'd have enough time to visit 2 Dark Gold shrines even if their test just barely made the mark for Dark Gold rank. If they hurry, they might even get to enter 3 Dark Gold shrines. Even so, it's already a good result. After all, the previous few parties have cleared the Fine Gold test. Envy and admiration filled the players below the altar as they looked at the party on it. There were also some that pitied the party. Based on everyone's reactions, it was clear that they were all familiar with the World Summit's entrance test. Even without the system's notifications, these players could guess the rank of the test the party of 5 undertook. No wonder they said that parties get more time. So, this is the case. Realization dawned on Feng as he watched the battles on the altar. After watching several parties of demon players challenge the entrance test, he more or less understood how the party test worked. Compared to the individual test, the party test presented players with a considerable advantage. For the individual test, players were required to go up against 10 monsters simultaneously. For the party test, regardless of its size, players would have to go up against only 20 monsters simultaneously. Of course, there were also downsides for challenging the party test. First, the monster's minimum standard one could challenge in the party test was different. For the individual test, the weakest monster available for players to choose from was a common monster, whereas the weakest monster available for the party test was a special elite. Second, it was far more difficult for parties to achieve the Dark Gold rank in their tests. For example, when Feng challenged the test, he was able to achieve the Dark Gold rank just by challenging 1 lord and 9 chieftains. Parties needed to challenge a minimum of 1 Great Lord, 5 High Lords, and 14 chieftains. The difficulty for parties was considerably higher. Players were able to exhibit greater strength in a group than monsters though. If a party of 5 had a good class configuration, such as having 1 MT, 1 healer, and 3 DPS, the party would have a good chance at clearing the Dark Gold party test. Moreover, the entrance test allowed external items. Only summoning scrolls and personal guards were barred. Hence, it wasn't impossible to clear a Dark Gold party test. Among the several parties Feng had watched clear the Dark Gold party test thus far, most of them had relied on magic scrolls and special tools. A party of 3 approached Feng's group while they were waiting for their turn. However, these 3 players didn't pay any attention whatsoever to Feng. Instead, their gazes focused on Hidden Soul. Soul, I didn't expect you to come here. I suggest that you give up on the quest this time. The Sin of Wrath will obtain that item. Or do you really think that you can clear the epic test even with a hanger-on in your party? A 2-meter-tall, cloaked man carrying a massive, pitch-black broken blade said, laughing as he looked at Hidden Soul. You are courageous to waste 2 slots by coming here. If not for your elder brother strongly recommending you, you'd never have obtained the position you have today. I believe that things would get interesting if your brother found out about this. Upon hearing the robust man's words, Hidden Soul's complexion darkened. Entering the World Summit wasn't an easy task. There were only a limited number of quests assigned by Demon Kings. As a result, it would be very difficult for players to enter the World Summit. Demon players would normally only use up their chance to enter the World Summit after gathering a party of 3 or 5. The matter this time was relatively urgent. If she didn't obtain that item, she wouldn't be able to achieve her following goals. Hence, she had no choice but to enter the World Summit with only one of her subordinates. Skyhawk, don't go thinking that you Wraths are amazing. We'll show you who's the truly strong one later on. Brute Spear said as he stood forward and looked at the man carrying the broken blade. Isn't it obvious who's the stronger party here? Brute Spear, I advise you to join the Sin of Wrath. You'll have a much better future here. Do you think you can achieve anything by following a new commander? The man named Skyhawk said, glancing at Brute Spear. It just so happens that it's our turn to take the test now. We'll let you take a close look at the difference in strength between us. Skyhawk and his 2 companions walked up to the altar and began their test. As a 3-man party, it would be difficult for them to clear the Dark Gold test. The trio had chosen to challenge the epic test instead anyway. 1 Grand Lord, 4 Great Lords, and 15 chieftains appeared above the altar. The instant these monsters appeared, a commotion erupted below the altar. Who are these 3? Crap, that's a Grand Lord. Could those 3 be challenging the epic test? Everyone was dumbfounded by the difficulty of the test Skyhawk's party had challenged. Only a few of the parties that challenged the entrance test managed to clear the Dark Gold test. Most of these parties had only just barely managed to clear the test after using all sorts of tools. This was the first time they were seeing anyone challenging the epic test. The moment the battle began, the trio took a Tier 3 magic scrolls from each of their bags, a defensive scroll, a large-scale destruction magic scroll, and a domain scroll. The monsters that appeared above the altar had much lower HP than ordinary monsters. They also possessed monotonous skills, making them relatively easy to kill. Before using the 3 magic scrolls, the trio simultaneously used their berserk skills. Then, they each took out and drank a potion. The mana surrounding them went berserk. The burning mana potion? Feng was slightly surprised when he saw the potion the trio consumed. The burning mana potion was a master-ranked potion. When consumed, The potion ignited one's mana and tripled the effectiveness of their skills and spells. The potion only had a short duration of 6 seconds. It was a very rare and powerful berserk potion. While Skyhawk's group prepared, the 20 combat puppets didn't idle around either. However, before the combat puppets could even get close to the 3, they were stopped by a magic barrier. Not even the Grand Lord combat puppet could shake the magic barrier. A domain skill descended on the combat puppets, reducing the monster's basic attributes by 40%. Immediately after, an arc of golden lightning descended from the sky and bombarded the combat puppets, instantly killing all 15 chieftains. In the blink of an eye, only 1 Grand Lord and 4 Great Lords remained on the altar. Although the 5 remaining combat puppets only lost a small portion of their HPs, the large-scale destruction spell injured them badly, their combat power decreasing even further after the domain skill weakened them. The Guardian Knight standing on Skyhawk's right moved forward and used an AoE taunt, instantly securing the aggro of the 6 combat puppets. The Cleric standing on Skyhawk's left continuously cast healing spells on the Guardian Knight. Skyhawk controlled the 5 thorny vines summoned by his domain skill and continuously bombarded the combat puppets with attacks, each attack dealing tens of thousands of damage. Meanwhile, even the Grand Lord ranked combat puppet only had a maximum HP of 16,200,000 after being weakened. After a few short minutes, the remaining 6 combat puppets collapsed to the ground. Skyhawk's party smoothly cleared the epic test. They're too strong. Who are these people? Everyone below the stage was dumbfounded. When the previous parties had challenged the entrance test, they had ended up dead tired by the time they had completed it, yet despite challenging an epic test, Skyhawk's party cleared it without breaking a sweat. Standing on the altar, Skyhawk sent Hidden Soul a provocative glance before laughing and stepping down from the stage to rest. It was as if he had said, "Can you do that? Damn it. When did they gather such a set of Tier 3 magic scrolls?" Brute Spear growled in frustration as he looked at Skyhawk's party. Envy flashed in his eyes. Although Hidden Soul didn't comment, she didn't look pleased. "It'll be our turn in a moment. I've already stated our goal, we aim for epic rank. If you wish to withdraw, you can do so now. I won't try to force the matter. You've already seen the difficulty of the epic test. If you wish to continue, I only have one request, although I don't know how powerful you are exactly, and that is to figure out a way to distract 1 Great Lord," Hidden Soul said as she turned to Feng. Truthfully, the epic test was far more difficult than she had expected. Although she had prepared, she wasn't confident of clearing the test. Players only had one opportunity to challenge the entrance test during each visit to the World Summit. If they failed, they would have to wait until they returned. "There are no problems on my side." Feng nodded. Epic rank had been his goal all along. "Commander, you see? I knew I picked the right person," Brute Spear said and laughed when he saw Feng's unwavering attitude. Hidden Soul simply smiled and didn't say anything else. After another party finished their test, Feng's group's turn to challenge it finally arrived. "All right, let's go." Hidden Soul started walking towards the altar. Chapter 1567, Different Goals. Chapter 1567, Different Goals. As Feng's 3-man party ascended the altar, Skyhawk and the others, who rested and recovered their concentration and stamina before the mountain, turned to watch. "Commander, Hidden Soul's party is up next." What a joke! An assassin, a berserker, and a swordsman? Do they really plan to challenge the epic test with that kind of party configuration? If she really lets these slots go to waste, not even her brother can help her keep her position. After sending Hidden Soul a contemptuous glance, Skyhawk closed his eyes and focused on recuperation, paying no attention to the upcoming battle. He had severely depleted both his stamina and concentration in the previous intense battle. Although the World Summit was a relatively safe place, it was not completely void of danger. He had to remain in peak condition. As soon as Feng stepped on the altar, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System: defeat all enemies before you, and you will be granted entry to the World Summit. System: as a 3-man party, you will gain 30 minutes for every special elite killed, 100 minutes for chieftains, 500 minutes for lords, 1,000 minutes for high lords, 2,000 minutes for great lords, and 5,000 minutes for grand lords. System: your party must choose 20 monsters to face. If you are unable to defeat your opponents, you will die. System: as a 3-man party, the party leader may choose 10 monsters, while party members may choose 5 monsters each. The chosen monsters will prioritize the players that chose them. Your party has 10 minutes to consider. Failure to do so will result in automatic forfeit. You will die if you forfeit. Based on our previous discussion, I'll choose 1 Grand Lord and 9 chieftains. Root: you'll choose 3 Great Lords and 2 chieftains. Maple Leaf: you'll choose 1 Great Lord and 4 chieftains. Try to buy as much time as possible. Brute and I will deal with the chieftains as quickly as possible, and then we'll focus on your Great Lord, Hidden Soul said as she looked at Feng. Understood. Feng nodded. Feng hadn't given Hidden Soul and Brute Spear any of the names he usually used. Instead, he had given them a fake name that he had thought up on the fly. The World Summit was a paradise of treasure. It was also a hub for demon players. It certainly wasn't a good idea to expose either his Yi Feng ID or Black Flame ID. Hence, he had decided to use another name to avoid complications. Moreover, he had the Nightwalker's cape. Even if others used high-ranking identification skills on him, they couldn't see through his concealment. When Feng nodded, Hidden Soul chose her monsters. However, once Feng chose his Great Lord, he didn't immediately select 4 chieftains. Instead, he chose 1 Grand Lord and 3 chieftains. Now that he had the rare opportunity of joining a party in the World Summit, he had to earn as much time as possible. After all, he needed to secure a large number of God crystals, not just 1 or 2. Even though an epic party test would award a lot of time, it wasn't enough for his purposes. Moreover, since Hidden Soul and Brute Spear were confident of dealing with their own monsters, trading 1 chieftain for a Grand Lord wouldn't matter much. By the time Feng finished with his selection, Hidden Soul and Brute Spear had finished choosing their monsters. Following which, they quietly waited for their chosen monsters to spawn. When their allotted 10 minutes ended, a magic array formed above the altar. Combat puppets then dropped from the magic array. Once the 20 combat puppets had spawned, gasps filled the air. What? More players are challenging the epic difficulty. Wait, why are there 2 Grand Lords? Did they select 1 by accident? That shouldn't be the case. How could they possibly mess up such an important decision? If they really made a mistake, they'll lose their lives. Everyone below the altar was dumbfounded when they saw the combat puppets. In their opinion, the epic party test was already difficult enough. Adding a single Great Lord would amplify the test's difficulty, not to mention adding an extra Grand Lord. Although Skyhawk's party seemed to have cleared the epic test relatively easily, it had been the result of precise calculation. The Guardian Knight had only tanked 1 Purgatory puppet and 4 Magisteel puppets due to the domain skill's suppression. However, had there been 1 more Magisteel puppet, the Guardian Knight would not have been able to maintain his HP above a safe margin. In that case, Skyhawk's party would have likely died before the combat puppets. The players weren't the only ones who were stupefied. The sudden arrival of 2 Grand Lords on the altar stunned Hidden Soul and Brute Spear. Purgatory Puppet, Grand Lord. Level 49. HP 27, 000, 000/27, 000, 000. Magisteel Puppet, Great Lord. Level 49. HP 16, 000, 000/16, 000, 000. Silver Puppet, Chieftain. Level 49. HP 1, 400, 000/1, 400, 000. It seems that I guessed correctly. Feng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the combat puppets' levels. He was currently level 60. To current players, this was an absurdly high level, and he wanted to keep this from others. However, the World Summit's entrance test decided the trial monsters' levels based on the highest leveled player in the party. Hence, Feng had utilized the growth system and temporarily lowered his level to the next highest leveled player in the party. Although doing so would reduce his basic attributes, it would not affect the quality of his equipment. This mechanic had been created to allow high-level players to help their lower-leveled companions grind and level quickly, as players of significantly higher levels would take the majority of a monster's EXP. Now, however, this mechanic had helped Feng avoid exposing his level and lower the difficulty of the test. Has Hidden Soul lost her mind? Skyhawk was astonished when he saw the two purgatory puppets on the altar. He had personally experienced the power of a purgatory puppet. Although it didn't have as much HP as a normal Grand Lord, its combat power was the real deal. If not for the Tier 3 domain skill suppressing and attacking the purgatory puppet, his party wouldn't have defeated the Grand Lord. Based on his information, the Sin of Pride shouldn't have any Tier 3 domain scrolls. Even if Hidden Soul had one, how could a berserker like Brute Spear possibly hold two Grand Lords on his own? Hidden Soul's party didn't even have a healer. Everyone was flabbergasted. But what they didn't know was that Hidden Soul was more confused than any of them. However, once the combat puppets appeared, they didn't give Hidden Soul much time to consider the surprising development. Immediately, the 20 combat puppets charged at the 3 players before them. "Commander, what should we do?" Brute Spear panicked. "We don't have any other choice. We'll use our Berserk skills and the 2 mana soul crystals. Then we'll use Tier 3 magic scrolls to kill the chieftains. Kill as many as you can." Hidden Soul gritted her teeth as she took a crystal shard from her bag that radiated a dark purple glow and threw it on the ground. Reluctantly, Brute Spear retrieved a similar crystal shard and did the same. When the 2 mana soul crystals shattered, the space around the party grew stagnant. As a result, the approaching combat puppets' movements stiffened slightly. At the same time, their basic attributes decreased by 20%. Unfortunately, despite being weakened, the purgatory puppets were still significantly stronger than great lords of the same level in terms of attributes. Meanwhile, although both Hidden Soul and Brute Spear wore top-tier equipment, their attributes could only rival a great lord of the same level even after they activated their berserk skills. They were still no match against the weakened purgatory puppets. Despite knowing this, however, Hidden Soul clenched her jaw and fought with everything she had. Both Hidden Soul and Brute Spear simultaneously used a Tier 3 magic scroll, with one containing a control spell and the other containing a large-scale destruction spell. The scrolls temporarily immobilized all of the combat puppets, but after the large-scale destruction spell struck, the silver puppets still had over 50% of their HPs remaining. Seeing this, Hidden Soul quickly took out and used another large-scale destruction magic scroll. In quick succession, Hidden Soul used 3 Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scrolls, killing all chieftain-ranked silver puppets. Although the large-scale destruction spells dealt a lot of damage, their effects were no match for those that Skyhawk had used after consuming the mana-burning potion. As a result, Hidden Soul's large-scale destruction spells a moment later, both purgatory puppets arrived before Hidden Soul and only heavily injured the Great Lord-ranked Magisteel puppets. As for the Grand Lord-ranked purgatory puppets, they had only lost some HP, their bodies were still intact. Brandishing their one-handed sabers against the female assassin, each of the purgatory puppets had 2 pairs of arms, so Hidden Soul had to face 8 sabers simultaneously. As the purgatory puppets attacked, they sealed off all paths of retreat. Seeing this, Hidden Soul had no choice but to activate wind steps and utilize the brief period of invulnerability the skill granted to block the incoming attacks and retreat. She planned to kite the Grand Lords, since fighting them head-on would be suicidal. Unfortunately, before she could get 10 yards away from the monsters, both purgatory puppets caught up with her. One purgatory puppet appeared beside her and sent an energy slash to cut off her path, while the other attacked from behind. So fast. Realizing that she couldn't advance, Hidden Soul spun around and met the Purgatory puppet behind her. Hidden Soul gracefully avoided half of the Purgatory puppet's dozen or so attacks. She deflected the remaining strikes with her daggers and used the force to push her away from both puppets. At the same time, she also used the force of the attacks to push herself away from both Purgatory puppets. As a result of deflecting several of the Purgatory puppet's attacks, Hidden Soul lost over 8,000 HP. After activating her Berserk skill, Hidden Soul only had slightly more than 90,000 HP in total. Hence, she couldn't ignore such high damage. Yet, seconds after Hidden Soul escaped from the pincer attack, the other Purgatory puppet leaped powerfully and arrived before her, launching yet another pincer attack. And here I thought Hidden Soul was strong enough to actually challenge two Purgatory puppets. She's definitely going to die. Her party wouldn't be able to hold its ground against one Purgatory puppet. They don't even have a healer. The suppression they're using against the puppets isn't strong enough. Even if they used regeneration potions to recover their HPs, they wouldn't last long. In the end, no matter what they do, they'll still die. That's right. She has overestimated herself. Does she think she can do anything just because she has high combat standards? The Guardian Knight and Cleric in Skyhawk's party quietly ridiculed Hidden Soul as they watched the female assassin desperately flee from the two Purgatory puppets. As for Skyhawk, he no longer bothered to pay attention to the battle on the altar. The outcome of this test was already evident. Is this the end? Hidden Soul could not help her bitter smile when she saw that her HP had fallen below the 30% threshold. The two Purgatory puppets launched another two-pronged assault against the assassin, but just as everyone assumed the battle would end, the air above the altar rippled. Suddenly, the Purgatory puppets, Hidden Soul, and Brute Spear felt weaker. A shadow then appeared behind one of the Purgatory puppets, followed by a blue flash. The Purgatory puppet was abruptly thrown over a dozen yards away, slamming into the altar as it landed. Maple? Seeing this, Hidden Soul and Brute Spear turned to their mysterious companion with wide eyes. Chapter 1568, Mysterious Demon Expert. Chapter 1568, Mysterious Demon Expert. Feng's sudden interference stunned every watching player. Impossible! That's a Grand Lord. What did he do? Grand Lords had an overwhelming strength advantage against Tier 1 players of the same level. At this stage of the game, aside from peak MTs, players could barely block a Grand Lord's attack after activating a Berserk skill. Yet, not only had Feng blocked the Purgatory puppet's attack, but he had also sent it flying. Before anyone could react, Feng moved again and appeared before the other Purgatory puppet. His sacred sword curved past the puppet's four sabers and struck the Grand Lord's chest. Like a bullet, the Purgatory demon's body shot backward upon coming into contact with Killing Ray, smashing into the ground after flying across over a dozen yards. At the same time, a damage of over -20,000 appeared above its head. In the blink of an eye, Feng had successfully pulled Hidden Soul from her precarious situation. Feng then used the aura of Water's life domain, recovering 10% of both Hidden Soul and Brute Spear's HP every second for 30 seconds. Before Hidden Soul could say anything, Feng got ahead of her and said, "We don't have time. I'll make things simple. We need to deal with these two Purgatory puppets before our Berserk skills end. Otherwise, they'll whittle us down until we die. From now on, I'll tank both Grand Lords while you attack with everything you've got." Although the Purgatory puppets had far less HP than a normal Grand Lord's, they still had a base HP of 27 million. Even after the Mana Soul Crystals and Disintegration Field suppression, both Purgatory puppets had retained 60% of their basic attributes, putting their HPs at 16,200,000. This meant that they would recover 162,000 HP every 5 seconds. Even if all three players attacked the two Grand Lords with everything they had, it would take a considerable amount of time to defeat them. Furthermore, only two of them would be free to fight the Purgatory puppets as Brute Spear was busy with the Great Lord ranked Magisteel puppets. They had to make good use of every second they had. Fortunately, after stepping up to the altar, the disintegrated debuff suppressing Feng's basic attributes had disappeared, which allowed him to fight at his peak. Even so, he needed to activate a Berserk skill to suppress a Grand Lord of the same level. Once his Berserk skill's duration ended, fighting the Purgatory puppets would become far more troublesome. Hearing this, Hidden Soul realized the severity of the situation. She nodded and mentally pushed away the questions plaguing her mind. By this time, the two Purgatory puppets had recovered from Feng's attacks, staring at the swordsman with emotionless, crimson eyes. The Grand Lords then released out an angry bellow, their sabers flashing as they emitted scorching, emerald flames. This move was none other than the Purgatory puppets' trademark move, Purgatory Blade. It seems the Purgatory puppets are finally getting serious. It'll be even more difficult to take them down now. When the spectating crowd saw the emerald flames dance on the sabers, they unconsciously gulped. Not only did Purgatory Blade increase the might of the Purgatory puppets' attacks significantly, but it also improved the Grand Lord's attack range and attack speed. Skyhawk's party had relied on their Guardian Knight's life-saving skill to stand against the Purgatory puppets' Purgatory Blade, and Skyhawk had used a portion of the thorny vines he had summoned with his Tier 3 domain skill to help block the attacks. Only after doing so had Skyhawk's party managed to survive through the Purgatory Blade's 20-second duration. However, Feng's party did not include an MT. It didn't have any healers either. Defending against the Purgatory puppet skill would be far more difficult for their party. The Grand Lord's attack range bonus from the skill was also terrifyingly vast, making their attacks impossible to dodge. "I'll aggro one," Hidden Soul hurriedly declared after seeing the Grand Lords activate Purgatory Blade. It is impossible for non-MT classes to tank both at the same time. Their party's situation wasn't like Skyhawk's. Skyhawk's party had only faced one Purgatory puppet, whereas their party had to deal with two. When Skyhawk's Purgatory puppet had used Purgatory Blade, even the Guardian Knight nearly died after activating a life-saving skill. Needless to say, the Grand Lord's attacks would annihilate any other class. "No, I can hold both of them by myself. You just need to focus on dealing damage," Feng said, grinning as he dashed at the two approaching Purgatory puppets. At the same time, he activated the Abyssal Blade's Phantom Kill. Suddenly, Feng split into two copies of himself. Each copy then moved to take on a Purgatory puppet. A doppelganger? Hidden Soul was stunned when she saw Feng split into two. She had never considered that he would have such a skill. Although a doppelganger's basic attributes were then the main bodies, a doppelganger's death wouldn't affect the player. Hence, using the doppelganger to waste a Purgatory puppet skill was definitely a wise decision. If the player controlled their doppelganger properly, it might even last through the Purgatory Blade's 20-second duration without mishaps. As Hidden Soul pondered, she was shocked yet again. Both Feng and his doppelganger brandished their swords and clashed with the Purgatory puppet's emerald sabers. When the opposing weapons collided, not only did Feng and his doppelganger successfully block the attacks, but they also held their ground. In the end, both Feng and his doppelganger blocked every one of the dozen or so attacks each Purgatory puppet launched. Although the two swordsmen lost some HP as the emerald fire burned them, the damage was insignificant with Life Domain's recovery effect. Seeing this, the spectating crowd was dumbfounded. What's going on? Is that really a doppelganger? Aren't doppelgangers supposed to have weaker attributes than the main body? That doppelganger seems just as powerful as the main body. Crap, that guy can actually keep up with the Purgatory puppet's rapid attacks while controlling both his body and his doppelganger. What kind of reaction speed does he have? Amazing! No wonder they dared to challenge two Purgatory puppets. An expert! He is definitely one of God's Domain's monster-level experts. Does anyone know who that is? I know quite a few expert demon players, but I've never seen such a powerful swordsman. As the battle on the altar progressed, the crowd's interest in Feng grew exponentially. This was the first time they had ever seen a swordsman block two Grand Lords of the same level by himself. Many of the demon players present even considered trying to befriend Feng. The competition was far more intense between demon players than it was between ordinary players. They placed far more value on strength. This was due to the extreme difficulty of the quests demon players had to complete. If they could befriend a demon expert like Feng, the man might even help them with their quests. With his help, they could rise through the demonic noble ranks. Isn't he the player that Hidden Soul randomly invited into her party? How is he so strong? Skyhawk was astounded as he watched Feng hold his ground against two purgatory puppets. The strength Feng displayed was simply terrifying. Is he some trump card Hidden Soul deliberately hid? Experts of Feng's caliber were incredibly rare, not to mention a demon player of such caliber. In Skyhawk's opinion, Hidden Soul must know Feng personally. While the spectating crowd voiced their opinions of Feng, the two purgatory puppets steadily lost HP. Once Purgatory Blade ended, Feng could occasionally launch counterattacks while blocking the Grand Lord's strikes. Every one of his ordinary attacks easily dealt over -20,000 damage, while his skills dealt over -60,000. When he used skills such as Shadow Blade and Flame Burst, his damage soared past -100,000 per hit. Meanwhile, Hidden Soul attacked one of the two purgatory puppets in a frenzy. From time to time, when most of her powerful skills were on cooldown, she attacked with Tier 2 or 3 magic scrolls. As a result, the purgatory puppet she targeted lost HP rapidly. Midway through the battle, though, the duration of Feng's doppelganger ran out. As a result, Feng was forced to deal with two purgatory puppets personally. Fortunately, he had an advantage over his enemies with his attributes, so he could still tank the two combat puppets without much issue. Only, his DPS suffered as a result. Fortunately, under Hidden Soul's full-powered assault, the duo defeated one of the purgatory puppets after 5 minutes of continuous fighting. Defeating one also alleviated the pressure on Feng. Since he used the power of darkness, the attribute enhancement remained intact even after fighting for so long. In contrast, Hidden Soul's berserk skill had long since ended, and she had no choice but to transform into her demon form to increase her combat power. When Phantom Kill's cooldown ended, Feng summoned his doppelganger once more, significantly increasing their total DPS. In the end, Feng still had 1 minute with Power of Darkness by the time the final purgatory puppet collapsed. As for the remaining Great Lord ranked Magisteel puppets, Feng's basic attributes were far superior even without a berserk skill. Furthermore, his berserk skill was still active. Following which, Feng easily pushed around the Magisteel puppets. When the final Magisteel puppet died, the crowd below the altar fell silent. These players only recovered from their daze after a few seconds. Feng and his two companions heard the sound of a system notification. Chapter 1569, Inferior Legendary Rank. Chapter 1569, Inferior Legendary Rank. As the final Magisteel puppet's HP reached 0, both Hidden Soul and Brute Spear breathed a sigh of relief. "Commander, we succeeded," Brute Spear excitedly announced. They had merely intended on giving the entrance test a try. After all, they already knew how difficult the epic party test was. Moreover, their party's configuration wasn't particularly favorable, which only lowered their success rate. They never thought that they would actually defeat the two purgatory puppets and pass the entrance test. "That's right, we succeeded." Even Hidden Soul, who had maintained a solemn expression, could not help but reveal a joyful smile. She then shifted her gaze to Feng, the questions she had previously suppressed resurfacing in her mind. Now that she thought about it, she hadn't chosen two purgatory puppets accidentally. It was also unlikely that the system had made an error. Moreover, Feng had been calm when he faced the two Grand Lords as if he had expected the situation. This proved that the swordsman had chosen the extra purgatory puppet. Moreover, Feng should have no information about her or Brute Spear's strengths, yet he had made such a decision. This proved that Feng was confident in his own capabilities to take down 2 purgatory puppets. Not only was Feng such a powerful swordsman, but he was also capable of reaching the World Summit. Based on what she knew, God's domain didn't have an expert like this man. Someone so powerful wouldn't be able to hide their identity from everyone. Meanwhile, Skyhawk's party stared at Feng and Hidden Soul in astonishment. How is this possible? They actually did it. Commander, what should we do now? They killed 1 more purgatory puppet than we did. They definitely have more time than us. The Guardian Knight and Cleric in Skyhawk's party panicked when Hidden Soul's party cleared the test. Time was everything in the World Summit. Players with more time would find more opportunities to grow stronger, and this was especially true as players tried to reach the epic shrines. Gaining an additional 5,000 minutes would give a team enough time to enter at least 4 more additional epic shrines. Although I don't know where that woman found such a powerful team member, more time won't help them find that item. Skyhawk wore a twisted, ugly expression. Immediately he commanded, "All right, we've rested enough. Let's enter the World Summit." Saying so, Skyhawk approached the World Summit's entrance. Commander, it seems that Skyhawk can't sit still any longer. He's in such a rush to leave, Brute Spear said, laughing in delight as he watched Skyhawk's party depart. However, unlike Brute Spear, Hidden Soul had lost interest in Skyhawk's party as questions about Feng's identity filled her mind. As she was about to move forward and thank Feng, the sound of a system notification reached her ears. System, you have completed the SS rank difficulty test. Rewarding Inferior Legendary Shrine Key. Time awarded increased by 40%. You have received 8,480 minutes. An Inferior Legendary Shrine Key and 8,148 minutes. Hidden Soul was stunned. Immediately, she looked at the system notification window to confirm that the announcement hadn't been a hallucination. She had never expected such a bountiful reward. Based on her calculations, the best-performing party could only learn around 7,000 minutes after completing an epic party test. Yet despite her party's average performance, she had earned over 8,000 minutes. Most importantly, the Shrine Key was Inferior Legendary rank. This was the first time she had ever heard of such a key. One could only open a shrine of equal or lower rank with a high-rank Shrine Key in the World Summit. Without a key of corresponding or higher rank, players wouldn't be able to unlock the doors to the shrine. Even Feng was ecstatic. His performance had been the best in the party, and thus he had received more time than his companions. In total, he had earned 13,580 minutes, 6 times the amount he had earned during his first visit. He would have ample time to search for God crystals in the World Summit. Brother Maple, we really have to thank you for your help. We'll be able to proceed with our quest far more smoothly. If you run into any trouble in the future, feel free to contact me. If you want to deal with someone, my commander and I can deal with most of God's domain's experts. Brute Spear said, grinning as he walked up to Feng. Hidden Soul nodded and expressed her agreement with Brute Spear's offer. She admitted that Feng was quite strong in a head-on confrontation. However, she was a professional with assassination and ambushing. She doubted that she'd lose out to Feng when focusing on a single target. Alright, if I need anyone killed, I'll make sure to give you a call, Feng said, nodding. He did not try to reject Brute Spear's goodwill. Although the Flower of Seven Sins wasn't yet fully developed in God's domain, it wasn't an organization that ordinary superpowers had any hope against. Moreover, there wasn't any enmity between him and the organization. Most of the encounters he had had with the Flower of Seven Sins thus far had been due to other players hiring its services. Such dealings were very normal for an assassin organization. It was unlikely that the Flower of Seven Sins had a grudge against him. Feng added both Hidden Soul and Brute Spear as friends, but due to his demon mask, his name registered as Maple Leaf in their friends list. Now, if he really had to deal with someone in the future, he could ask Hidden Soul for help. Once the entrance test was over, Hidden Soul and Brute Spear decided to rest before entering the World Summit. The previous fight had taken a huge toll on their stamina and concentration. Feng, however, had no intention of resting. Instead, he parted ways with Hidden Soul and Brute Spear before entering the World Summit on his own. Feng hadn't wanted to avoid resting, but he didn't want others to discover his intentions. After some light conversation, Feng made his way towards the World Summit's main entrance. As he departed, Hidden Soul felt a little lost and crestfallen. "Commander, we really got lucky. If we hadn't come across Brother Maple, we would have had to watch Skyhawk's party enter the World Summit and search for the item. If Skyhawk knew that we earned inferior legendary shrine keys, he'd lose his mind," Brute Spear said, sighing ruefully as he watched Feng's departing figure. "It's a pity that Brother Maple seems to have some business of his own. If we could have convinced him to enter alongside us, we'd have a far better chance of obtaining that item. Commander, you should have at least tried to convince him. Who knows? He might have agreed. He's already helped us quite a bit." "Don't get too greedy," Hidden Soul said as she eyed the grinning berserker. "Commander, the boss has been looking for an expert to help him for a while now. Why don't we recommend Brother Maple? With his strength, Brother Maple shouldn't have any issue catching the boss's eye," Brute Spear said. "Not only would Brother Maple be able to help out the boss, but he might even be interested in that matter." "Perhaps." Hidden Soul nodded in agreement. While Hidden Soul and Brute Spear conversed, Feng arrived in the World Summit. The World Summit was far more lively than it had been during his previous visit. Plenty of players even occupied the bronze area. Some players were even fighting over shrines. But Feng had no intention of staying in the bronze area, and he charged towards the top of the mountain. Although he had acquired a lot of time, he could still fail to find enough god crystals to remove the mysterious power suppressing the disintegration armor. He couldn't afford to waste a second on low-quality shrines. Without any hesitation, he dashed towards the epic shrines. However, as Feng was about to climb the staircase to the next area, an enchanting beauty with 3 pairs of pitch-black wings appeared before him. As the woman hovered in the air, she radiated an aura that suggested that she could triumph over all beings. This woman was none other than the fallen angel Serena. "Interesting. Someone has finally obtained the inferior legendary shrine key after so long?" Serena smiled as she gazed down at Feng. Chapter 1570, Life Rating. Chapter 1570, Life Rating. Serena's appearance immediately attracted the attention of every player in the World Summit. In truth, it was difficult not to notice her. Serena was a Tier 5 fallen angel. When she wasn't deliberately trying to suppress her aura, she could immobilize Tier 1 players with that alone. Even Feng was afraid of Serena despite standing so far away from her. The fallen angel's presence dominated the area as if she owned it. "Since someone has obtained the inferior legendary shrine key, activate the divine staircase." Serena's voice echoed throughout the World Summit. Every player in the World Summit could hear her clearly. "If you wish to obtain power, perform exploits that even the gods will acknowledge." When Serena fell silent, the World Summit began to tremble. One pitch-black shrine after another rose from the ground. They hovered in the air and were connected by pitch-black staircases. This spiral chain of shrines extended to the World Summit's peak. The formation of these spiraling shrines had lasted several minutes, and throughout the process, not a single player had moved from where they stood as they watched these shrines form in awe. Why did an NPC suddenly show up? What is this NPC trying to do? Could this be an event? What's the divine staircase? When the spiraling shrines were complete, a grounded, pitch-black shrine manifested among the many bronze shrines. The various players launched into a heated discussion about what this could be. Everyone was curious about the divine staircase Serena had mentioned. Shortly after, quite a few players approached the first black shrine. An inferior legendary shrine key? Is Hidden Soul's party responsible for triggering this divine staircase? Skyhawk, who was already relatively high up the mountain, looked at the new pitch-black shrines with shock and envy. Not only had Hidden Soul earned a large amount of time, but she had also obtained an inferior legendary shrine key. Thinking up to this point, he immediately commanded his companions, "Let's go! We have to take a look at the new shrine." At this point, he could do nothing about the inferior legendary shrine key. After all, it was a bound item. But he could get a clear idea of the divine staircase's function. When players reached the grounded shrine, they examined the rules on the stone monument beside it. These players instantly revealed excited expressions. "God, this divine staircase is amazing. Damn it. If I knew something like this would happen, I would have waited to come to the World Summit." These players gazed at the stone monument as if they were looking at a peerless treasure. How generous! Feng was just as surprised when he read the divine staircase's rules. Unlike the shrines around the World Summit, the divine staircase's shrines didn't require corresponding keys or time to unlock. Rather, players had to rely on their own power to ascend to the next shrine. Since it didn't cost time to climb the divine staircase, players could explore its shrines as long as they had time remaining. However, the number of times they could climb the divine staircase depended on the type of shrine key the players carried. Players could only climb the divine staircase once if they had a bronze shrine key, while mysterious iron keys would allow players to climb the staircase twice. Secret silver keys granted players 3 entries, fine gold keys granted 4, dark gold keys granted 5 entries, epic keys would allow players to climb 7 times, and inferior legendary keys allowed players access to the divine staircase 10 times. However, once players exhausted their entries, they'd be forced out of the World Summit regardless of how much time they had remaining. Meanwhile, each time players cleared a pitch-black shrine, they would earn a corresponding number of shrine points. They could then use these shrine points to purchase various items available in the World Summit. Players didn't need any specific qualifications to purchase these items. As long as they had the required number of points, they could buy any item they wanted. Feng wouldn't have been overly surprised if the items available were merely top-tier weapons and equipment, even epic weapons and equipment. The World Summit had plenty of epic shrines, and as long as players cleared the epic-ranked entrance test, they could easily obtain epic items from the appropriately ranked shrines. What surprised Feng was the fact that players could use these SPs to improve their life rating. It was common knowledge in God's domain that improving one's life rating was extremely difficult. Improving one's life rating wasn't just a matter of a stronger physique. Rather, it was a life transition. For example, if one compared an archaic species to a normal human being, the archaic species' basic attributes would be several times higher than a human's of the same level. This was the difference of a higher life rating. This was also why archaic species became more difficult to deal with as they rose in level. Although players could improve their life ratings by upgrading their tiers, the improvement was minuscule. For example, an ordinary Tier 5 player's life rating was only slightly higher than an ordinary Tier 1 player's. This was also the reason that Tier 5 players were significantly weaker than Tier 5 monsters. The attribute difference wasn't much during the early levels, and players could easily close the gap with top-tier weapons and equipment. However, as players rose in levels, particularly after passing level 100, the advantage of a higher life rating would become apparent and would only become more evident as players progressed in the game. At which point, players might be able to kill other players of higher tiers, but they'd be dreaming if they thought they could take out monsters of higher tiers. Only after reaching Tier 6 would players truly transition. Tier 6 players' life rating was worlds apart from ordinary Tier 5 players. At Tier 6, players would also qualify to challenge Tier 6 gods. Meanwhile, players could actually improve their life ratings with the shrine points from the divine staircase. Why wouldn't Feng be shocked? Based on his knowledge, the players that had managed to improve their life ratings by other means than upgrading tiers had been exceedingly rare even after 10 years in God's domain. Even if players found some way to do so, it would be incredibly difficult, and they'd have to rely on luck and strength. In the past, God's Domain's various superpowers had fought frequently over such opportunities. By securing such an opportunity, they could give their players a better chance of reaching Tier 6. In fact, the benefits of improving one's life rating were even more valuable than ordinary legendary items. Feng had never thought that the divine staircase before him would be such an opportunity. However, when he saw the price of improving one's life rating, he was speechless. Even the cheapest bloodline required 100,000 shrine points and 1 exploit. Passing the first pitch-black shrine only awarded 10 SPs. Although the others would award more, one still had to pass a considerable number of shrines to accumulate enough SPs to purchase the bloodline. Furthermore, Feng had no idea of how to perform an exploit, and the rules didn't mention anything about it. Even if he collected 100,000 SPs, without an exploit, he wouldn't be able to purchase a bloodline to improve his life rating. Meanwhile, players could purchase various other items, such as potions, designs, recipes, mounts, siege weapons, god crystals, and other precious items. There were even fragmented legendary items up for trade. Naturally, the fragmented legendary items were extremely expensive. Even the cheapest cost 70,000 SPs, while the more expensive items could cost up to 240,000 SPs and 3 exploits. Moreover, players had to spend the SPs they earned with each visit, as their counter would reset to 0 when they returned. Fortunately, exploits were permanent and would only disappear when players spent them or deliberately deleted them. In other words, if players had a certain item in mind, they had to earn enough SPs in 1 visit to purchase it. Even so, the crowd before the first black shrine drooled over the prospects of treasure. After all, fragmented legendary items were practically illusory to current players. In fact, there hadn't been any news of a super guild obtaining one thus far. Suddenly, many players dashed into the first shrine and began their ascension. Feng didn't dawdle either, entering the shrine before him. This was a rare opportunity to secure a bloodline for himself, and he had plenty of time. It'd be a huge waste if he didn't attempt it. Chapter 1571, Realm Lord. Chapter 1571, Realm Lord. As soon as Feng set foot in the pitch-black shrine, his environment transformed. It felt as if he had just stepped through a teleportation gate and arrived in an entirely different space. A dark forest loomed before him, and the howling of wolves occasionally echoed in his ears. In the darkness of night, he faintly saw pairs of crimson eyes flicker in the treetops. This is a survival battle? Feng wondered as he observed his surroundings. Although it was night here, his vision was unaffected. He could see around him as clearly as if the sun hung above him. Feng spotted over a dozen werewolves armed with crossbows and in excellent equipment standing in the trees around him. In addition, he spotted another dozen or so werewolves with spears and greatswords beneath the tree's cover, radiating an intense killing intent. All of these werewolves were level 55 or above, with the highest at level 58. They ranged between elites and special elites. If an ordinary player attempted to take all of these monsters on by themselves, they'd definitely be torn apart. As Feng observed these werewolves, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, clear this divine shrine to obtain a reward. When the system notification ended, a system map appeared in the corner of Feng's vision. A teleportation point had been marked on the map in the heart of the forest. It was obvious that he had to reach said teleportation point to leave the divine shrine. However, before Feng could examine the map closely, the werewolves in the treetops began to attack, the triple-loaded crossbows releasing their bolts at him simultaneously. At the same time, the werewolves on the ground began to close in, forming a tight encirclement around him. How troublesome. It seems that the system banned teleportation skills as well. I guess I have no choice but to run to the target. When Feng had noticed the werewolves' attacks, he had attempted to use space movement, teleporting to the destination directly. Unfortunately, teleportation skills were prohibited in the Divine Shrine. He had no choice but to unsheath Killing Ray and retaliate. A rain of bolts from above might be troublesome to ordinary players, but to Feng, the bolts were practically negligible. He easily dodged the bolts and appeared before a level 56 elite werewolf in the blink of an eye. He lightly swung Killing Ray at the melee-focused werewolf. Shadow Blade. Numerous streaks of shadows cut past the elite werewolf, each hit dealing several tens of thousands of damage. Like a cannonball, the 2-meter-tall werewolf's body shot backward and slammed into the werewolves behind it. The monster only returned to the ground after flying over 20 yards. By the time it landed, however, its HP had reached 0. Its body turned to ash and disappeared, leaving several copper coins in its place. These monsters actually drop loot? Feng was slightly confused to see the copper coins on the ground. He had assumed that he'd be striving for nothing here. This was a kind of test, and tests normally didn't provide loot. However, Feng did not bother to kill the other werewolves. Instead, he swiftly maneuvered out of the circle of werewolves, heading straight for the teleportation array in the forest's heart. Combat players like Feng were no stranger to survival battles in God's domain. These situations were common in dungeons. If players focused on defeating the monsters in survival battles, they'd only get caught up in an endless cycle of combat, wasting their time. Feng, of course, didn't have a lot of time to waste, and even if he could kill these monsters easily, he'd still consume stamina. If he ran out of stamina midway through a battle, he'd become a sheep for the slaughter no matter how powerful he was. As he headed deeper into the forest, the werewolves went into a frenzy, chasing after him. However, Feng was simply too fast, and even the special elite-ranked werewolves could only watch as the distance between them and their target grew until the swordsman eventually left their sight. After a few more minutes of running, Feng reached the teleportation array in the heart of the forest. However, before he could approach the array, he felt a chill crawl down his spine. The cause of this creeping sensation was none other than a one-eyed werewolf with a massive greatsword that guarded the teleportation array. A realm lord? Feng stared at the one-eyed werewolf in shock. This one-eyed werewolf was over 3 meters tall, and although it was only a level 58 special elite, the mana circling it was extraordinary. It felt like this land's protected child. Spectre Werewolf, Realm Lord, Humanoid Creature, Special Elite, Level 58 HP 4, 200, 000/4, 200, 000. In God's domain, the title of Realm Lord did not represent a monster's rank or bloodline. Rather, it was a buff that greatly enhanced the monster's skills and spells. Monsters with this title also had strengthened physiques and HPs. Basically, they were boss-like existences among monsters of the same level and rank. Realm Lords were not particularly rare in God's domain, but they were usually only found in level 50+, resource-rich maps. They protected these resource maps, and as long as they remained in their designated maps, they could display far more combat power than monsters of the same level and rank. Normally, player teams avoided Realm Lords as much as possible. Fighting these monsters simply wasn't worthwhile. Despite being so much stronger than monsters of the same level and rank, Realm Lords didn't offer additional or better loot. Is the Divine Shrine itself some sort of opportunity? After a moment of surprise, Feng's lips curled into a smile. When players had first discovered Realm Lords in the past, they had avoided these monsters as much as possible. Unfortunately, some battles were unavoidable, and players had been forced to kill certain Realm Lords. As players had killed more Realm Lords, they discovered something astonishing. The Mana Barrier Crystal Fragment. Only Realm Lords dropped this item, and there was no way to obtain the crystal fragments from other monsters. On its own, the Mana Barrier Crystal Fragment did not possess much of a function. At most, it could be used as a support material when crafting weapons and equipment, but when players synthesized the Mana Barrier Crystal Fragments into Mana Barrier Crystals, their value rose by over 100-fold. The mana barrier crystals were the various NPC cities' main power source for their teleportation magic arrays. Not only did the mana barrier crystal contain a frightening amount of mana, but it could also replenish itself by absorbing the mana around it. Only, the mana barrier crystal required a considerably long time to replenish itself. However, this replenishment time would vary depending on the mana density around it. In an ordinary environment, for example, an empty mana barrier crystal would require 48 hours to recover fully. To put it simply, a mana barrier crystal was akin to an everlasting magic crystal. It was the perfect power source for teleportation arrays. With enough mana barrier crystals, one could operate a teleportation array for no cost. It was easy to imagine how valuable these mana barrier crystals were. After all, mana barrier crystals were not that easy to obtain, yet the various large guilds and players were in dire need of them. Meanwhile, the special elite-ranked realm lord before Feng was a walking mana source. Without hesitation, he charged forward, showing no intentions of circling the specter werewolf and leaving the divine shrine. As Feng boldly approached, the specter werewolf howled in anger. It raised its great sword and swung the massive weapon at the impudent intruder. Over a dozen magical wind blades formed before the specter werewolf and shot towards Feng. The attacks were spread out, making it impossible for Feng to dodge them all. Fortunately, the disintegration armor wasn't currently suppressing Feng's basic attributes. In other words, his strength was even higher than a great lord's of the same level. Hence, although the specter werewolf's realm lord status enhanced its wind blades, and the attack nearly rivaled the power of a tier 2 spell, they were insignificant to Feng. Sword's orbit. A galaxy of stars formed around Feng, striking down the approaching wind blades. Feng didn't even pause as he continued towards the specter werewolf. Shadow blade. Thunder flame explosion. Flame burst. When Feng reached the specter werewolf and began to bombard it with attacks, the special elite's 4,200,000 HP drained like flowing water. Despite the specter werewolf's struggles to fight back, it was powerless to change its fate. In the end, Feng's swords devoured its HP. It then collapsed, transforming into a dark mist and scattering in the wind. The berserk mana, which had surrounded the specter werewolf, calmed as a result. At the same time, a pair of level 50 bronze plate armor boots, a dark crystal shard, and several dozen copper coins appeared on the ground. Although the loot was not particularly impressive, Feng's eyes glowed when he saw the dark crystal shard. This shard was none other than the mana barrier crystal fragment. Chapter 1572, Blackwater Visits. Chapter 1572, Blackwater Visits. Sure enough, the Divine Shrine's tests are also opportunities. Feng smiled as he collected the Mana Barrier Crystal Fragment. Mana Barrier Crystal Fragment, consumable, can be used to increase mana. A support tool for crafting items. Obtaining Mana Barrier Crystal Fragments wasn't easy, and although the item had a high drop rate, it didn't drop from every realm lord. Meanwhile, realm lords were even rarer than field bosses. High-resource leveling maps only had 2 or 3 realm lords. In addition, these realm lords' respawn time was much longer than ordinary field bosses. When the various large guilds had discovered the benefits of killing realm lords in the past, many guild wars had broken out over these monsters. Obtaining 1 mana barrier crystal fragment after killing a single special elite-ranked realm lord was a huge boon from the system. Each mana barrier crystal fragment had sold for around 30 gold in the past. Of course, most guilds that had obtained these crystal shards had refused to sell them. When players collected 10 crystal fragments, they could seek out an NPC master alchemist to synthesize the mana barrier crystal with a 40% success rate. If the synthesis were successful, one would have an everlasting magic crystal. The mana barrier crystal was a priceless treasure, useful in multiple aspects, such as powering teleportation arrays, magic towers, and other such constructions. There had even been a few workshops that had specialized in hunting realm lords in distant maps, making a living from selling mana barrier crystals. After obtaining the crystal fragment, Feng moved towards the teleportation array and left the forest. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at the first divine shrine's exit, and the staircase leading to the second shrine stretched before him. Many players were already running towards the second divine shrine. So many people are already out? Feng was surprised. Over 100 players were already approaching the second divine shrine. However, after giving the matter some thought, he realized that he had spent quite some time fighting the Spectre Werewolf. Most, if not all, of the players before him had likely avoided fighting the Realm Lord. They had simply slipped past the Spectre Werewolf to enter the teleportation array. As Feng left the first divine shrine, the sound of system notifications reached his ears. System, congratulations. You have passed the divine shrine. Rewarding 10 shrine points. System, congratulations. You have passed the divine shrine within the time limit. Rewarding 10 shrine points. System, congratulations. You have killed the guardian boss within the time limit. Rewarding 50 shrine points. So many points. Feng was somewhat taken aback when he saw how many points the system had awarded for killing the Spectre Werewolf. Passing the divine shrine had only earned him 10 SPs, yet killing the special elite-ranked Spectre Werewolf had awarded 50. If these other players realized that killing the guardian boss would award even more points, they'd likely regret their earlier actions. Even the cheapest item available for purchase in the divine shrine cost 500 SPs. If one cleared the first divine shrine quickly and ignored killing the guardian boss, they would only receive 20 SPs. With that method, who knew how many divine shrines one would have to clear to accumulate 500 SPs? Moreover, as players climbed the divine staircase, the divine shrines would become more challenging. If players did not earn as many points as possible early on, it would only become more difficult to earn the points they needed later. It seems that I'll have to defeat every divine shrine's guardian boss. Thinking up to this point, Feng realized the fastest way to earn shrine points from the divine staircase. Following which, he proceeded towards the second divine shrine. The second shrine contained a gravel ridge, and its monsters ranged between level 55 and 58. However, the second shrine had far fewer elite monsters, and nearly half the shrine's monsters were special elites. Next to the Realm Lord, a few level 58 elites guarded the teleportation array. To Feng, however, this slight increase in difficulty was no issue. He had only spent a few minutes to defeat the Realm Lord and 3 elites. This time, however, he did not obtain a mana barrier crystal fragment. He had only obtained a level 55 bronze mage top and some coins. Upon clearing the second divine shrine, Feng earned 15 SPs. He also received 15 SPs for clearing the shrine within the time limit and 70 SPs for killing the guardian boss. Although Feng had cleared the second divine shrine, he was clearly lagging behind the other players. Even those who had entered the first divine shrine sometime after him were already on their way towards the third shrine. However, Feng did not rush. Instead, he continued to ascend the divine staircase at his own pace. Each divine shrine was a little more challenging than the last and awarded 5 more SPs when cleared. When Feng entered the 5th divine shrine, the test's difficulty visibly increased. Now, every monster he faced was a special elite. In terms of attributes, the monsters were on par with well-equipped, Tier 1 players of the same level. When facing a dozen or so of these monsters at once, even elite players would be in a bind. Even the guardian boss was now a chieftain-ranked realm lord. Not only did the chieftain possess 10 million HP, but its skills also carried great destructive power. Even Feng did not dare to meet the boss's attacks head-on. Feng only defeated this guardian boss after a dozen or so minutes of fighting. Meanwhile, as a chieftain-ranked realm lord, the boss had been very generous. It had dropped 2 mana barrier crystal fragments, instantly increasing Feng's haul to 4. Now, he only needed 6 more fragments to synthesize a mana barrier crystal. When Feng had cleared the 5th divine shrine, the shrine points he earned also undergone a qualitative transformation. The clear reward alone rose to 100 SPs, while clearing the shrine within the time limit awarded another 100 SPs, and killing the guardian boss within the time limit awarded 500 SPs. However, the ranking list before the various divine shrines also reported that players had already reached the 8th shrine. There were over a dozen players clearing the shrines with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, while Feng continued to challenge divine shrines, Zero Wing City's fame in Starmoon Kingdom had exceeded Stone Forest towns. The city had become a holy resting ground for many of the kingdom's players. Due to the city's high mana density, the double EXP buff accumulation, and the large number of wandering merchants, it took no time at all for Zero Wing City's player population to break past 1 million. The originally empty city was now so lively that Zero Wing City could rival major NPC cities. Guild Leader Singular, Zero Wing City's player population has grown past 1 million. The city is even charging players an entrance fee. Its daily income is incredibly high. With this, I don't think that it'll be easy to whittle Zero Wing down anymore, Lei Jingyang reported. He currently rested in one of Zero Wing City's restaurants, wearing a frown as he watched the crowded street outside. Initially, he hadn't cared about Zero Wing City, but after visiting the city personally, he had to admit that it was extraordinary. Young Master Lei, although Zero Wing City is better than we expected, Zero Wing's celebration of the fact will be short-lived. Singular Burial chuckled. He didn't seem to mind the fact that Zero Wing City earned considerable wealth for the guild. Don't tell me you plan to fight it out with Zero Wing? Lei Jingyang frowned at Singular Burial's reaction. He had expected Singular Burial to finish Zero Wing off in a few more days, but clearly, that plan was no longer viable. Not only did Zero Wing City earn a considerable amount of profit for its ruling guild, but the city improved Zero Wing's reputation among players. At this rate, Heaven's Burial could never destroy Zero Wing in a short 3 to 5 days. Of course not, Singular Burial said, shaking his head. Although Zero Wing has achieved great success, at the end of the day, its foundations are shaky. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Representatives from the Blackwater Corporation contacted me not long ago, informing me that they are willing to help us against Zero Wing. The Blackwater Corporation? Lei Jingyang was visibly moved when he heard this. Why are they suddenly interested in Zero Wing? The Blackwater Guild had changed drastically. It now had stronger forces under its command and ample funding. Just some time ago, it had even established a guild town in a resource-rich, neutral map. Even super guilds avoided any conflict with the guild. I don't know why either, but this doesn't change our plans to take down Zero Wing, Singular Burial said, chuckling. Taking a look at the time, he continued, Blackwater's representatives should have arrived in Starmoon City by now. I should return to meet with them. Suddenly, Aqua rose, who was currently busy managing Zero Wing City, received a message from Yaya, stating, Big Sis Aqua, a few people claiming to be representatives from the Blackwater Corporation have requested a meeting with our guild's upper echelons. Should I have them wait in the guild residence? Chapter 1573, Domineering Aqua Rose. Blackwater? Why are they here? Aqua Rose grew curious as she read Yaya's message. It had been quite some time since Zero Wing had dealt with the Blackwater Corporation. According to her information, Abandoned Wave's actions had only been the Blackwater Corporation's attempt to test God's domain's waters. Afterward, the events with Zero Wing, Blackwater quickly gave up on Abandoned Wave, and the man had vanished without a trace. Blackwater then focused its development in the distant Iron Empire, taking control of the Empire after forcing several superpowers out of the competition. Logically, Blackwater should have no reason to leave the safety of the Iron Empire and travel all the way to Starmoon Kingdom to seek out Zero Wing. Hence, Aqua Rose found the situation strange. However, Aqua Rose decided to send Yaya to entertain Blackwater's representatives while they waited in one of the guild residence's reception rooms. She then dropped what she was doing and made her way to meet these individuals. A man and a woman waited in one of the elegant guild residence reception rooms in Zero Wing City. Zero Wing's elite members, who had been sent to wait on these two, stood quietly in the corner of the room, clearly tense. These elite members weren't tense just because of the two visitors' extraordinary identities, but because of the chilling aura they radiated. They could not help but feel like they stood before a pair of lions as they involuntarily shuddered. Moreover, both representatives were very high-leveled. The man was a level 49 elementalist, and the woman was a level 48 shield warrior. Even the most inferior piece of equipment these two wore was level 45 dark gold rank. The male elementalist even wore 3 pieces of epic equipment, appearing as if he were wrapped in a constant layer of fire. In fact, due to this man's presence, the reception room's temperature had risen quite a bit. When Aqua Rose and Yaya entered the room, the man's aura flared with even greater intensity. It was clear he wanted to intimidate Aqua Rose. Unfortunately for him, his biting cold aura had no effect on the Zero Wing Vice Guild leader. "Hello, I am Aqua Rose, one of Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders. May I know what business Blackwater has with our guild?" Aqua Rose asked, smiling at the male elementalist with the intimidating aura. "As expected of Zero Wing's Vice Guild leader, your guild's reputation is well-deserved," the male elementalist praised when he saw the lack of hesitation in Aqua Rose's response to his intimidation. "I had thought that our guild leader's decision to send us as representatives was unnecessary. However, it seems that Zero Wing indeed qualifies for such a move. Thank you for the praise. Now, may I know what business your guild has with Zero Wing?" Aqua Rose calmly repeated, paying the male elementalist's arrogance no heed. Moreover, the man before her earned his arrogance. Aside from the fact that this man was backed by the Blackwater Corporation, he radiated an aura that felt dangerous to Aqua Rose. After her promotion to Tier 2, she rarely felt such a feeling from other players, and any player who felt this way was a peak expert, capable of holding important positions in super guilds. "My name is Falling Fire, the Vice Commander of Blackwater's 3rd Main Force. I have come here with a message for Zero Wing from our guild leader. Hand over Yulon and her companions, which you have chosen to shelter, and half of Zero Wing City's profits. Do that and we can ignore the previous events. Otherwise, deal with the consequences at your risk," the man named Falling Fire informed Aqua Rose. Smiling, he continued, "Although your guild has performed well in a few major wars thus far, your strength is only effective against small guilds. We'll give you 1 day to consider our offer. I'll be waiting for your reply." Hand over Yulon and the others? As Aqua Rose listened to Falling Fire's message, she came to understand the gist of the situation. When she realized what Feng had done, she was flabbergasted. It was no wonder why Yulon had seemed so worried. It turned out that she was wanted by Blackwater. "That's right. You only have 1 day to consider." As for Zero Wing City's profits, I'll send specialists to keep an eye on your city. Falling Fire nodded. In his opinion, Blackwater had no reason to go out of its way to warn Zero Wing. With the guild's strength, it could easily flatten this small, upstart guild. While Zero Wing's past performance had been astonishing, that only held true for first-rate guilds and smaller. To superpowers like Blackwater, Zero Wing was insignificant. Furthermore, Zero Wing was currently preoccupied with its war against Heaven's Burial. 1 day to consider handing over Yulon's group and half of Zero Wing City's profits? Aqua Rose could not help but laugh when she heard Falling Fire's words. "I see. I understand now. Since that is the case, you two may return to your guild." "What do you mean by that?" Falling Fire's expression darkened when he saw the woman's smile. "What do I mean? Have I not made myself clear enough? You can return, and tell that guild leader of yours that he can forget obtaining 50% of Zero Wing City's profits. As for Yulon's group, they have already joined Zero Wing. you're even less likely to take them from us. If Blackwater is looking for an opponent, although Zero Wing is very weak, we are more than willing to keep you company. Aqua Rose said straightforwardly. Watch your step on your way out. I won't be sending you off. When Aqua Rose finished speaking, the reception room was deathly silent. Falling Fire stared at Aqua Rose in shock. He even wondered if he had heard her wrong. Zero Wing was in the middle of a war of attrition with Heaven's Burial. Now, it dared to declare war on Blackwater. Even Yaya, who silently stood beside Aqua Rose, gaped in astonishment. She had never realized that her vice-guild leader was so domineering. The Blackwater Corporation was a titan both in and out of God's domain. In the real world, it was an incredibly famous international corporation. In God's domain, it had successfully wrestled control of the Iron Empire from several superpowers. Zero Wing simply couldn't compare. Good. Very good. Since Zero Wing dares to cast aside the opportunity we've presented, you can wait until we remove your name from God's domain. Falling Fire sneered at his host. Immediately, he and the level 48 female shield warrior stood and left the room. After the duo from Blackwater left, Yaya turned to Aqua Rose with a reverent expression. Big sis Aqua, you're so amazing. You even slapped Blackwater in the face. The look on that guy's face just now was priceless. Yaya said with admiration flashing in her eyes. That's right. It felt wonderful putting those bastards in their place. However, how am I supposed to report this to the guild leader? Aqua Rose felt a headache begin to brew. For a moment of satisfaction, she had declared war on Blackwater without consulting Feng. Zero Wing City was just starting to get on the right track. The wealth the city earned even allowed Zero Wing to fight Heaven's Burial on equal footing, but if Blackwater joined the fray, Zero Wing would be at a severe disadvantage. Meanwhile, back in the World Summit's Divine Staircase, Feng had finally defeated the 10th Divine Shrine's Guardian boss, a level 60, Lord-ranked 5-headed demon snake. Before landing the killing blow, he had made sure to activate Divine Providence. When the 5-headed demon snake died, items rained from the sky. Normally, level 50 monsters and above had significantly reduced drop rates. However, the demon snake had dropped over 20 items. No Lord-ranked monster of this level should be capable of dropping so many. A jackpot? Feng was overjoyed when he saw the loot on the ground. He had only used Divine Providence to increase his chances of obtaining mana barrier crystal fragments, yet he had triggered a jackpot. He truly hadn't expected such a bountiful reward. In God's domain, jackpots were exceedingly rare from monsters past level 50, much less from realm lords. Chapter 1574, Advanced Forging Design. Aside from weapons, equipment, and mana barrier crystal fragments, a tattered sheet of parchment rested among the many items the 5-headed demon snake had dropped. As the parchment itself was very high quality, it still radiated faint pulses of mana despite the ravages of time. Feng picked up the parchment out of curiosity. This is an advanced forging design. Feng was elated when he realized what this sheet of parchment was. In God's domain, every advanced design was extremely rare and valuable. This was because advanced designs contain techniques unknown to the general public. For example, an advanced forging design would contain a few different kinds of advanced forging techniques. If players learn these techniques, they'd increase their chances of creating a new item in the future. The various large guilds had cherished their advanced designs in the past. They had all refused to sell these designs. At the same time, the large guilds' trading firms had fought over these items. Zero Wing had only obtained a few advanced designs thus far, including advanced forging designs. Moreover, the design in his hands was not just any ordinary advanced forging design. Conqueror's Armor Forging Design Fragment, Advanced Design, Fine Gold Rank. When learned, you will be able to produce the level 50 magic rune armor. Every piece of crafted armor contains a magic array. 5 pieces can be used to form the basic strength battle array. Current fragment count 1/9. I never expected the divine shrines to drop something like this. I've really lucked out this time. Feng was at a loss for words as he stared at the Conqueror's armor design. Not only had the 5-headed demon snake dropped 2 mana barrier crystal fragments, but it had also dropped a fine gold equipment design that came with a battle array. Killing the demon snake had been far more profitable than killing a level 60 Grand Lord. A well-equipped peak expert in God's domain wasn't a force to be reckoned with. In fact, despite being an individual, they were capable of playing a significant role in a guild war. However, that did not mean ordinary players were utterly helpless against peak experts. Ordinary players still had a method they could use to fight peak experts. Battle arrays. If a certain number of players wore equipment with the same battle array, they could trigger the battle array's effects, significantly increasing their combat power. Battle arrays provided more than just a boost to basic attributes. They also improved players' physiques. Most importantly, it allowed players with the same array to share their perception. This helped players remove defensive blind spots, visibly improving their combat standards. Although a basic battle array only allowed players to share a limited degree of their perception, it still elevated players' combat standards to a whole new level. Many of God's domain's small guilds in the past had survived and thrived, even after 10 years, precisely because of battle arrays. Even without peak experts, guilds with powerful battle arrays could take down a peak expert with just a few players or a dozen or so working together. Some small guilds had even stood toe-to-toe with large guilds by relying on these arrays. Of course, battle arrays were not without weaknesses. In exchange for the huge boost in strength, players' stamina and concentration consumption increased massively. When players activated a battle array, their stamina and concentration would deplete several times faster than normal. This limited the amount of time that players had when using battle arrays. However, despite such a glaring flaw, battle arrays had been highly sought after by many guilds. Equipment with battle arrays was extremely rare, and usually only dropped from super large-scale team dungeons. Monsters in the fields had no chance of dropping such items. Moreover, the higher quality a piece of battle array equipment was, the more valuable it was. A piece of battle array equipment could easily sell for several times more than a piece of equipment of the same rank. Although he had only obtained a fragment of a level 50 fine gold battle array equipment design, it was still quite valuable. If he completed the design, its value would be immeasurable. Since the Divine Shrine's Guardian boss dropped a fragment, the other shrine's bosses should have a chance of dropping them as well. As Feng examined the Conqueror's armor design, he inwardly swore to complete it no matter what. Immediately, he moved towards the teleportation array and proceeded to the next Divine Shrine. By the time Feng appeared on the staircase leading to the 11th Divine Shrine, players had already reached the 15th. He was far behind. System, congratulations. You have passed the Divine Shrine. Rewarding 300 shrine points. System, congratulations. You have passed the Divine Shrine within the time limit. Rewarding 300 shrine points. System, congratulations. You have killed the Guardian boss within the time limit. Rewarding 2,000 shrine points. However, although other players progressed faster than he did, Feng contained the most SPs of any player in the World Summit. Currently, Feng had already accumulated 8,960 SPs. If players ascended the Divine Staircase without defeating the Guardian bosses, even after reaching the 15th Divine Shrine, they would not have even half of Feng's points. Time passed quickly, and the Divine Shrines became more difficult as Feng climbed the Divine Staircase. By the time Feng reached the 15th Divine Shrine, he had to face a Lord-ranked Realm Lord with a special bloodline. By the time he emerged from the 15th Shrine, many players had been eliminated in the 20th Shrine. As Feng had guessed, the other shrine's Guardian bosses had a chance of dropping the Conqueror's armor-forging design fragment if he activated Divine Providence when he killed them. By the time he had cleared the 15th Divine Shrine, he had gained another fragment. He just needed to wait for Divine Providence's cooldown to end before proceeding to the next Divine Shrine. As for Mana Barrier Crystal Fragments, he now had 17. However, Feng had grown a bit weary after fighting for so long. Taking a look at the time, he realized how long he had spent in God's domain. He then consumed a drop of life essence from the blood refining crystal to boost his stamina and concentration recovery before logging out of the game. Players' accumulated time in the World Summit only decreased when players were online. Logging off to rest would not affect one's progress. Hence, to maintain their combat efficiency, many players had long since chosen to log out. After all, challenging the Divine Staircase was a long and arduous progress, and as one climbed the staircase, they'd have to navigate larger maps in the Divine Shrines. As a result, players had to spend more time clearing the shrines. By the time Feng logged out, the sun had risen high into the sky. The moment Feng's consciousness returned to his body, he was bombarded by a series of messages and call notifications. There were messages and calls from both Blackie and Aqua Rose. In fact, Feng received another call from Aqua Rose before he had the chance to leave his gaming cabin. "What's with the urgency? Has something happened?" Feng curiously asked after accepting the call. "Guild leader, you finally picked up. Any later and I would have sent Blackie to look for you in person," Aqua Rose said somewhat anxiously. "While you were gone, Zero Wing City has developed nicely. The player population has already broken past the 1 million threshold. Once we finish constructing the NPC shops, the city will attract even more players. But some time ago, 2 representatives from the Blackwater Corporation sought me out. They told us to hand over Yulan and her companions and 50% of Zero Wing City's income as compensation. Otherwise, they'll turn the full might of the Blackwater Guild against us." Hand over Yulan, her companions, and 50% of Zero Wing City's profits? Feng frowned. The Blackwater Corporation's retaliation didn't surprise him in the least, but he didn't expect Blackwater to take action so quickly. Moreover, the corporation's timing couldn't be worse, targeting them while they were in a war of attrition against Heaven's Burial. This put Zero Wing at a considerable disadvantage. Chapter 1575. Nurturing Experts. "It seems that I'll need to speed things up," Feng thought after hearing Aqua Rose's report. He was quite familiar with the Blackwater Corporation's power. He had witnessed its rise in God's domain in the past. Despite joining God's domain so late, Blackwater had still developed into a super guild quite quickly in the past. One could just imagine how frightening Blackwater's potential was. Furthermore, the Blackwater Corporation had invested in God's domain much earlier in this life. Blackwater's experts had already caught up with God's domain's mainstream players. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stood a chance against the other superpowers vying for the Iron Empire. Of course, Zero Wing didn't have much to be afraid of if the Blackwater Corporation focused on its development in the Iron Empire. Based on what he heard from Yulan, the guild had only recently taken control of the empire. The guild was just starting to expand. Although Blackwater possessed plenty of experts and funding, it lacked the power to spread its influence across multiple kingdoms and empires as the various super first-rate and super guilds had. While the organization might be able to deal with small guilds right now, it couldn't touch Zero Wing. Unfortunately, that was only true if Blackwater worked alone. If it worked with Heaven's Burial, Zero Wing's situation would take a turn for the worst. Blackwater could leave the reconnaissance to Heaven's Burial while it supplied the guild with a large number of experts. Currently, players who wanted to grind and level up had to travel to distant maps, and most of the high-level maps weren't concentrated in a single area. Even if Feng used the 7 Luminaries Rings space movement, it would take a considerable amount of time to travel from one high-level map to another. "How much time have they given us to consider?" Feng asked. "1 day, but I let my anger get the best of me, and I rejected their offer instantly," Aqua Rose said in a subdued voice. "You rejected them?" Feng stared at Aqua Rose in surprise. Did you really reject them? Aqua Rose nodded silently, knowing that she had made a huge mess of things. By outright rejecting Blackwater's offer, she had undoubtedly created another powerful enemy for Zero Wing. Ha! Good. Well done. Feng could not help but laugh when he saw Aqua Rose's guilty expression. Although Zero Wing is not very strong, we're never afraid of a challenge. If they want to come, let them. We'll fight it out. Guild leader. Aqua Rose felt guilty and slightly touched by Feng's words. Not only didn't he blame her in the slightest, but he also actively encouraged her. Alright, don't worry about it. This isn't the first time we've fought a superpower, Feng said, shrugging. But be careful this time. Keep an eye on their movement at all times. Also, we need to push our guild members to complete their Tier 2 promotions. Every bit of help is useful. Have our guild's internal members focus on leveling quickly, so they can add to the guild's combat power. I'll prepare some top-tier equipment, magic scrolls, and advanced potions for our guild members to challenge their promotion quests. As for the guild's internal members, I'll help them level up with Summer, Aqua Rose said, nodding. Following which, Feng mentioned a few good grinding locations for Aqua Rose to use as she helped power level Zero Wing's internal members. The guild's internal members already had solid combat standards, they only lacked levels. Once they were brought up to speed, Zero Wing would have another batch of expert players to help defend it. When Feng finished his call with Aqua Rose, he proceeded to train with the guild's internal members. To help them improve faster, Feng even provided specific guidance to a few talented members. He even went so far as to use the 10 additional black cards he had acquired from the secret pavilion to train Yu Zipping and a few others. In such a way, Feng trained Yu Zipping and the other internal members during the day. When the sun set, he'd log back into God's domain and grind through the divine staircase. The greatest problem other players in the World Summit faced was the drain on their stamina and concentration, but Feng could rely on his life essence to boost his recovery rate, having no issues in this regard. The only real problem was the Divine Shrine's increasing difficulty. As a result, Feng had to take more time to clear each shrine. Initially, he had only spent 30 minutes on each Divine Shrine, though he spent most of that time waiting for Divine Providence's 30-minute cooldown to end. As he ascended the Divine Staircase, however, the amount of time he needed to clear each shrine gradually increased to 2, then 3 hours. After grinding for 4 consecutive days, Feng finally defeated the 29th Shrine's Guardian Boss, a Great Lord-ranked Realm Lord. He had initially assumed that he'd earn more shrine points from each subsequent Divine Shrine he cleared, but that wasn't entirely the case. After the 10th Divine Shrine, the SP reward only increased once every 5 Divine Shrines, yet these shrines' difficulty constantly increased as he cleared the last. By the time Feng cleared the 29th Divine Shrine, he had only accumulated 86,360 shrine points. He was still roughly 14,000 points away from affording the cheapest bloodline. Fortunately, although he hadn't acquired as many shrine points as he had hoped, he had secured a decent number of mana barrier crystal fragments. When High Lord and Great Lord ranked Guardian bosses died, they'd drop at least 1 crystal fragment, but he had obtained up to 3 crystal fragments from a single boss. As a result, he had a total of 43 mana barrier crystal fragments. As for the Conqueror's armor design, he had collected 6 fragments thus far. He was only 3 fragments away from completing the design. He had also obtained over 100 level 50 to level 55 weapons and equipment. Their ranks ranged between bronze and secret silver, and although they weren't top tier, they were rare and valuable at this stage of the game. During this time, the White Tiger Dojo had also delivered the previously agreed 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 20 million credits. Upon receiving the payment, Feng assigned Shadow Sword to take charge of the 500 apprentices from the dojo. These apprentices would train in Zero Wing City's battle arena, improve their skill completion rates in Stone Forest Town's advanced combat rooms, and level while grinding and questing each day. As a result, their combat standards steadily rose with each passing day. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's members had encountered group skirmishes with Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's experts in the fields, increasing the guild's expenditures. Despite the massive revenue source Zero Wing City had become, the situation took a heavy toll on the guild's funds. However, monetary compensation wasn't the guild's biggest problem, but the loss of top-tier weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, the guild only had a few teams capable of acquiring such items. Although Aqua Rose and the other core members had formed teams to hunt down the enemy experts, they hadn't obtained enough level 45 top-tier equipment to replenish the guild stock. Guild leader, I'm afraid that our stock of level 45 top-tier equipment in the guild warehouse will run out at this rate. Many of the other large guilds in the kingdom have already surpassed our raid progress in level 50 team dungeons, Aqua Rose reported, clearly frustrated. Moreover, based on the latest reports, it seems that Blackwater has sent over 4,000 experts to target our players. Including Heaven's Burial's experts, our teams are suffering a massive disadvantage while grinding in the fields. If Feng were present, they might be able to slaughter Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts a few times by relying on his spatial gate, which would, more or less, make up for the guild's losses. Zero Wing's members were constantly ambushed in the fields, yet Tier 2 experts like her were limited in their ability to fend off every ambush. Unless their guild members stopped leveling and questing, there'd be no end to this problem. Moreover, level 45 top-tier equipment was required to raid level 50 team dungeons. If the guild warehouse ran out of such equipment, they'd have to stop raiding these dungeons. If this persisted, guild members might even lose interest in earning guild contribution points. If that happened, the guild would fall apart. Have Melancholic and the others focus on crafting level 45 equipment, and temporarily stop sales on level 45 secret silver and fine gold equipment. Use some of that stock to replenish the guild warehouse. If worst comes to worst, have Snow send some level 45 top-tier equipment from the branch guild, Feng said after giving the matter some thought. He had never expected Blackwater to be ruthless enough to send 4,000 experts. To make matters worse, that wasn't the guild's full strength. Blackwater's foundations had truly exceeded his expectations. Feng jumped back into his virtual gaming cabin, ignoring the fact that it was currently daytime and he was supposed to be resting. After logging back into God's domain, he immediately made his way to the 30th Divine Shrine. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.